Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
You're a good person, but you can't give me what I want. We're not from the same world, so stop clinging to me, Lee Muhan. Goodbye. The girl with the angelic face dipped in a polite bow, then slid into the passenger seat of a luxury sports car. The engine roared, tires screeched, and the car shot off, leaving only exhaust and a stunned young man standing there with two ice cream cones melting in his hands. Everything had been fine. So why did he suddenly get hit with the most cliché breakup script in history? Well then, he muttered, forcing out a laugh, I guess I get double ice cream. He sat down on a park bench, one cone in each hand, and let the cold sweetness numb his tongue while his thoughts drifted back to Guruwashi. They'd grown up together. Same junior high, same high school. They finally confessed and started dating in their final year of high school. For her sake, he'd push himself to study harder than ever, just to get into the same university as her. And he'd done it. But in their first month of college, he learned his best friend had been right. Once you entered university, people changed. Their world got bigger. They saw things they'd never seen before, met people they'd never meet in their small neighborhood. Hearts were suddenly exposed to new temptations and shiny futures. Still, Lee Muhan refused to believe Guruwashi had dumped him just because of that. He kept telling himself there had to be some hidden reason, some difficulty she couldn't talk about. Then again, he thought, that just makes me sound pathetic, doesn't it? If this were a story, version 1 would be. He kept chasing after her, debasing himself until the audience couldn't watch anymore. Version 2. He wised up and stopped. Sorry, Dad, he muttered in his head. I'll go with version 2. Even so, Guruwashi's parents were his adoptive parents. They'd basically raised him. They'd see each other often in the future. He didn't want things to become too awkward, so he made a compromise with himself. If they couldn't be lovers, then at least they could be friends. Still like a loyal dog, he thought bitterly. For the past few months, he tried to salvage something, anything. At one point, he'd even gritted his teeth and bought her a bracelet worth 2,000 yuan. For a student who worked part-time to survive, that wasn't a small amount. It hurt. But today, watching Guruwashi drive off in the luxury car that represented the future she'd always yearned for, he finally understood. The bracelet in his hand was never what she wanted. Dragging his exhausted body, he trudged back to his rental apartment. He'd chosen a university in another city, then rented this place so they could live together. In reality, Guruwashi had only stayed for a week. At some point, she'd quietly moved all her things out, leaving him with an empty room and a pile of wishful thinking. Standing in the doorway, staring at the bare walls, Lee Muhan felt like someone had quietly scooped out everything inside him. Ding, ding, ding. His phone rang. Lee Muhan, Xiao Wang from a night shift, is busy today. You take his shift. It was his manager from the 24-hour supermarket. Love was gone, but rent still needed to be paid. Life didn't stop just because his heart did. His parents had died early. He'd lost contact with the rest of his relatives long ago. As for asking Guruwashi's parents for help, they were already paying his tuition. Begging them for living expenses on top of that felt too shameless. So he washed his face, forcing his expression back into something normal, and headed to work. Luckily, the supermarket was quiet that night. No one seemed to notice that his eyes were unfocused and his mind miles away. By the time he finished his shift, it was 5 in the morning. When he walked out, the sky was gray and it had started to rain. He opened his umbrella and trudged toward home. Passing by a small park not far from his place, he suddenly noticed a figure sitting alone on the swing set, without an umbrella. Xiaoyu. He recognized her. She was something of a legend at their university. Like him, she was a first year, but she was well known for two things: her ice-cold attitude and her unreal, doll-like beauty. Freshmen kept their distance. Rumors swirled around her constantly. Some said she smoked and drank. Some claimed she fought. Some insisted she brought random boys home at night. Even someone like Lee Muhan, who rarely paid attention to gossip, had heard her name more than a few times. For a second, he froze. Then he took a breath, tightened his grip on the umbrella, and walked over. Are you? Xiaoyu, in the heavy rain. The girl's small figure on the swing looked almost fragile. Her long black hair clung to her shoulders, dull and soaked. Only when his umbrella shifted over her, blocking the rain from her head, did she slowly lift her face. Xiaoyu stared at him, eyes hazy and unfocused. The ends of her hair dripped with rainwater. Droplets ran down her pale cheeks. Her hoodie, plaid skirt, and black stockings were all soaked through, clinging to her thin frame. Even her stockings had a few tears. She's definitely going to get sick like this, Li Muhan thought. You'll catch a cold if you stay like this, he said quietly. None of your business. Her voice was faint, nearly swallowed by the sound of the rain. He couldn't shake the feeling that if he'd come a little later, the storm would have swallowed her whole. She clearly didn't want a meddling. But when he looked at her small, trembling figure, he remembered standing alone in the rain himself once, silently enduring everything. Back then, what had he wanted? To be noticed, to be helped. Even once. Let me take you home. He tried again. Up close, her clothes told their own story. The hoodie was worn and stretched, the skirt wrinkled, the stockings torn. It looked like she'd been wearing the same outfit for days. Xiaoyu gripped the swing chains, staring straight ahead. When she finally spoke, it sounded like she was talking to the air. I don't. What? He leaned in slightly. I didn't hear you. I don't have a home. You're an orphan too. The words slipped out before he could stop them. He winced instantly. That sounded so stupid. Sure enough, Xiaoyu fell quiet. Her slightly blue lips pressed together. Leave, his rational mind whispered. She has a bad reputation. A girl who doesn't go home at night, sitting alone in a park in the rain? There must be a story there, and you don't want to be in it. The rumors flashed through his head. Brings boys home, doesn't follow the rules, dangerous to get involved with. The safest thing to do would be to close the umbrella, apologize, and walk away. Unfortunately, his mouth was faster than his brain. Do you want to come to my place? It's pretty spacious. Even Xiaoyu's frozen expression cracked with confusion. What the hell am I saying? He screamed internally. It's not good to stay out here. He rushed on, digging himself deeper. It's late. There might be weird people around. At least come over, warm up, take a shower or something. Shut up. Shut up now. He really wanted to smack himself. Why did he bring up showering of all things? Xiaoyu stared at him for a long moment. Her gaze, which had been empty a moment ago, wavered slightly. Can I? She asked. Her voice carried a hint of hesitation, and something else beneath it, a fragile, quiet desperation. In those eyes, he didn't see the bad girl from the rumors. He just saw someone who was clinging to the last bit of hope. As long as you don't mind the place being small, he replied. Of course you can. Thanks. So, under a single umbrella, the boy and the girl walked side by side through the rain, heading back to his cramped, slightly shabby rental apartment. Most people have, at least once, imagined what it'd be like to live with a beautiful girl. Technically, Li Muhan had already achieved that dream, even if it only lasted a week and nothing happened beyond sharing a roof. He and his ex, Guruashi, had been childhood sweethearts. They started dating in high school, but their relationship had never gone further than holding hands and kissing. Now he was sitting in the living room, listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom. Beside him, a pile of freshly discarded clothes sat in the laundry basket, clearly belonging to the girl currently showering. Staring at those clothes, Li Muhan sank into a daze. I literally let go of my ex today. So how did I end up bringing another girl home tonight? What am I doing? He covered his forehead with his hand. Only now did he fully realize how reckless this was. What if this really was a honey trap? If Xiaoyu was actually the promiscuous bad girl the rumors painted her as, then something like this wouldn't be far-fetched at all. For all he knew, there could be a few thugs waiting outside, ready to kick down his door. Just then, the sound of water stopped. A bit of rustling followed, and the bathroom door slowly opened. The girl stepped out, her long hair still slightly damp, upper body leaning forward a little. Thank you for letting me use your shower, and she walked out barefoot, wearing one of his loose t-shirts and a pair of denim shorts. and thank the clothes. Seeing Xiaoyu fresh out of the shower, Li Muhan's heartbeat spiked. Her wet black hair draped over her pale shoulders. Her cheeks were faintly flushed from the hot water, and the wide neckline of his t-shirt slipped a little, revealing a glimpse of her collarbone. For a moment, the whole room felt strangely charged. "Did I say something weird?" she asked, tilting her head when she noticed him staring. "And no," he stammered, quickly turning his head away. "I'll wash your old clothes and give them back later. But your torn socks, I'll just throw those out." He forced his gaze toward the TV, not daring to look again. He had always been relaxed and casual around Guruashi, so why was he suddenly this nervous just because it was a different girl, one who had nothing to do with him until tonight? Thump, thump. He could clearly hear his own heartbeat in his ears. Xiaoyu looked down at herself, then glanced around the room. After a moment, she seemed to make up her mind and slowly walked over to him. "I get it now," she said quietly. "Huh." Before he could ask what she meant, he realized she was standing directly in front of him. Her small frame cast a shadow over him, water droplets falling from the tips of her hair onto his pants. "In return," she said softly, "I'll let you do whatever you want with me." "What?" His mind blanked. For several long seconds, his brain refused to process any commands. He could only stare at her. "When a guy brings a girl home this late, he's usually after something like that," she continued. "And someone like me, with no money and nowhere to go, this body is all I have to repay you with." As she spoke, she shyly turned her head away and clasped her hands behind her back. Does she even realize what she's saying? Li Muhan was stunned speechless. Sure, he was a guy, and yes, for a split second, the thought had crossed his mind. But he'd just been dumped. There was no way he was in the mood for that. On top of that, taking advantage of a girl when she was desperate and homeless? No way. He lifted his hand, wanted to gently move her aside or at least guide her to sit down so they could talk properly. But as soon as his hand rose, he saw her shoulders flinch. Wait. Her voice trembled. "There's one more thing I have to tell you. If you can accept it, then do whatever you want. I think you misunderstood." Before he could finish, she let out a soft sigh. When she opened her eyes again, the warmth in them had vanished, replaced by an icy, inhuman chill. She looked down at him from above. The ceiling light flickered violently, plunging the room into alternating bands of light and shadow. Is the power unstable? Did I leave something heavy on? He glanced up at the light, confused. Then, with a sharp crack, everything went dark. Human eyes take a moment to adjust to sudden darkness. Until they do, hearing becomes sharper. In that silence, he heard something, a faint, unsettling rustle, like wings unfurling or fabric tearing itself open. Great. If it's not a honey trap, is it a horror movie now? What's next? Sadako crawling out of the TV. As you can see, the girl's voice came from the darkness, calm and cold. "I'm not human." A pair of faintly glowing crimson pupils appeared right in front of him. By then, his eyes had adjusted enough to see. The girl standing there wasn't the same one who'd just stepped out of the bathroom. Behind her, a pair of torn, bat-like wings stretched out, dripping with an ominous presence. Her face was still breathtakingly beautiful, but it now carried a dangerous, demonic allure. Her lips parted slightly, revealing two sharp fangs. Her once black hair had turned pure white, flowing down like fresh snow. Cold sweat trickled down the side of his face. "That's a demon," he finally forced out. His voice was barely coherent. Xiaoyu slowly closed her eyes. The moment her crimson pupils disappeared behind her lashes, the lights overhead flicked back on. The wings vanished like smoke, and in the blink of an eye, she reverted to her freshly showered, human-looking self. "Something like that," she said. "I'm what you humans call a vampire. If you're not afraid, I'll still let you use my body as payment. I don't have anything else to offer. I can promise I won't resist or hurt you." He swallowed, still reeling. "If you don't want that, I'll leave right now," she added. Her gaze lowered to the white t-shirt she was wearing. "These clothes, I'll wash them and send them back later." Her voice grew softer and softer. When she saw he still hadn't moved or answered, a shadow of disappointment flashed across her eyes. By the time he snapped out of it, she was already at the door. Wait. He stood up from the sofa. She turned her head slowly. The same loneliness and despair he'd seen in the park were back in her eyes. He didn't know what to call her anymore. Vampire? Monster? But she hadn't attacked him. If anything, she'd gone out of her way to warn him. "I bought breakfast on the way back," he said at last, pointing stiffly at the table. "Want to eat together?" This time, she was the one who looked shocked. "After finding out I'm not human," she asked quietly, "you still want to eat with me?" "You said you don't have a home," he replied. "It's still raining outside. I was raised to at least not throw a homeless girl out into a storm. So sit down. Let's eat." He scratched his head, sounding more honest than heroic. "Thank you." Her eyes reddened slightly, like someone who had finally grabbed onto a floating plank in the middle of a stormy sea. They sat across from each other at the small table. Xiaoyu took a bite of the fried dough stick. "Delicious." She murmured the word like a secret, then immediately started devouring it in big bites. "Don't inhale it," he said weakly. "Those fried dough sticks are loaded with aluminum. You'll ruin your health if you eat them like that." "You humans sure like eating unhealthy things," she muttered, mouth still full. Her two small fangs were faintly visible when she spoke, reminding him that what he'd just seen really wasn't a hallucination. "How strange," he said. She looked up. "What is? Do vampires eat human food?" She didn't seem surprised by the question. "Human food gives us basic energy," she replied calmly. "But if we want to live long-term, blood is still necessary." Human blood. His hand trembled slightly around the soy milk cup. Seeing that, she rested her cheek in her palm and gave him a teasing look. "Relax. I won't suck your blood without your consent." "If you did," he blurted out, "would I turn into a vampire?" That caught her off guard. She thought for a moment, then nodded. "If I wanted to, it's possible. But it's troublesome. Humans don't tolerate an uncontrolled rise in vampire numbers, and turning someone into a follower requires very specific conditions." "What kind of conditions?" he asked. Her expression turned awkward. She took another sip of soy milk, stalling, then finally sighed under his persistent stare. "We have to be one in body and mind." "I knew it," he thought. Why does this sound like every cliché setup I've ever read? "So don't worry," she added. "I won't suck your blood, and I won't make you my follower." "If you want," he said suddenly, "you can suck my blood." The fried dough stick slipped from her hand and hit the table with a soft thud. "What did you just say?" she asked. "I said I want to know what it feels like to have my blood sucked by a vampire." To be honest, he was half joking and half serious. He wasn't nearly as calm as he sounded. Despite all the excuses he could make to himself, he wasn't okay. Getting dumped by his childhood sweetheart wasn't something he could just shrug off. Not this soon. He was tired. He had grown up in an orphanage that felt more like a prison. Every day was a struggle against kids his own age just to eat. The dean and teachers were monsters in human skin, beating the children, pocketing donations, and forcing everyone to obey their whims. If someone stays in the dark long enough, they stop believing in the light. For him, Guru Ashi had been that first ray of light. But that light had gone out far too quickly, leaving his world pitch black again. Being killed by a vampire. Wouldn't that be an interesting ending? He glanced at Xiaoyu and noticed she was blushing furiously. Only then did he realize how his words might have sounded. "I mean just blood," he corrected quickly. "Purely blood. I'm not asking you to make me your follower." "Sorry, I phrased that badly." He let out a bitter laugh. "Even asking a vampire to suck your blood is already insane." "Huh?" She stared straight into his eyes, and in them, she seemed to see the same emptiness that had consumed her in the park. In a blink, she vanished from her chair. Whoosh. The next moment, she was standing right in front of him. Her cool hands cupped his cheeks, tilting his head slightly. Her eyes glowed scarlet again, a wild, unhinged smile tugging at her lips. Her fangs gleamed with a chilling light. "You're really strange," she murmured. "You bring a stranger home for no reason, ask for nothing in return, then after finding out I'm a vampire, you actually offer me your blood. You're the most interesting human I've ever met." With that, her fangs sank into his neck. He braced himself for a piercing stab of pain, but it didn't come. Instead, warmth spread slowly through his body, like sinking into a hot spring. His limbs grew heavy. his eyelids drooping as drowsiness washed over him. His body slumped forward, and she caught him, pulling him into her arms. "Your blood is special," she whispered against his skin. "It's making me too excited. Wait, what's inside you?" He vaguely felt himself being pushed down onto the bed. He couldn't move anymore. All he could feel was her presence, wrapped tightly around him. "I'm sorry," her voice trembled. "I lost control." Those were the last words he clearly heard. Something reached for him in the darkness. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the alarm clock woke Lee Muhan up. He slowly opened his eyes. He slept very comfortably, and it could be said that it was the most peaceful sleep he had had since he lost his parents. He sat up and checked the time. It's 6 o'clock in the evening. Have you slept from 7 a.m. till now? Normally, one would feel dizzy after sleeping for such a long time, but now Lee Muhan feels that his head is very clear and his whole body is relaxed. He picked up his phone and took a look, only to find that his ex-girlfriend, Guruashi, had posted 2 moments. "I forgot to cancel the special care offer. What bad luck." Lee Muhan sighed. He originally didn't plan to see what Guruashi posted, but driven by curiosity, he still opened Guruashi's circle of friends. "Last night was the first time in my life that I attended a cocktail party, and the first time that I wore such an expensive evening gown. This will be the most unforgettable day of my life." The accompanying picture was a photo of Guruashi wearing a very high-end-looking aqua blue evening gown and standing at a magnificent cocktail party. She had a graceful figure, and her hair was carefully styled. Guruashi was holding a tall wine glass in her hand and following a handsome and tall man. She looked a little immature, but so beautiful. Lee Muhan knew that this was the other world that Guruashi had described to her. The skirt she was wearing alone, no, even the decorations on the skirt, were not something she could afford. The winter night sky doesn't have such a brilliant starry sky, but if I could get closer to the sky, I think I could catch the moon. The second picture showed Guruashi snuggling with a handsome tall man in the open air on the top floor of a luxurious restaurant, admiring the moon. It seems that man is the key that can take her to another world. Lee Muhan was a little unwilling. He thought he had let it go, but after seeing these, things change over time. Don't look down on the poor young man. Lee Muhan was startled by a noise coming from beside him. When he turned around, he saw the black-haired girl lying next to him. She opened her sleepy eyes and looked at her phone lazily. "Is this your girlfriend?" Lee Muhan was so startled that he almost jumped out of the bed. Why are you here? And why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Lee Muhan said as he looked at Xiaoyu, who was rubbing her eyes with half of her body sticking out of the quilt. "There is only this one bed in your room, so I have no choice but to sleep with you." As she spoke, the girl yawned, clearly not waking up yet. Lee Muhan tried hard to recall what happened last night. Last night, he picked up a vampire girl and took her home, and even asked her to suck his blood. What happens next? I have no recollection of it at all. I only remember that Xiaoyu seemed to have bitten my neck. I've already fulfilled your wish. It's too late to regret it now. Lee Muhan was about to reply when he suddenly realized that after Xiaoyu sat up, one side of her loose t-shirt had slipped off her shoulder. He only needed to slide it down a little more to reveal the girl's chest. Lee Muhan quickly turned his head away and didn't dare to look. "Put on your clothes first." Lee Muhan stood outside the bedroom door and waited for the girl to put on her clothes and come out before he dared to continue talking about the topic. "So, having your blood sucked doesn't mean you'll die?" Lee Muhan asked, looking at Xiaoyu across the table. High-level vampires do not rely on human blood to survive. They only drink blood to maintain their strength. You know what? It feels pretty good to have your blood sucked by a vampire. Lee Muhan recalled the feeling of last night. In addition to the warm feeling when his blood was sucked, he also felt another feeling in his sleep. It was a feeling of comfort he had never experienced before. Puff! But when Xiaoyu heard Lee Muhan say this, she spat out all the water she had just drunk. F***K. Lee Muhan was so scared that he quickly went to get her a towel. "Why are you reacting so strongly?" Xiaoyu grabbed the towel and took Lee Muhan's hand. "What's so comfortable about it? You masochist. Don't mention last night anymore." Her tone was not serious, but rather contained a hint of pleading. "Please, Don't mention it. Li Muhan was slightly stunned, but nodded. Can you let me take another shower? Xiaoyu suddenly blushed and asked Li Muhan. The water that had just sprayed out had wet her clothes. You can wash as you like, and I'll prepare a change of clothes for you. Thanks. Just as Xiaoyu went to take a shower and was considering whether to order takeout or cook a meal, the doorbell suddenly rang. Here I come. Li Muhan walked to the door and opened it. When the door opened and he saw the person coming, Li Muhan was stunned. Because the person standing at the door was none other than Li Muhan's ex-girlfriend, Guruashi. In fact, the moment he opened the door, Li Muhan did not recognize that the person in front of him was Guruashi, because she looks completely different now than before. The ponytail was replaced with a carefully styled hairstyle. The originally playful and cute clothes and jeans have now become luxurious long dresses that Li Muhan can tell are very expensive at a glance. And those gentle and lively eyes have given Li Muhan hope to move forward more than once. At this moment, it seemed as if it was covered with a thin layer of frost, and looking at Li Muhan was like looking at an unrelated passerby. The kind of arrogance and coldness was a Guruashi that Li Muhan had never seen before. I have something to talk to you about. Her tone was flat, without any emotion. Li Muhan was stunned for a moment and then nodded. Look, here comes the unconventional plot. Li Muhan turned his head, looked at the empty room, pointed at Guruashi, and said. Guruashi ignored Li Muhan and just stared at the young man in front of her with cold eyes, full of disdain. That's perfect. Since you're here, there are some things you didn't clean up last time. I've packed them for you. You can take them all with you. Just throw those things away. I don't need them anymore. Just throw it away. Li Muhan was a little confused. Those were all their past memories. Most of the clothes and accessories in them were gifts he gave to Guruashi. Now in her eyes, it has become something that can be discarded at will. Ignoring Li Muhan, Guruashi walked straight into the house. When she looked at the dining table, she sneered with disdain. What's the problem? Li Muhan closed the door and turned around to meet Guruashi's disdainful face. Li Muhan, we are both adults, not children anymore. I know you love me, but it is impossible for us to be together. Li Muhan was baffled by what Guruashi said suddenly. This woman came here late at night just to tell him these things. I've told you before, don't have any more expectations of me. You're a smart person, Li Muhan. Don't waste your time on impossible things. What are you talking about? Li Muhan frowned slightly. Guruashi walked to the dining table, picked up a cup, then turned and looked at Li Muhan with a smile. This is my cup, right? You actually still keep it, and you're still using it. Don't you feel disgusting? No, sister, you misunderstood. I don't need this cup. I just have guests, so... Li Muhan wanted to explain, but Guruashi threw the cup directly into the trash can. Don't use my things anymore, and don't keep anything of mine. It will make me look down on you, Li Muhan. Li Muhan was silent. Looking at the beautiful yet unfamiliar woman in front of him, he felt a little sad. I know what you're thinking. You think I'm vain. That's right, Li Muhan. You're an orphan, and my parents are just ordinary working-class people. They've been poor their whole lives, so poor that even I'm scared. I once thought about working hard with you, but that was because we were too naive and hadn't seen the world. Guruashi's parents were like a rebirth for Li Muhan. After the orphanage was exposed, Li Muhan was adopted by Guruashi's parents. So from a certain perspective, there is a brother-sister relationship between Li Muhan and Guruashi. But at this moment, Guruashi looked at Li Muhan as if she was looking at some kind of garbage. She lifted the bag in her hand slightly. Do you know how much this bag costs? It's more than you can earn in a year's work. And this bracelet and pendant, do you understand what they represent? Seeing that Li Muhan didn't say anything, Guruashi became more and more excited. These are the keys to the upper world, Li Muhan. You should have seen my WeChat moments. The garden restaurant he took me to last night was beyond your imagination. Lobster, abalone, all the ingredients were flown in and cooked on site. Do you understand what this means? Does that mean you're a wealthy lady now? Li Muhan laughed and joked. It means the gap, Li Muhan. It means happiness, the happiness you can never give me. Guruashi looked around, looking at the house that Li Muhan had rented for them to live together. and an unconcealable look of disgust appeared on her face. I actually wanted to live in a pigsty like this with you. It's not a place for a human to live. Do you know where I live now? What are you going to get? Can you hurry up? I currently live in Shengshi Huating, which is the most upscale and wealthy area in Tianhai City. Then what? Li Muhan was getting a little impatient. He didn't know why, but his feelings towards Guruashi had completely changed. Indeed, he once tried to save a relationship and even spent a huge amount of money to buy a bracelet. But now, he just wanted this woman to leave here quickly. It is true that she is beautiful, but some things are difficult to change, such as temperament. She now looks like a clown dressed in gold and silver, trying to fit into a world that doesn't belong to her. As for the cup she was talking about, it was simply because there were no extra cups at home, so Li Muhan washed it and gave it to Xiaoyu. Now he didn't even have a chance to explain. My boyfriend is waiting for me downstairs. You should have seen that car. I won't tell you how much it costs because I'm afraid you won't feel balanced. But it's inevitable that you have such thoughts. Li Muhan, listen to me. Let it go, and don't think about me anymore. I came here today to take away the photo of the two of us. After listening to this, Li Muhan walked into the room without saying a word. After a moment, he took out a photo frame with a photo of him and Guruashi on it. Once upon a time, the two people in the photo had young faces, leaning against each other tightly, with happy smiles on their faces. But now everything has changed. Guruashi didn't seem to want to look at this photo. Perhaps it was because her status was different now, and she disdained to look back at the past. Or maybe there was still a trace of guilt towards Li Muhan in the deepest part of her heart. Finally, she opened her bag, took out an envelope, and placed it on the dining table. This is the compensation I can think of for you. Li Muhan, please accept it. Did your boyfriend give this to you? Li Muhan said with a sneer. Yes, the money here is enough for you to finish college without any worries. You don't have to work so hard every day. Take your money and things and leave quickly. Seeing Li Muhan's attitude, Guruashi thought that he still couldn't let her go, so she spoke directly. If you keep pestering me, I'll... Just as Guruashi was talking, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Xiaoyu, wrapped in a bath towel, walked out of the bathroom. Her face was a little flushed because she had just taken a shower, and her body, which had been slightly wiped and still had some water droplets on it, was enough to make every man's heart beat faster. Plus those facial features that were enough to crush Guruashi. All this made Guruashi freeze in place. Who is she? Guruashi pointed at Xiaoyu and asked. Her tone is arrogant, as if she was still the mistress of this house. It has nothing to do with you. Have you finished getting your things? Li Muhan had no intention of introducing Xiaoyu to her, but Guruashi refused to give in. She looked at Li Muhan angrily. Li Muhan, I haven't even moved out yet, and you've already let another woman move in? You're really capable. Facing Guruashi's sarcasm, Li Muhan remained silent. Just when he was about to chase her away again, Guruashi suddenly noticed something. She looked at Xiaoyu's face carefully and suddenly sneered. Who was it I thought? It turned out to be that famous person in school. Guruashi walked up to Xiaoyu in her expensive and exquisite high heels and said with a mocking smile, You're Xiaoyu, right? You're a freshman like us, but I've heard of your reputation. I heard you're the kind of woman who can get laid if you have money. How much money did Li Muhan give you? Perhaps it was because she saw a girl whose appearance surpassed hers appear in Li Muhan's house. Guruashi felt inexplicably unwilling. Her current self-esteem does not allow Li Muhan to find a girlfriend who is better than her. Even just having good looks is not enough. So this unwillingness turned into extreme malice towards Xiaoyu. But Xiaoyu didn't react at all. She just leaned against the bathroom door and tangled her slightly wet hair with her fingers. It's as if I've become accustomed to this kind of evaluation. Li Muhan, I have a piece of advice for you. This kind of woman is useless except for her appearance. She is just a piece of trash that only parasitizes rich men. Don't be obsessed with this kind of woman who can be bought with money. I don't. Xiaoyu raised her head slightly and looked at Li Muhan as if she wanted to explain something. But he was immediately interrupted by Guruashi's strong voice. I don't need to tell you who you are, do you? You think others don't know what you've done? PR asterisk SD asterisk asterisk UTA dating. Having affairs with gangsters outside the school. Even the death of your adoptive parents is a mystery. Maybe it's related to you. But before she could finish her words, Lee Muhan had already stood in front of Xiaoyu, staring at Guruashi with a cold gaze. I accept your advice, Guruashi. I will never indulge in the kind of woman who only parasitizes rich men and can be bought with money again. Lee Muhan, you. Guruashi clearly heard the mockery in Lee Muhan's words, but the key was that she couldn't refute it. She's a parasite on the rich. Indeed, she has now entered the upper class by relying on a rich second-generation boy. Can you buy it with money? Indeed, she abandoned her boyfriend of many years for money. These words are all true, but the irony is that I just used these words to persuade Lee Muhan. Guruashi pointed at Xiaoyu and said, feeling somewhat embarrassed and angry. How can a dirty woman like her compare to me? As long as she has money, she can be any of the others on the street. Snap! Lee Muhan punched the wall behind Guruashi, forcing her to the wall. At this moment, his eyes were cold, as if emitting a penetrating cold light. Lee Muhan, you're actually going to hit me for this kind of woman? You. For the sake of my uncle and aunt, I won't hit you. Get out. By the way, I tell you, she's my woman. Can you leave now? This was the first time Guruashi saw Lee Muhan like this. When they were dating, Lee Muhan never even spoke to her loudly, and she thought that Lee Muhan would never lose his temper with anyone, like a submissive puppy. But now, the puppy actually bared its fangs at her. And the one who caused all this was that promiscuous B asterisk asterisk ch. Xiaoyu was also stunned, because she was just a monster, and there were humans who were willing to protect her after knowing her true identity. And he just said, I am his. You're hopeless, Lee Muhan. This isn't over yet. Take your money too. Lee Muhan stuffed the envelope back into Guruashi's hands. Guruashi walked quickly to the door, then turned around to look at Lee Muhan, and then looked at Xiaoyu, who had been silent. What a hungry woman, willing to pick up men that others don't want. Be asterisk asterisk. After whispering these words, Guruashi slammed the door and left. Lee Muhan breathed a sigh of relief, looked at his hand that had hit the wall and was bleeding, and fell in a deep thought. How could I suddenly lose control? Suddenly, someone gently held his hand. I don't know when, Xiaoyu came in front of Lee Muhan. She gently held Lee Muhan's hands with both hands and looked at Lee Muhan with some worry. Sorry, I should say that she's my ex-girlfriend. You don't have to pay attention to what she said. I'm going to take a shower and calm down. Lee Muhan wanted to pull his hand back, but Xiaoyu suddenly pushed him against the wall with amazing strength. She held Lee Muhan's hand tightly, and when she raised her head slightly, a pair of extremely charming blood-red eyes were staring at Lee Muhan. Sorry, I can't help it. Can you let me suck your blood again? You don't mean high-level vampires. No, look at the atmosphere, sister. I'm really sorry, but after sucking your blood last night, I gradually lost control of myself. Her voice trembled, and her eyes looking at Lee Muhan became extremely seductive because of hunger. It could be seen that Xiaoyu is trying her best to restrain herself. Maybe it's just like she said. If you don't drink blood for a long time, you may become weak, but you won't have such a strong desire for blood. I let her taste blood yesterday, which was like throwing a piece of fresh meat to a hungry beast. The temptation was irresistible. At least let me take a shower first. Lee Muhan smiled helplessly. Although extremely reluctant, Xiaoyu finally let go of Lee Muhan's hand. His face was full of reluctance. She opened her mouth slightly, and the two fangs that were faintly visible did not make Lee Muhan feel scared. Instead, he felt that the girl in front of him was extremely attractive. Be patient for a moment. I won't run away. Lee Muhan raised his hand and gently rubbed Xiaoyu's hair. Then he fled into the bathroom. Lee Muhan sorted out his thoughts while taking a shower. A lot has really happened during this period of time. My childhood sweetheart and girlfriend who I've been in love with for many years cheated on me and abandoned me decisively. When he was frustrated, he actually picked up a bad girl from school and brought her home. Later, he found out that the bad girl was not a human, but a vampire. He even let her suck his blood. This is all so incredible. After taking a shower, Lee Muhan, with a towel still on his head, just opened the bathroom door and found Xiaoyu standing at the door. The girl had now fully revealed her vampire form. Long silver hair, blood-red eyes, 2 sharp canine teeth, and a hungry and evil look. All of this told Li Muhan that he couldn't escape. "Excuse me, is it okay now?" Even so, she asked politely, a slight blush on her face. Li Muhan nodded, and just as he opened his mouth to say a pair of huge demon wings instantly closed and wrapped around Li Muhan. The girl's slender and petite body pressed against him, and the bath towel wrapped around her body suddenly slipped off. At this moment, Li Muhan and Xiaoyu's bodies were tightly pressed together. Before Li Muhan could feel the girl's delicate body too much, the 2 fangs had already impatiently stabbed towards Li Muhan's neck. Just like last time, the moment the 2 fangs pierced his body, an indescribable feeling of comfort filled his whole body. This feeling is simply addictive. He didn't struggle, but instead gently hugged the vampire's body. At the last moment of his consciousness fading, he heard the girl speak softly in his ear. "You just said I was your woman, so you have to take responsibility." He heard nothing after that. At the same time, after leaving the apartment, Guruashi went downstairs and got into a luxury supercar. "That brat, how dare he hit you? Damn it, I'm going to skin him alive." "No, dear, don't bother with that poor fellow. He's just not convinced. Let's ignore him." "Okay, listen to you, baby. Can we go now? I've made a reservation at a Sea View restaurant and have invited a music master to play for us. I remember you seem to like the piano very much." "Yeah, you're so nice, dear. Let's go now." Guruashi casually threw the photo frame out of the window. She didn't care about the frame or the picture inside. It's just because she's already the young master's fiancée, so she absolutely doesn't want this thing that represents her dark history to stay with her ex-boyfriend. But at the moment the sport car started, a pair of eyes glowing scarlet suddenly appeared from the shadows. "How dare you, you filthy and despicable human, humiliate my master like this?" Sizzle. As soon as the sports car started, one of its tires burst. The vehicle skidded instantly and crashed into a tree with a bang. Looking at the man and woman climbing out of the sports car in a panic, the figure in the shadows snorted coldly. "If it weren't for the Special Management Bureau, I would definitely not have given you such a small lesson today." After saying this, the figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. When the sound of vehicle collision and alarms came from downstairs, Xiaoyu gently propped herself up from the bed. Under her was the sleeping Li Muhan. She put on her coat, walked to the bed, and looked downstairs. A luxury supercar crashed into a tree due to a tire blowout, and many people were watching. Looking at the bustling crowd, Xiaoyu's gaze shifted to an empty alley nearby. As she stared at the alleyway where no breath of life had left her, Xiaoyu's purple eyes began to turn crimson. "Come out," she said coldly. Then a shadow flashed in from the window, and in the faint moonlight, a slender and tall, silver-haired girl appeared in Li Muhan's bedroom. She was wearing a white shirt on the upper body and a black long skirt on the lower body. Her delicate face looked particularly cold under the moonlight. "Owner." The silver-haired girl lifted her skirt slightly and knelt gracefully to Xiaoyu. "You did this, didn't you?" "Master, I don't want anyone to speak rudely to you." "Don't call me master. You're not my family." When talking to the silver-haired girl, Xiaoyu felt like a completely different person. Her eyes were cold and her expression was arrogant, and she no longer showed the timidity she had when facing Li Muhan before. The era of the vampires is over. Now is the era when humans dominate the world. If you're targeted by the Special Management Bureau, don't expect me to save you. "Master, rest assured, I will never implicate you. Or rather, you are." The girl looked at Li Muhan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly flashed red, and the next second, she appeared in front of the silver-haired girl, looking down at her coldly and speaking. "Don't think about him, Qian Gongyue. I'm not your master, and you are not my dependent. You don't need to follow me anymore. Go somewhere else. 2 vampires will not be allowed to exist in one city." "Owner," the silver-haired girl wanted to say something, but in the end, she slowly lowered her head, and then her body began to turn into a shadow. Finally, The shadow dispersed into a group of bats and flew out of the window. Xiaoyu turned around and walked back to the bed. Looking at the already sleeping Li Muhan, the expression on her face relaxed a little and her eyes returned to lavender. She gently stretched out her hand, wanting to touch Li Muhan's cheek, but her fingers stopped the moment they touched. In the end, she just lay down beside Li Muhan obediently and closed her eyes. The next day was Monday. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu both had early classes, so they had breakfast together and went to the university. I'm in the teaching building over there. After saying that, Xiaoyu waved to Li Muhan and left. For some reason, Li Muhan felt that Xiaoyu didn't seem willing to say a word to him at school, as if she was afraid of being seen as the same kind of person as him. Makikan. After school, Li Muhan was stopped by his good friend Luo Yang. This was one of Li Muhan's few friends. They were high school classmates and both knew Guruashi. Of course, he also knew about the relationship between Li Muhan and Guruashi. Are you and Guruashi completely finished? On the way home from school, Li Muhan accompanied Luo Yang. Luo Yang was pushing a bicycle, which was his favorite bike that he had been riding since junior high school. Well, it's over. What a shame. You two were so close in high school, and you were always showing off your affection in front of me. TSK. When Li Muhan and Guruashi were in high school, they spent almost every day together. Because Li Muhan was an orphan, Guruashi's parents took good care of him. Even the two elders have already regarded Li Muhan as their future son-in-law. Who could have imagined it would turn out like this? If Li Muhan told Luo Yang that he almost punched Guruashi twice yesterday, I wonder what Luo Yang's expression would be now. Seeing that Li Muhan hadn't said anything, Luo Yang thought he had touched his pain point and said with some guilt, "Okay, stop being unhappy. You're not working today, right?" "Well, I didn't work today." "Okay, buddy, I'll treat you to barbecue. I know a really delicious barbecue restaurant." Li Muhan originally wanted to refuse because he didn't know when Xiaoyu would come home or whether she would have food to eat when she got home. But after thinking about it, he gave her the spare key. At worst, I could just go home early and bring some barbecue back for her. So the two of them came to the barbecue restaurant. "Muhan, you're tall and handsome. Are you afraid of not finding a good woman? We don't want the kind of woman who would kick you away if she hooked up with a rich boy." After a few drinks, Luo Yang had almost forgotten his last name. He patted Li Muhan's shoulder and comforted him. But Li Muhan was extremely calm inside. The barbecue at this stall tastes really good. It's a rare opportunity for you to have a normal taste. Li Muhan smiled and joked to the drunk Luo Yang, remembering the ramen restaurant he had taken Li Muhan to before. The owner hadn't served the food for a long time, so Li Muhan urged him to hurry. The boss said directly, "Don't panic, it will come out soon." Li Muhan was completely dumbfounded. He looked around and found that this place was very popular. Most of the customers were young people, and there were also some old men and women sitting at the same table. But no matter which table it was, there were no two men like theirs. "Muhan, you don't believe what I said, right? I said you can do it. Then you definitely can. If you want to find a girlfriend, you can find one in minutes. Look, that girl is pretty good." Li Muhan looked in the direction of Luo Yang's finger and saw a waitress at a barbecue stall. The waitress was slender and petite, with long black hair tied into a ponytail and a mask on her face, so her face couldn't be seen. She was wearing an ordinary white, long-sleeved sweatshirt, which felt a little too big on her and obviously didn't fit her, etc. Li Muhan narrowed his eyes. Why did the clothes the girl was wearing look so familiar? He seemed to have the same clothes. Although the waitress was wearing a mask, her eyes were very beautiful, even emitting a hint of lavender fluorescence. "Hello, is this your barbecue?" Just at this moment, the girl came over and put a handful of barbecue on the plate. There was a hint of ethereality and a hint of coldness in her voice, like the night breeze blowing past, giving people a bright and refreshing feeling. Li Muhan felt that her voice was extremely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere more than once recently. "Yes, thank you." Li Muhan nodded. The girl turned and left. But Li Muhan's eyes were still fixed on her back, and he was about to remember. "Hey, Li Muhan, what's wrong with you lately?" Luo Yang's voice interrupted Li Muhan's thoughts. "You've already drunk 6 bottles of wine. How come your face isn't even red? I remember you couldn't hold your liquor very well. You'd be dead after 2 bottles. How come you're so strong now? After being reminded by Luo Yang, Li Muhan realized that he had actually finished 6 bottles of beer. Although it was not too much, he really didn't feel anything at all now, compared to Luo Yang, who was already a little drunk. Li Muhan's face didn't even turn red. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. What do you think of that girl just now? What's going on? Li Muhan ate the skewers while picking up the cup and drinking it all. This time he savored it carefully. After drinking the beer, he didn't feel anything except a bloated stomach. It was as if the alcohol had lost its effect on him. Let me tell you, even though she's wearing a mask, based on my experience of seeing countless women, she's definitely a beauty. Lao Luo, you haven't even had a girlfriend, and you dare to claim that you've seen countless women? Li Muhan joked with a smile. Luo Yang was obviously a little drunk. He picked up the cup and pointed at Li Muhan drunkenly. Don't look down on me. I just don't want to be in a relationship. If I wanted to, I would, in a minute. Seeing Li Muhan's face full of disbelief, Luo Yang became anxious. He grabbed Li Muhan and walked away. You don't believe it? I'll prove it to you right now. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, the busiest time for the barbecue stall. The waitress, just now, seemed to be a newbie, and she was scolded by the boss for serving the wrong dishes several times. Now I'm picking up the garbage from a table of guests who have left. Girl, hello! Suddenly, Luo Yang pulled Li Muhan to the waitress and shouted hello to the waitress who was cleaning the table. Hello. The girl raised her head and looked at Luo Yang with her bright eyes. Can you date me, please? Li Muhan didn't expect that Luo Yang actually said it. He now felt that the atmosphere was extremely awkward because the girl was looking at him with a puzzled look, tilting her head. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. After a long while, the girl said lightly. Luo Yang felt as if he had suffered a huge blow. I told you not to humiliate yourself. Now is that okay? Li Muhan patted Luo Yang on the back, but before Luo Yang could answer, the waitress had already walked to Li Muhan's side. She raised her eyes and looked at Li Muhan and said, Tonight is my first day of work. I might be home late. You don't have to wait for me. Li Muhan was stunned in his attempt to comfort Luo Yang. Luo Yang was also dumbfounded. He turned his head and looked at Li Muhan blankly, then looked at the girl. You two know each other? Before Li Muhan could speak, Xiaoyu nodded and said, He's my boyfriend. Luo Yang collapsed on the chair, pointing at Li Muhan in astonishment. Xiaoyu. Li Muhan finally recognized Xiaoyu. Why are you here? After all, I can't live in your house for nothing. I also want to do a part-time job like you to earn some money, at least to supplement my living expenses. Looking at the girl in front of him, Li Muhan suddenly found it a little unbelievable that a beautiful vampire girl was working at a barbecue stall so late at night. Luo Yang was completely paralyzed at this point, and he didn't even have the energy to ask Li Muhan what was going on. Seeing him like this, Li Muhan had no choice but to call a taxi for him. As for his bicycle, he could only push it home and return it to him tomorrow. After seeing Luo Yang off, Li Muhan returned to the barbecue stall to pay the bill. It was clearly agreed that Luo Yang would treat him, but in the end he ended up paying the bill himself. Li Muhan smiled bitterly. Xiaoyu was still busy, and Li Muhan didn't want to disturb her anymore. He originally wanted to wait for her to go home together, but she seemed a bit annoying sitting at someone else's barbecue stall without eating. So he stood up and found an opportunity to say something to Xiaoyu. Then go home and be careful. Then he left. Pushing Luo Yang's car, Li Muhan was on his way home. The cold wind on winter nights blew into his coat. Li Muhan always felt cold and sleepy when he got home from work in the middle of the night. It was almost unbearable. But today he felt nothing at all in the face of the cold wind. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening, but he didn't feel sleepy at all. What was even more strange was that he had to rely on the flashlight on his mobile phone to navigate this section of road without any streetlights. But now, Li Muhan can see every corner of this darkness clearly. Just when Li Muhan reached the middle of the path, a car suddenly blocked his way. 4 or 5 men in black suits got out of the car. Li Muhan had a bad feeling and wanted to retreat, but his back was also blocked by a car, and several men in black suits got out of the car. Are you Lee Muhan? The last person to get off the bus was a tall and handsome man, about the same age as Lee Muhan, but he looked very imposing and looked like the son of a wealthy family. It's me, brothers. I'm not here to rob you guys. Lee Muhan smiled and tried to delay time while looking for a way to escape. He grew up in a hellish orphanage and was very alert to danger. He knew that these people tonight had bad intentions, even though he was good at fighting. But these men in suits all look very skilled, and 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. If I try to fight them head-on, I will definitely suffer the consequences. You're the one who hit my girlfriend, aren't you? The man walked up to Lee Muhan with a sneer. He kept covering his mouth with a high-end handkerchief, as if the air and smell here were very unbearable for him. Is your girlfriend the wall in my house? In fact, Lee Muhan already knew that this man was the rich young master that Guru Ashi was with. If I had known earlier, I would have punched Guru Ashi directly in the face. In the end, I still couldn't avoid this trouble. The man took a deep breath of the scent on the handkerchief, and his expression softened slightly. After confirming Lee Muhan's identity, the young master turned around and got into the car. Before getting in, he waved and whispered something. Get started. Then a group of men in suits attacked Lee Muhan from the front and back. Lee Muhan suddenly pushed the bicycle in his hand, first blocking the 4 men in black in front of him for a while, and then turned around and rushed towards the men in black behind him. What he didn't expect was that his dynamic vision and physical strength were, for some reason, much stronger than before. Lee Muhan originally had good physical fitness, and now, after his body was inexplicably strengthened, these men were unable to subdue him in a short period of time. Damn it, I usually spend money to support you, but now you can't even deal with a little kid, right? Zhao Qinquan sat in the back seat of the car with the door wide open, and he would smell the handkerchief every time he spoke. These men were originally martial artists. After some effort, they relied on their numbers and finally captured Lee Muhan. Fists rained down on Lee Muhan, and he quickly gave up resistance, as resistance at this point would only result in him being beaten even harder. So Lee Muhan tried his best to protect his head and abdomen to avoid some fatal injuries, while also looking for a suitable opportunity to counterattack. Okay, bring him to me. The rich second-generation young master was sitting in the passenger seat of the car, with the door wide open, watching the situation here. Lee Muhan was grabbed like a rag and dragged to the side of the car. He was covered in wounds at this point and couldn't even stand steadily. Do you think I'm giving you trouble because you punch her? He slowly squatted in front of Lee Muhan, lit a cigarette, and looked at Lee Muhan lying on the ground as if he were looking at garbage. You're wrong. Do you really think I'd be so interested in that kind of woman? I just thought she looked okay and wanted to have some fun. Of course, she can also use my resources to work her way up the ladder. Boy, your ex-girlfriend is much smarter than you. The young master grabbed Lee Muhan's hair and forced Lee Muhan to stare at him. Young master, I've already beaten you, that's enough. Lee Muhan said weakly that he had thought such a rich and powerful person would still be more sensible in doing things. But to be honest, he really overestimated the young master's brain. She said you two have known each other since high school, and she got together with you because you were so persistent. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I don't want to see you two in contact again. Zhao Qinquan slapped Lee Muhan's face with his hand, obviously not wanting to let Lee Muhan go. What surprised me was that this woman was a virgin, and she even asked me to be responsible for her. It made me laugh to death. She didn't let you touch her for so long, you know? It's only been a week, and I only added her contact information for a week, and she wanted to get a room with me after a meal and a phone. Having said that, Zhao Qinquan took a deep puff of cigarette and spit it on Lee Muhan's face. Your girlfriend is very moist. Zhao Qinquan snapped his fingers, and a man in a suit next to him immediately brought a camera. Lee Muhan was now completely exhausted and could only allow the men in suits to lift him up. I'll show you something nice. Zhao Qinquan threw away the cigarette, and put the camera in front of Lee Muhan. Lee Muhan slowly moved his eyes towards the camera, and he saw a naked man and a naked woman lying on the bed doing something unspeakable. And that woman was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Guruashi. Why? You can't recognize her after she takes off her clothes. This is your ex-girlfriend. Look how sexy she is in bed. This must be a side of her you have never seen in your life, right? Zhao Qinkuan put his arm around Li Muhan's shoulders, as if he was appreciating something interesting with a friend. I know you're furious now, but you should accept reality. I also want to tell you that your girlfriend is just one of my many toys. You know, it's really fun to have S*X with a woman who has never seen the world. Anger? Is Li Muhan angry? He should be angry, but he was now extremely calm. When he saw Guruashi Jiao being pressed on the bed by Zhao Qinkuan and gasping for breath, he just felt sad. I felt sad for Guruashi, but not angry at all. Master, be more civilized. Be careful of the internet police knocking on your door. Can you let me go first? Snap. Zhao Qinkuan turned off the camera, ignored Li Muhan's words, and then grabbed Li Muhan's hair. Boy, no matter how much I say, you probably won't be able to feel the gap between us, so I'm not going to waste my words. I'm a germaphobe, so before I get tired of playing with that little B***ch, you can't say another word to her. Do you understand? You B********D without a father or a mother. You F********G. Just when Zhao Qinkuan was about to make a harsh remark, he suddenly saw Li Muhan's eyes. He originally thought he would see Li Muhan's frightened or angry eyes. But no, that look was as calm as water, even cold and a little scary. After all, everyone has only one life. Li Muhan's life is life. This young master's life is life. Just when Zhao Qinkuan made harsh words, Li Muhan had already calculated the situation. It's not a big problem to exchange one for one with this young master. But the brainless Zhao Qinkuan obviously took Li Muhan's look as a provocation and contempt for himself. A hint of murderous intent flashed in the young master's eyes. He wiped the stain with a handkerchief, then stood up, took out a baseball bat from the trunk of the car, and walked back to Li Muhan with a sneer. You're really looking for death? Huh? What? I didn't say a word. Bang! Before Li Muhan could finish his words, the baseball bat hit Li Muhan hard on the head. A muffled sound echoed in the silent winter night, and blood instantly flowed down Li Muhan's head. You're just a piece of trash. You'll always be stuck at the bottom of the heap. After saying that, he threw away the baseball bat, and several men in black also let go of Li Muhan and prepared to get in the car. Damn, that was a bad move. This B********D really doesn't treat people as human beings. He kills people without any hesitation. Li Muhan was dizzy at this time, his eyes were blood red, and he could hardly hear the sound from the outside world. He tried desperately to raise his head, and in a daze he saw the rich second generation and the man in black get into the car. Li Muhan tried hard to breathe, but every breath made his chest hurt like it was exploding. Maybe I'm going to die. Li Muhan felt his body gradually becoming cold, and the pain slowly began to dissipate. His vision was gradually surrounded by a black mist, and his body was gradually sinking, as if countless hands were dragging him into an endless abyss. Li Muhan woke up to the low chanting of an ancient language. The voice, like an echo from ancient times, penetrated his chaotic thoughts and led him out of his vague dream. He moved his body slightly and slowly opened his eyes, feeling no pain. Then he found that his head was intact, as if the conflict with Zhao Qinkuan and others just now was just a brief illusion. He stood up with his hands on the ground and looked around. He found himself in complete darkness, with the only source of light being the giant stone gate standing in front of him. The door was incredibly tall, tens of meters high, as if it was a weight that nature could not bear, and it was forcibly inserted into the endless darkness. The door is not made of iron, but thick stone, and its surface is covered with complex runes. They flicker in the darkness, revealing a deep and ancient power. These runes are like secret codes, weaving into a mysterious totem. Surrounding the runes were lifelike reliefs, each depicting a distorted, hideous monster, like a demon from the depths of hell. Well, even if this is heaven, it's probably Nintendo. Li Muhan smiled self-deprecatingly. He would eventually go to hell. Li Muhan carefully placed his hand on the door and pushed it. The heavy door did not move at all. Just as he was wondering, an indescribable whisper came into his mind along with his hands touching the door. A large amount of meaningless language has poured in. It was a language Li Muhan had never heard before, but it was like it was engraved on his soul. He could remember and recite it completely. Li Muhan followed the voice in his head and recited this ancient spell. As the spell was finished, the heavy iron door slowly opened inward with a loud bang. Li Muhan originally thought he would see a sea of blood and corpses, or a terrifying scene like a demon's lair. But the opposite is true. Inside the door was a huge opera house. Li Muhan had seen this kind of opera house on TV before, with the auditorium arranged in a circle surrounding the stage. Li Muhan had already stood at the center of the stage without knowing when. Snap! The spotlight hit Li Muhan's head. Li Muhan squinted his eyes under the strong light. It took him a long time to see clearly. Those dark figures in the audience weren't human at all. Instead, there are statues of various shapes one after another. Is this the world after death? That's too abstract. Li Muhan couldn't help but complain. At this moment, the eyes of a statue in the audience seats directly in front of them lit up red. Li Muhan was right in line of sight with it. In an instant, he was pulled into another dimension. This is a ruined temple with dim light and broken walls all around. Only a throne remains intact, and on the throne sat a young man. He was handsome, with golden runes engraved on his black skin. His white hair looked very messy. Li Muhan couldn't recognize the clothes he was wearing, but they looked a bit like ancient Babylonian style. However, the young man's eyes, which were shining with a dim golden light, were looking blankly ahead, as if he was passing through Li Muhan and looking at the endless void behind Li Muhan. "Dude, how do we get to the underworld?" Li Muhan asked as he walked to the throne. But the boy did not answer. He just supported his chin with his hand and muttered to himself, "Why do we lose? Why do we lose?" At this moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Li Muhan's mind. "Demon Ball. Level, world destroying. Soul status, damaged. Mission, help Ball repair his soul. Every time the soul is repaired to a certain stage, you will gain a part of Baal's power. Current recovery level, 0%. Li Muhan looked at the young man in front of him who looked like he had been beaten stupidly. He was actually the first demon god among the 72 demon gods who had signed a contract with King Solomon. King Ball. Li Muhan didn't know much about the myths and legends of King Solomon. He only knew that he was a king of ancient Israel who signed a pact with the devil to gain supreme wisdom. No wonder this Ball looks like a fool. It turns out that his soul is missing. But why is it described as a prisoner? Also, why do I see foreign demons after I die? Could this world be a giant battlefield? Will every dead soul eventually end up in the same place? Li Muhan suddenly had another idea in his mind. Baal's soul is broken. If I can repair his soul, does it mean that I can fight back? Thinking of this, he cheered up and started to communicate with Baal. After all, you have to know the root cause of the disease before you can help him repair it. "Hello, my name is Li Muhan. Are you really Baal? The first of the 72 demons. Hey, you know, there are many images of you in the game. In the game, you're a general who controls thunder and lightning. Isn't that awesome? At least you can say something back." Finally, Li Muhan was helpless. No matter what he said, the boy ignored him. So he decided to use the last resort and slapped Ball in the face with his hand. Snap! The crisp sound echoed in the empty temple ruins. Ball seemed to wake up suddenly. He raised his head slightly and looked at Li Muhan, his eyes full of confusion. "Who are you?" Before Li Muhan could speak, a voice in his head suddenly reminded him. "Baal's soul has been awakened. Current restoration level, 1%. You have gained Baal's attention and are gaining power from him." Holy crap! Li Muhan cursed in his heart. Isn't it just a matter of slapping him and it's turned on? If I slap him a few more times, his soul will be brought back to me? Before he could react, his body was suddenly taken over by a mysterious force, which seemed to be tampering with every cell in his body. This gave Li Muhan a feeling of rebirth. When the force subsided, the young man in front of him slowly stood up. He walked barefoot, step by step, to Li Muhan's side. At the same time, the voice reappeared in Li Muhan's mind. Learn boundary skills. 10,000 thunders kill. Domain ability. Within the domain, your strength, endurance, speed, and mental strength increase tenfold. Within the realm, you can gain Baal's power over thunder and lightning. Within the realm, you can absorb the electricity of all electrical appliances in the area to strengthen yourself. In the realm, as long as the thunder and lightning continue, you will be immortal. Boundary range, 1 kilometer radius. Realm level, level 2. Whoever awakens me will also receive my power. Human, I know exactly what you seek. Your dying body desires a new life. Li Muhan was stunned. He slowly raised his head to look at the white-haired boy who was half a head taller than him, and then his lips moved slightly. Who wants to die when they can live? The boy stared at Li Muhan, his golden pupils revealing an invisible majesty. But Li Muhan did not avoid his gaze at all. This seemed to amuse the white-haired boy, and he sneered. Power isn't so easy to control. If you don't believe me, you can try and see if you can withstand even 1% of my power. After saying that, the boy raised his hand and flicked it lightly. Li Muhan's consciousness was immediately pulled out of his body and flew into the darkness deep in the temple. At the same time, Zhao Qinquan spat at Li Muhan's body lying on the ground and returned to his car cursing. Damn it! Why would Guru Ashi like this idiot before? He refused to pay and insisted on seeking death. Zhao Qinquan sat in the passenger seat and lit a cigarette. Master, the master said that no one should be killed under any circumstances, but you. A bodyguard looked at Zhao Qinquan with some embarrassment and said, Just handle it. This isn't the first time you've done this. Deal with it cleanly. I've checked. He's an orphan with no relatives. No one would care about such a person even if he were to disappear in a thin air. Wait, is it going to rain? Zhao Qinquan took a puff of his cigarette and looked at the night sky outside the car window. The originally silent sky began to roll with thunderclouds, and lightning flashed in the clouds. This horrible weather, but it will also make things convenient for you. While we wait for it to rain, take his body. He looked at Li Muhan outside the car jokingly. But at this moment he froze. Because Li Muhan's body, which was supposed to be lying unconscious on the ground, was gone. At this moment, a loud bang came from the roof of the car. What the hell? What the F*** K is going on? The young master looked up at the dented roof in astonishment. Several men in black quickly got out of the car to check the situation. One of them just got out of the car and turned around to look at the roof and was so scared that he fell to the ground. Because Li Muhan, who was supposed to be lying on the ground, was now standing on the roof of the car. His shirt tore open, revealing a body covered in strange runes. His hands had turned into pitch-black claws, which were even wrapped in lightning. What is even more frightening is that Li Muhan has a devil-like horn growing on his head and a long black tail growing from his tail vertebrae. The monster stared at the crowd with its golden pupils. The corners of his mouth stretched into an evil smile. The realm is opened, and thousands of thunders lead to killing. At the moment the monster said this in a hoarse voice, the thunder clouds rushed towards the earth in an instant, and quickly spread to a radius of 1 kilometer around the demon. Then the thunder did not dissipate, but enveloped the entire 1 kilometer. A field composed of thunder and lightning was formed. Within a 1 kilometer radius, all furniture or vehicles that could generate electricity suddenly stopped functioning, and countless bolts of lightning slowly moved towards the center of the area. That is where the monsters gather. Strange. Monster. When the lightning streaked across the night sky and illuminated the roof of the car, several men in black screamed in fear. And this sound seemed to attract the attention of the monster on the roof. The thick barbed tail slammed hard on the roof of the car, creating a dent in it. All the men in suits pulled out their guns and pointed them at the demon standing on the roof of the car. The guns appear purely for show. Don't take it too seriously. Shoot! Shoot! Bang, bang, bang. Bullets poured out like raindrops, but when they approached the monster's body, They were all blocked by an electric current. When the bullets were used up, everyone was dumbfounded. I saw a dense wall of bullets forming in front of the demon. What the hell is that? The man in the suit screamed in fear, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. Looking down, he saw that the demon's claws, flashing with lightning, had pierced his chest. Blood gushed out instantly. His body twitched violently for a few times before finally coming to a complete stop. His eyes were filled with endless fear and astonishment, and it was obvious that he had never imagined that he would end his life so hastily. Help! Ah! Help! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Damn! Don't kill me! A massacre followed. Wherever the lightning flashed, a man in black was torn into pieces by the monster. In an instant, screams, gunshots, and the sound of thunder and lightning intertwined to compose a rhapsody of hell's lament. When the last man in black died at the monster's claws, everything returned to silence. And what about Zhao Qianquan? The monster's tail just now dented the roof of the car, causing the door frame to be completely deformed and unable to be opened. He was now stuck in the back seat, holding a pistol in his hand, holding his head and trembling. No. There was no movement outside, but Zhao Qianquan still didn't dare to look up. He prayed that this would all be over quickly, and he prayed that the monster would not notice him. But all this is impossible. A heavy breath broke the silence. Who? Who is it? I'm a son of the Zhao group. Don't touch me. My dad. Before he could finish his words, a claw suddenly stretched out from outside the car and violently pulled the young master who was curled up in the back seat out. The young master was held in the air by the monster's claws, and he struggled to raise the gun in his hand and fired several shots at the monster's head. But the bullet was still blocked by the invisible electric barrier in front of the monster. All this made Zhao Qianquan despair. I'm sorry. I'll give your woman back to you. I'll give you whatever you want. You want money? I have money. I have a lot of money. The monster tilted its head slightly, and its emotionless golden pupils stared at Zhao Qianquan as if it were staring at a lamb to be slaughtered. Suddenly, he smiled, that scary smile again. Then the monster raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, and with incredible precision, it turned Zhao Qianquan's right hand into ashes, leaving no bones or flesh behind. My hand! Pain and fear tortured Zhao Qianquan. He had never even had a scratch on his skin since he was a child, but now one of his hands was gone, and it was blasted into pieces by a monster with lightning. Zhao Qianquan's cheeks were covered with snot and tears. He knew that he was going to die today, but the monster didn't seem to want to kill him, but wanted to torture him for a long time. Just when a monster was about to stretch out its claws to dig out Zhao Qianquan's eyes, the thunderclouds above the original boundary suddenly seemed to be torn open by someone. Then a bright full moon hung in the sky. The pure white moonlight shone from the thunderclouds. Along with the moonlight came a girl with huge wings. The girl's long silver hair fluttered in the wind, and her blood-red eyes looked down at the demon from above. The realm is open, Scarlet Hunt. As the girl spoke, the bright moon instantly turned scarlet, and then the blood-red moonlight completely dispersed the thunderclouds and shone on the city. The devil raised his head and looked at Xiaoyu, a hint of excitement in his golden eyes. He left Zhao Qianquan, who was almost fainting from the pain, and faced the girl floating under the blood moon. Wake up, Li Muhan. Xiaoyu looked at the devil coldly and said, but this demon has almost no rationality other than its bloodlust. Now he regarded Xiaoyu as another hunter, a hunter who had entered his territory. Xiaoyu seemed to realize that communication was impossible now, so she sighed and slowly stretched out her claws. Boom! Thunder roared again. The devil bent down slightly, and then suddenly pounced towards Xiaoyu in midair. His movements were extremely fast and powerful, like a cannonball with lightning. Xiaoyu, who had transformed into a vampire, used just one hand to hold down the face of the monster that was rushing towards her, then dived down and pinned the monster to the ground. At the same time, the tips of her wings nailed the monster's arms to the ground like nails. Through the gaps between Xiaoyu's fingers, The devil's chaotic eyes stared at the vampire in front of him. And then there was another strange smile. Xiaoyu's face was frosty, as if she knew that Li Muhan was about to resist. Before he could resist, Xiaoyu suddenly exerted force with the hand that was holding Li Muhan's head and actually pressed a crack in the ground. Calm down, Li Muhan. Learn to control this power and don't let it lead you astray. Li Muhan's pupils slowly moved upwards, and his eyes were filled with surprise and then teasing as he looked at Xiaoyu. An ancient language uttered from his mouth. Then a bolt of lightning suddenly struck Xiaoyu. The wings behind Xiaoyu flapped rapidly, helping the girl avoid the lightning attack. The demon who managed to escape grabbed Xiaoyu, who had not yet stood firm, at an astonishing speed. Then the thick devil's tail pierced through the girl's body with a swish. The girl's petite body was pierced and lifted into the air, with blood continuously gushing out from her abdomen. But there was no expression of pain on her face. On the contrary, the demon froze after piercing Xiaoyu with his tail, and then his golden pupils began to dim and his body began to tremble. Looking around again, he saw broken corpses everywhere, and Li Muhan woke up at this moment. He killed people, many, many people. Finally, he said to Xiaoyu in front of him with a trembling voice, Xiaoyu, was it I who hurt you? I did all this. Xiaoyu was hung in front of the devil's tail. She slowly raised her hand, cupped the devil's cheek, and spoke in a gentle voice. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Then her wings slowly closed, wrapping Li Muhan's body in them. Then Xiaoyu suddenly opened her mouth, and a pair of terrifying fangs flashed fluorescent light under the lightning. The fangs sank into Li Muhan's neck like a dose of sedative. His body slowly stopped shaking, and the runes on his body gradually faded away, leaving only the demon's horns and tail. It transformed back into human form again. The lightning barriers surrounding the area also collapsed at this moment. Li Muhan felt as if the power and restless emotions that had driven him almost crazy had been sucked away and suddenly disappeared completely. His expression slowly began to calm down, and his eyes regained their luster from the chaotic darkness. My head hurts. He felt weak, and everything that had just happened seemed like a nightmare. You're just tired, go to sleep. There was still a trace of Li Muhan's blood at the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth. After licking the blood, she gently lifted up the sleeping Li Muhan and then glanced at Zhao Qingquan, who was lying on the ground, covering his severed hand and was so scared that he peed his pants. No, don't kill me. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Zhao Qingquan already looked a little weak due to excessive blood loss, and he was so scared that his face was covered with tears and snot. Xiaoyu ignored him and hugged Li Muhan's body. The next moment, she turned into a shadow, which then dispersed into countless bats and disappeared into the silent winter night. And the blood-red moon in the sky gradually returned to its original state. At this time, it was a bank building in Tianhai City. The first-floor lobby of the bank, which had long since closed, was still bustling with people coming in and out. However, these people did not go through the main entrance. Instead, they went straight down to the 5th underground floor through a hidden elevator on the side. And this is an action point specially set up by a certain organization. At this time, sharp and piercing alarms were constantly sounding on the 5th underground floor, urging the staff to rush to their workstations as soon as possible. The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes while putting on her suit jacket. She took the coffee handed to her by her colleague and walked quickly with the others to the deepest intelligence hall. At this time, people had gathered in the intelligence hall, 2 men and 2 women, and each of them exuded an extraordinary aura between their brows. 2 different boundary reactions appeared at the same time. Is it a territorial dispute? Is it related to the sudden thunderstorm that just came? The middle-aged man in a black windbreaker said with a frown, If this is a turf war, can we still stay here and discuss it? A shrewd and capable woman wearing glasses spoke coldly to the man. According to our intelligence, the incident occurred in the western district of Tianhai City on a rarely visited side street. There are almost no residents or businesses nearby, and there is no damage to the street or buildings. Another tall woman projected the information. The picture showed a street where a dozen staff members in black uniforms were putting corpses into body bags one after another. 10 people died at the scene, one was injured, and we have no record of the alien's boundary reaction. After listening to the tall woman's report, the man in the black windbreaker snorted coldly and said, "What about the other one? Catastrophe-level boundary reaction." After hearing what the woman said, the man in the black windbreaker suddenly stood up. At that moment, cold sweat soaked his back. What? Disaster level? What are the people in the Special Management Bureau doing? They actually allow a disaster-level monster to appear in the city. The girl sitting on the chair stood up without saying a word. She was wearing a black suit and looked to be about 20 years old. Her black shoulder-length hair was tied into a neat ponytail, and she always has this kind of unfathomable smile on her face. Now she stood up, and everyone's eyes were on her. Regarding this point, I would like to explain that this natural disaster-grade individual is registered with our Special Management Bureau. When these words came out, the others were a little surprised. Tianhai City has a registered natural disaster-level anomaly? Why have we never known about this? Deputy Director Lin, do you want to explain? The girl called Deputy Director Lin glanced at the man in the black windbreaker and ignored his questioning. The others also looked at the girl, seemingly having the same doubts. She slowly picked up the coffee cup on the table, stirred it, and said with a smile, "The Special Management Bureau is independent of all agencies, whether it's the CIA, the Ministry of State Security, or the military. We have no obligation to report to you." Director Lin, that's not quite right. If you don't need us, why did you call us here? The woman with glasses adjusted her thin-framed glasses and said with some dissatisfaction, "Director Wei, don't be angry. Since we've invited you here for this matter, we don't intend to hide it." The girl picked up a tablet and walked over to the screen. As everyone just learned, there are 2 boundary reactions that appeared in the city this time. The one with the natural disaster level has been under our supervision for 15 years. She moved her fingers a few times on the screen, and the file of a beautiful black-haired girl immediately appeared on the projection. The name of the file clearly read Shalia. "Then please tell me what this Shalia is like," the man in the black windbreaker said. Shalia, real name unknown, mythology unknown, years of existence unknown, a rather special alien. The alien race is vampire, but different from ordinary vampires. She wasn't keen on creating followers to increase her power. Instead, she was eager to take root in human society and live a human life. 5 years ago, she was adopted by an elderly couple and renamed Xiaoyu. 15 years ago, I acted as her guarantor and allowed her to enter the Special Management Bureau. Now, she has come into contact with another alien for no apparent reason and even used the power of the realm. This matter naturally falls on my shoulders. I will be responsible for investigating thoroughly, including the other newly appeared alien. 15 years ago, everyone present was a little surprised. Director Lin said that she had sponsored this alien to enter the Special Management Bureau 15 years ago, but she looks less than 20 years old. Wasn't she just a child 15 years ago? As if she saw everyone's confusion, the girl smiled awkwardly. The girl's age is a secret. I hope everyone can understand. Okay, the Special Management Bureau is a special agency that manages aliens. Who can say that the person who can lead this special agency is not another kind of alien? After a brief description, Lindsay put down the tablet, picked up her coffee cup, and walked towards the door. "Hey, where are you going?" The man in the black windbreaker called out to Lindsay. Lindsay walked to the door, turned around, and looked at the man in the black windbreaker and smiled slightly. "Go and investigate, sir." After saying that, she closed the door and left. This woman is so rude. She's just leaving us here like this. I'm going to complain to her superiors. The tall woman patted the man in the windbreaker on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. "I advise you not to. If we go by rank, you have to call her Commander Lin, and the work she has to do cannot be delayed at all." Isn't she just a deputy director? Don't you understand the administrative hierarchy of the Special Management Bureau? And when it comes to the aliens, ordinary people like us have no way to deal with them. Who can blame the Special Management Bureau for being so powerful? So what are we here for? The man in the black windbreaker sat down on the chair helplessly. Soon, his question was answered and a mission briefing appeared on the projection. It was a photo of Zhao Qianquan, along with a brief description of the mission. This is the only survivor of this incident, Zhao Qianquan. His father is the president of the Zhao Group, so I hope that all departments can work together to resolve the aftermath of this incident. The three people who saw the mission all had unhappy expressions, especially the man in the black trench coat. We were called here just to clean up the mess for the Special Management Bureau. What? There's really no respect at all. I'm not going to do this. If you want to clean up their mess, go ahead. This time, the heads of several highest institutions have reached a consensus. What's the big deal? They're assigned tasks directly in this way. Do you really treat them as your minions? But at this moment, everyone received a text message on their mobile phones. The text message was sent by the same person, and everyone was stunned when they saw it. This is someone that even people in their position absolutely cannot disobey. The message contained only one sentence. Leaders of all departments are requested to fully cooperate with the work of the Special Management Bureau and ensure no mistakes. A few people looked at each other, and in the end, all the unhappiness could only turn into helpless, bitter smiles. The special nature of this Special Management Bureau in Huaxia country is that it can basically be said to be a special department independent of all administrative agencies. Its administrative level is so high that it is hard to imagine. Okay, now that we've come to this, let's get back to work. The tall woman was the first to speak out. She smiled at the others and was the first to leave the office. The woman with glasses adjusted her glasses, nodded slightly to the man in the black windbreaker, and then left the office. Finally, the man in the windbreaker was the only one left. He seemed to want to say something, but stopped himself. In the end, all his words turned into just one word: grass. At the same time, in the top-floor operating room of Tianhai City's most authoritative first hospital, a group of top-notch doctors who had rushed in from all over the place were nervously performing surgery on Zhao Qianquan. Although his arm was intact, it was split apart by electricity, and the cells at the connection were necrotic, so it could not be restored even if it was reconnected. What they have to do now is to save Zhao Qianquan's life as much as possible so that he will not suffer any sequelae from this car accident. At the door of the operating room, a tall man was sitting on a chair. He looked to be in his 50s, with a resolute face, especially his hawk-like eyes, which were fixed on the door of the operating room. He is Zhao Zhijiang, the boss of the Zhao Group, and also Zhao Qianquan's father. After learning that his son had been in a car accident, Zhao Zhijiang immediately flew over from another place. Although he had more than one son, he was not very satisfied with this son. But in the final analysis, it is one's own flesh and blood. Zhao Zhijiang didn't believe what the police told him about the car accident. All the bodyguards who followed his son were dead. He asked someone to check the scene, and there was no sign of a car accident. This is an act of revenge against oneself. Zhao Zhijiang, who has been in the business world for many years, knows very well that the business world is a battlefield. He has offended too many people, and he couldn't pinpoint his target for a while. But he swore that no matter how much force he used, he would make those who harmed his son pay the price. Li Muhan opened his eyes suddenly and saw the familiar ceiling. He was actually back in bed, and Xiaoyu was lying beside him. It seemed that his waking up also woke the girl up. Xiaoyu slowly stood up. What on earth happened last night? Li Muhan vaguely remembered that he lost consciousness after being humiliated and beaten by Zhao Qianquan. But he could still feel that he seemed to have seen a lot of blood and many people died at his hands. When he regained consciousness, he was already in the arms of Xiaoyu, who was in vampire form. I kill someone? Did I kill someone? Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu with trembling eyes. Xiaoyu sat on the edge of the bed, gently raised her hand and placed it on Li Muhan's shoulder and spoke gently. It's normal to lose control when you first activate the power of the realm. So, from now on, will I lose control whenever I use this power? Just when Xiaoyu was about to answer, there was a knock on the door. It's 9 o'clock in the evening. Why would someone come to the door at such a late hour? Li Muhan doesn't have many friends. Could it be that Luo Yang came to ask for his bicycle? Just as Li Muhan was stunned, a young woman's voice came from a door. "Excuse me, could you open the door? I'm not a bad person." Hearing this voice, Xiaoyu's expression became obviously nervous. When Li Muhan got up and opened the door, a tall, beautiful girl in a suit was standing outside. Her short hair was tied into a ponytail, and she had a vague smile on her face and was holding a plastic bag in her hand. "I bought some dinner on the way here. Can I come in?" The woman waved the bag in her hand towards Li Muhan. The aroma of food came from inside. Li Muhan didn't know this woman, but having been accustomed to all kinds of worldly affairs since childhood, he could read a hint of information from the woman's eyes. Although she seemed to have a smile on her face, there was a murderous look in the woman's eyes. "Sales? I'm not buying anything." Despite this, Li Muhan still tentatively wanted to refuse the other party. But it was obvious that this woman came prepared. She suddenly stretched out her hand, and Li Muhan and Xiaoyu, who walked out of the room and saw this scene, became nervous instantly. Especially Xiaoyu, when she saw the woman outside the door, she became alert. After seeing the woman reaching out her hand to Li Muhan, she almost opened the realm. But the woman just handed Li Muhan a work ID. "My name is Lin Zhe, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Look, I work for a state agency, not a bad person. Can you let me in for chat?" Li Muhan took the ID photo and looked at it again and again. He didn't recognize any ID for a state agency, and what is the Special Management Bureau? He looked back at Xiaoyu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Li Muhan was asking for her opinion, she nodded slightly. "Okay, come in." Li Muhan opened the door and made way for the woman named Lin Zhe. She immediately walked into the room and threw the bag on the table. When she saw Xiaoyu still standing in a daze at the door of the room, she waved. "Why are you standing there? Come and sit down." She treated this place as if it were her own home. Li Muhan went to the kitchen to pour Lin Zhe a cup of tea, but his eyes were still full of vigilance. After placing the teacup on the table, Li Muhan walked over to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu tugged at the corner of Li Muhan's clothes in dissatisfaction. "The cup is mine." Li Muhan then realized that the cup used to pour water for Lin Zhe was the one that Guruashi had left behind. "This cup is dirty. Let's throw it away after she drinks and buy a new one." "Oh." Although Xiaoyu was still a little dissatisfied, she nodded. The woman took a sip of tea and then took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket. "Can I smoke?" She looked at Li Muhan with a smile. "As you please." Li Muhan didn't think much of it. After getting the owner's consent, Lin Zhe immediately lit a cigarette for herself, leaned back in her chair, and, after blowing out a puff of smoke, she looked at Xiaoyu. "What? After not seeing you for a month, you're already so distant to me? Come and sit here." Lin Zhe patted the chair next to him as he spoke. Xiaoyu pouted and slowly walked to sit next to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe raised his hand as if nothing had happened and rubbed Xiaoyu's hair, which was still a little frizzy from just waking up. Li Muhan was dumbfounded. Is Xiaoyu really that obedient? Or is this woman so powerful that even Xiaoyu can't force her? "You're really causing me trouble, little moon." Don't call me that, I hate it." Although Xiaoyu's tone was cold, there was a feeling that she didn't dare to resist. The woman crushed the cigarette, but with her fingers, and looked at Li Muhan again. "Come over here too. Don't worry, I don't eat people." Li Muhan also realized that this woman was not an ordinary person. He walked to the opposite side of the table and sat down slowly. He exchanged glances with Xiaoyu. Both of them looked very uncomfortable. This feeling, it's as if G uncomfortable as meeting the parents. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Zhe, and I'm affiliated with the Huashan National Special Management Bureau. The so-called Special Management Bureau is an organization specifically responsible for taking in those special groups who are not considered human. When talking about special groups, Lin Zhe glanced at Xiaoyu. "You probably know the true identity of the lady next to you. I'm her guarantor, so I'm really troubled by her making such a commotion last night. If I don't handle it well, I'll be in big trouble. What happened yesterday was my fault. It has nothing to do with her." Li Muhan was about to get up immediately. Sit down, sit down." Lindsay smiled and waved at Li Muhan. If I really came to cause trouble for you, why would I buy you dinner? Lindsay leaned back, looked at Li Muhan for a while, and then his calm smile appeared on his face again. Actually, I know it was you last night. I didn't know who the other target was, but I figured it out the moment I walked into this apartment. There's a strong smell here, the smell of a demon. It's not what you think. This time, it was Xiaoyu's turn to stand up and defend Li Muhan, but Lindsay gently raised his hand and pushed her back into the chair. I'm your guarantor, so please trust me a little more, little moon. Do I look like someone who's unreasonable? So, what do you want to do with him? Xiaoyu did not retract her wary look. Don't get excited. I'm just here to investigate. It doesn't matter if he's a demon or something else. The most important thing is to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble for our work or the world. He won't, Xiaoyu said firmly. My dear, this is not your decision. My colleagues worked all night collecting those broken bodies. Lindsay looked at Li Muhan. Can you tell me, are you a native demon or a possessed human? At least according to my memory, I should be human, Li Muhan said. Lindsay nodded, then stood up and walked in front of Li Muhan. Xiaoyu was about to say something when Li Muhan looked up and shook his head at her. He could see that this woman named Lindsay had no ill will towards him and seemed to have a good relationship with Xiaoyu. Instead of letting them conflict here, it would be better to see what Lindsay wanted to do first. Good boy, you're so sensible. Seeing Li Muhan stopping Xiaoyu, Lindsay smiled slightly, then raised his hand, took off his gloves, and touched Li Muhan's chest. Li Muhan didn't make any movement, just quietly letting the other person feel his heartbeat. This power, Lindsay frowned slightly, which made Li Muhan swallow nervously. But after a moment, Lindsay's face was replaced with that indifferent smile. Tell me, what did that demon say to you? Are you still on the side of humans? He barely spoke to me. Am I even human now? Lindsay looked into Li Muhan's eyes and said, We don't know yet. It remains to be seen. Finally, Lindsay seemed tired of this confrontation, and she sighed and said, But you did kill someone after all, so friend or foe choose. Li Muhan finally felt a sense of reality at this moment, the feeling of killing someone. But despite this, he should have been acting in self-defense. No, his head was smashed, which could be considered as the other party killing first. Why should he still be held responsible? Whatever you want to do, I hope I can have a chance to refute it. Aren't you a state agency? Regarding what happened last night, I feel... Puff. Before Li Muhan finished speaking, Lindsay couldn't help laughing. Sorry, I was just teasing you. You didn't really think we'd care about upstarts like the Zhao family, did you? It's better to say the fewer upstarts who commit such evil deeds, the better. Alas, they're also big taxpayers. So, as the deputy director, I still have to ask you this. Don't worry, I won't pursue the people you, or the demon inside you, killed. The Special Management Bureau isn't bothered to investigate either. Seeing that Li Muhan didn't say anything, Lindsay continued to talk to himself. You have a powerful force in your body that you don't even understand, and this force needs to be guided. Lindsay's smiling face suddenly made Li Muhan feel a little scared. Do you know where the power in me comes from? Li Muhan asked, and the woman in front of him came closer and looked at Li Muhan carefully, until Xiaoyu angrily pulled Lindsay away from Li Muhan. She smiled and shook her head. I'm sorry, Huaxia isn't home to many demons, and the Special Management Bureau has rarely taken in any demons, so I don't know the true condition of your body. But I can guarantee you one thing. If you don't learn how to control this power, it's only a matter of time before this demon takes over your body. Li Muhan was silent. Indeed, he only vaguely remembered what happened last night. If using power will result in one being replaced by a monster, then this power cannot be said to be one's own, and one himself is nothing more than a tool of the monster. She was right that I needed guidance and learning, but how can I trust this person I just met? I don't intend to become anyone's puppet or slave, whether it's the demon in my body or your so-called Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan said coldly. He was testing, wanting to know what the other party could do for him. But Lindsay didn't seem to intend to reveal more, at least at this stage. You don't need to be our slave. We can be partners. Of course, if you can kill me, everything I said before is bullshit. You can do whatever you want, and you don't need others to guide you. After all, you have power, and those who have power have all to say. Lindsay has been emphasizing the importance of strength to Lee Muhan, and Lee Muhan seems to understand the hidden meaning in her words. What I mean is that you are very powerful, but you don't know how to control it. I, and the Special Management Bureau behind me, can help you. Lee Muhan looked at the woman in front of him. Although she was petite, she gave him an extremely oppressive feeling. But I'm very strong. Seeing Lee Muhan standing there without any movement, Lindsay returned to her indifferent smile. She saw the confusion in Lee Muhan's eyes, so she decided to give the boy some time. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I can say that the Special Management Bureau is the best destination for you right now. Of course, this is just a suggestion. We won't force you to join us. After saying that, Lindsay wiped his fingers that had just put out the cigarette with the tissue on the table and walked to the door. 3 days to think about it, to think it over carefully. It won't do you any harm. After saying that, he closed the door and left. Xiaoyu and Lee Muhan, who stayed in the room, did not speak. Lee Muhan sat on the chair, looking at his hands. Xiaoyu thought Lee Muhan was thinking about how she killed more than 10 people yesterday, and was about to comfort Lee Muhan, but Lee Muhan suddenly raised his head and gave her a silly smile. It's okay. Everything will work out. There will always be a way. You're such a fool. In fact, Lee Muhan's character has always been like this. He can stand up even if he suffers a big blow. This is not because he had a good childhood or good teachers and friends. On the contrary, the environment in which he grew up can be described as cruel as hell. In fact, until now, Lee Muhan can still feel that the demons in the theater in his heart are staring at him hungrily. They would like to see Lee Muhan become discouraged and depraved so that they can get this body sooner. It's just that I might not be considered human anymore, which is a bit of shame. Lee Muhan smiled and scratched his head. Xiaoyu suddenly remembered something. She reached out and grabbed Lee Muhan's wrist, then looked straight into his eyes. I'll show you something. After saying this, Xiaoyu didn't wait for Lee Muhan to refute and directly pulled his hand to the window. Close your eyes. Huh? Why would you? Don't ask, just close your eyes. Looking at Xiaoyu's pair of crystal-clear eyes under the moonlight, Lee Muhan was slightly moved. He felt his heartbeat quicken a little, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness came over him, and Lee Muhan felt Xiaoyu pulling him out of the window. The world was silent, with only the whistling sound of the wind reaching my ears, as if time had stopped at this moment. Lee Muhan held Xiaoyu's cool hand, feeling completely at peace. He even had the leisure to think about the vampire's body temperature. You can open your eyes now. I don't know how long it took, maybe a long time, maybe just a short moment. Xiaoyu's voice rang in Lee Muhan's ears. Lee Muhan braved the strong cold wind and slowly opened his eyes. He was stunned by the scene before him. At this moment, he was being held by Xiaoyu, and the two of them were floating above the entire city, with twinkling lights and flowing vehicles under their feet. Thousands of lights were at their feet, and in the distance the sea connected to the city port was covered with black waves in the night. This was the first time that Lee Muhan looked down at the city from this perspective. Born in an orphanage, he had never even been out of Tianhai City, let alone taken a plane. Xiaoyu didn't say anything, but just hugged him tightly to prevent him from falling. Lee Muhan also gradually understood what Xiaoyu meant. It is also interesting to look at this city, or the world, from another perspective. Just like what Xiaoyu is doing now. As a vampire, she is living a human life. Then, as a human being, why can't Lee Muhan live again as a monster? The view here is better than the top floor of a fancy hotel, right? Lee Muhan was slightly stunned, and then she understood what Xiaoyu meant. She still remembered the last time she accidentally saw Gu Ruashi's circle of friends, the top floor of the high-end hotel compared to here. It's not worth mentioning in an instant. Just consider it as a gift for taking me in. Of course, I know this is far from enough, but Xiaoyu looked at Lee Muhan with a smile. But before she could finish her words, Lee Muhan had already hugged her tightly. Thanks. Lee Muhan hugged Xiaoyu's petite and somewhat cold body tightly. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with being a monster. The top of the TV tower in Tianhai City. Li Muhan sat here, staring blankly at the night scene below him. If it weren't for the whistling cold wind that hurt his cheeks, he would probably still feel as if he was dreaming. As for Xiaoyu, she has transformed into a vampire. The girl sat closely beside Li Muhan, and the huge bat wings gently closed to wrap the two of them. Is it still cold like this? Yeah, but I'm still confused. This body was clearly so badly injured. How come I didn't feel anything after waking up? Apart from the blood-stained clothes, Li Muhan did not have any signs of injury when he woke up. The demonic power will repair your body, Xiaoyu said. Li Muhan touched his heart. I was surprised to find that my heartbeat was very slow, so slow that it didn't seem like that of a living human being at all. At this moment, he remembered the power called Realm. In the realm of 10,000 thunders, his recovery ability and physical fitness can be improved by more than 10 times. In other words, his injuries have been healed while in the realm. This is a very convenient ability. Come to think of it, are you also from the Special Management Bureau? Xiaoyu was slightly stunned. She turned her head and found that Li Muhan was looking at her. There was still a trace of devilish golden light in the boy's eyes, which did not represent hope, but despair. But Li Muhan was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked relaxed. Yeah, but they haven't come to see me for a long time. I'm not from Huaxia, so I'm considered an outlier who's being specially contained. Xiaoyu nodded and said. Li Muhan raised his hand, looked at his palm, and said with a wry smile. She's right. This power isn't mine yet. Although I'm also annoyed with that Zhao guy. At least I hope that if I want to kill him, it's with my own will, rather than letting the demon inside me do it for me. Xiaoyu nodded. She had seen many people who had powers that did not belong to them hidden in their bodies. If they relied too much on that power, they would eventually become puppets, and it would not be uncommon for their bodies to be taken over by others. Tell me about the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu with a smile. Is it a civil servant? Or an enterprise? Or institution? Or the military? Xiaoyu thought about it. She didn't quite understand the difference between the names Li Muhan mentioned, but she still tried her best to explain them to Li Muhan in her own words. 1. Joining and becoming an alien under the control of the Special Management Bureau means accepting the supervision of the Special Management Bureau. If you don't commit any crime, there will be no big problem. But once you commit a crime and human laws cannot restrain this alien, the Special Management Bureau will use its own set of methods to deal with it. 2. For those with criminal records, different levels of supervision will be implemented according to the severity of the criminal record. 3. The overly powerful and non-aggressive Special Management Bureau will not be too persistent in supervising it. After all, they are aliens of that level. If they really want to destroy the world, they cannot be effectively stopped by supervision. Li Muhan looked up at the bright moonlight. From the top of the tower, it seemed that he was not any closer to the moon. Oh, I see. To put it simply, weak aliens will be safe as long as they don't cause trouble. Fierce aliens will receive special care, and those with excessive strength will be chosen by the Special Management Bureau to cooperate with them instead of. Speaking of this, Li Muhan suddenly realized what Lin Zhe had just said to him. She said that she had to learn to control the power instead of letting that power control her. Li Muhan, whether you want to join the Special Management Bureau or not, don't mess with that woman. She's not a bad person, but she's really scary. Having said that, Xiaoyu lowered her head with a hint of guilt in her eyes. In her heart, maybe Li Muhan became like this because of her. She was like a disaster star, bringing bad luck to the people around her wherever she went. Li Muhan turned his head slightly and looked at the girl beside him, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. That's wonderful. Then he hugged Xiaoyu in his arms, which made Xiaoyu stunned. What are you doing? Thank you so much. Thanks to you, I was able to get over the shadow of heartbreak so quickly. Although it may seem a bit strange to say this, you were really sent by God to save me. Xiaoyu didn't understand. Love, this kind of feeling she has almost never experienced. After wandering in this world for thousands of years, she has never met anyone who can make her feel this way. This made Xiaoyu think for a moment that vampires were creatures without emotions like love. But this human being in front of me is so negative just because of a broken heart, and he still needs others to save him. Is love so important to him? If I could fall in love with him, wouldn't that be the best reward for him? At this time, Xiaoyu didn't understand what love was at all. She thought this was a way to repay Li Muhan, so she gently hugged Li Muhan back. The next day, Li Muhan came to school early. Even though he was not a human being, he still had to go to school. After arriving at school, he found that the school seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom, and everyone was whispering to each other. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but he seemed to be able to hear everyone talking about him. Maki-kan, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Li Muhan turned around and saw Luo Yang running towards him. Last night, did I fall asleep last night? How dare you say that? The fare is 30, give it back to me. Li Muhan looked at Luo Yang, who was running out of breath, without showing any mercy, and directly reached out for money. Hey, I haven't asked you for my car yet. Let's not talk about this for now. Did you know that something happened last night on the street near where we had the barbecue? Luo Yang's expression was very exaggerated, as if he was discussing some shocking secret. What is it? I don't know. Li Muhan's expression was also a little unnatural. If my guess is correct, not only do I know about that incident, but I'm also the instigator. Let me tell you, someone died on a street near where we were having barbecue that day. Someone died? Li Muhan subconsciously avoided his gaze. Of course, Luo Yang would not notice this. He continued to tell Li Muhan the information he knew. There was a car accident. 3 cars. They crashed into each other on that street. 10 people died, and one of them was even more serious. He didn't die, but his hand was broken. Do you know who he is? Who is it? It's the famous rich second generation in our university, Zhao Qinquan. Wait, you just said car accident. Li Muhan suddenly caught the blind spot. What are you focusing on? The point isn't the car accident. It's Zhao Qinquan. Zhao Qinquan broke his arm. I know he broke his arm, I do. You do? I saw the news right after I made breakfast. Luo Yang looked unhappy. Then you just told me you didn't know. I thought you had some new news. Don't interrupt me. Did you just say it was a car accident? Yeah, didn't you see the news? It's strange. That road is rarely traveled. There are no shops or houses. Usually there are no cars passing by. And yet a 3-car collision happened last night. It's unbelievable. Just as Li Muhan and Luo Yang were talking and walking towards the classroom, a somewhat dazed figure in front of them walked towards them. Li Muhan accidentally looked up and saw that it was Gu Ruoshi. At this moment, Gu Ruoshi's eyes were dazed and her face was haggard, as if she hadn't slept the entire night before. It's easy to imagine that she must have stayed there all night after Zhao Qinquan got into trouble. After all, Zhao Qinquan is her golden key to the upper-class world. How could she bear to see him die? Gu Ruoshi also saw Li Muhan and Luo Yang at this time. Hey Muhan, that's... Don't bother. Li Muhan's expression remained normal. When he saw Gu Ruoshi now, even though she was so distraught, he didn't feel anything at all. Gu Ruoshi slowly stopped and raised her hand, wanting to say hello to Li Muhan. But Li Muhan just brushed past her without even looking at her. Gu Ruoshi's hands froze in midair. She felt very aggrieved. Why did Li Muhan treat her like this? I just want a better life. I just don't want to live a hard life anymore. Am I wrong? What did I do wrong? But she completely forgot that all she wanted was built on Li Muhan's pain. Muhan, are you so heartless? Heartless? Not really. I just feel like I don't want to have anything to do with her at all. There was no sympathy in Li Muhan's words. Luo Yang gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. You're worthy of being the one with a new girlfriend. Li Muhan then remembered that Luo Yang had met Xiaoyu that night. Although Xiaoyu was not his girlfriend, they lived together now and also took care of each other. If I say she's not my girlfriend, no one will believe me. 8 o'clock that evening. After dressing up carefully, Gu Ruoshi arrived at the door of the hospital ward, but was stopped by the bodyguard at the door. Do you know who I am? She pointed at the bodyguards and cursed. I'm your master's girlfriend. The bodyguards glanced at each other, and even with sunglasses on, Gu Ruoshi could see the disdain on their faces. This had never happened before. These bodyguards had always bowed and nodded to her without any disrespect. Master's girlfriend? Which one? What do you mean, which one? Your young master only has me as his girlfriend. Don't you know that? Guruashi's face flushed red with anger, and after putting on makeup, her face looked even more delicate. Do you really take yourself seriously? The bodyguard said with a sneer. Our young master just treats you as a toy. US asterisk asterisk T. Do you really think our young master likes a dirty woman like you? Dirty? You call me dirty? Guruashi was so angry that her eyes widened. How dare you two say that to me? When Zhao Qinken wakes up, I will definitely. When a young master wakes up, he probably won't have time to deal with you. Why are you still here, relying on his power? Your AB asterisk asterisk CH will sleep with you for money. Stop flattering yourself. What did you say? Guruashi was so angry that she was about to step forward to argue, but was easily pushed to the ground by the bodyguard. She was wearing high heels, and the fall hurt her, but look at your behavior. I guess the young master won't be interested in you, even if he wakes up. Don't talk nonsense. The master said that he would throw her to us to play with after playing for a while. Hey, can we first? You guys, when we get tired of playing with you, we'll sell you overseas to be a PR asterisk SD asterisk asterisk UDA. Damn it. I've been fed up with you, B asterisk asterisk CH, for a long time. B asterisk asterisk CH? W asterisk asterisk RE? Pay for S asterisk X? How familiar these words are. I used these words to curse that woman named Xia Yu a few days ago. And now, I have become a victim of these words. Just wait, you bastards. This isn't over yet. Zhao Qinquan, I did this for you. I dumped my boyfriend of so many years for you. You be asterisk 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 D. You be asterisk asterisk CH. If you keep talking nonsense here, we'll be rude to you. In the end, Guruashi was thrown out of the hospital gate by 2 bodyguards. Her once bright and beautiful clothes were now torn into tatters. Her hair was a mess, and she no longer looked as if she had lost her former spirit and grace. Walking alone on the street at night, wearing a pair of broken high heels, Guruashi certainly felt a little cold, even though she was wearing an expensive coat, but this feeling of coldness came from the inside out. She slowly stopped and looked at the night sky. At this moment, she seemed to see the past. She saw the boy who was not good at speaking, but said he would protect her for the rest of her life. She saw the young man who took care of her meticulously, was caring and considerate, and said he wanted to be her support. She also saw the man who passed by her, but no longer had her in his eyes. She slowly exhaled a breath of white air. I couldn't help but ask myself, am I wrong? The top floor of the Zhao Group building in Tianhai City. Zhao Zhejiang, a prominent figure who started his business from scratch in the early years of Huawei, has been active in official circles for decades and has already established his own business empire. The Zhao Group also has a well-known name in Huaxia. All this brought Zhao Zhejiang countless wealth and supreme power. But now he was in trouble. He couldn't find any clue about his son's affairs. The surveillance is broken. Zhao Zhejiang looked at the investigation report given to him by his subordinates with a calm expression. His son had his hand cut off, which was a big deal for him. The reason why I can only say can be considered. Because the one who lost a hand was his youngest son, that good for nothing. This kid was just as idle and unemployed as his mother. Zhao Zhejiang also knew that with his personality, he would be attacked sooner or later, but he didn't expect that the person who attacked him was so cruel and directly took an arm. After putting down the report, Zhao Zhejiang walked angrily to the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city where he started his life. He is not a fool. The person who attacked Zhao Qinquan must be very capable, as he could have made the investigators he personally sent return empty-handed. So now Zhao Zhejiang is thinking about whether he should continue to take the risk for this useless person with no ability. Mr. Zhao, the secretary came in with documents. Your wife called again. She cried and said you must. Okay, tell him I'll take care of it. Zhao Zhejiang waved his hand, knowing who this lady was without asking. He is 58 years old this year. Of course, he has more than one son, Zhao Qinquan. He has 3 wives, and each wife has given birth to 2 children for him. And the woman who keeps calling now is Zhao Qinquan's biological mother. This is also the reason why Zhao Zhijiang is annoyed with the mother and son, because this child is as greedy for pleasure as his mother and never knows how to make progress or learn. Zhao Zhijiang has made up his mind not to let Zhao Qingquan get involved in such a huge business empire. But now it was Zhao Qingquan who had one of his arms cut off. It was also a slap in his face. If it got out that his son's hand was cut off and he dared not do anything, it would indeed affect his dignity. Hello. He made another call. This phone call is absolutely encrypted, and Zhao Zhijiang would never contact these people under normal circumstances. Mr. Zhao, we found some clues on the matter you requested. The voice on the other end of the phone used a voice changer. This is an illegal organization in Huaxia country that specializes in underground intelligence transactions. Even Zhao Zhijiang had never seen their true faces, but there was one thing Zhao Zhijiang was sure of. That is, they had their own way of doing things, although the price was so high that even Zhao Zhijiang felt it was expensive. But it's great value for money. But this time, the man only told Zhao Zhijiang that he had found some clues. What do you mean? Even you can't find out. The person on the other end of the phone sneered. Mr. Zhao, I'm not lying to you. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't want to touch this matter. The level of confidentiality is so high that you can't imagine. Brother, you've taken on a hot potato. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think I'm asking you to investigate trivial matters regarding your fee standards? Tell me what you've found. It has been sent to your phone. Beep. Just at this moment, Zhao Zhijiang's other mobile phone rang, and he received an email. The email was encrypted layer by layer, and the source could not be traced at all. It contained a surveillance video. The surveillance video clearly showed his son and his bodyguards beating up a boy. The boy looked about the same age as his son. Just when his son hit the boy on the head with a baseball bat, the video suddenly interrupted. What happened? What's the follow-up? Zhao Zhijiang asked. All subsequent videos are unavailable. We have worked very hard to recover this video from a place you wouldn't expect. That's useless. Mr. Zhao, don't be angry. What happened to the young master might be related to this person. Didn't my son beat him to death? Zhao Zhijiang didn't care about the man's life or death at all. Even if he was beaten to death, it didn't matter as long as his son dealt with it cleanly. He's not dead. As a bonus, I'll tell you some information about this man. Zhao Zhijiang held his cell phone, burning with anger, because he can now confirm that this was not a G car accident, but someone killed his son. The man in the video who was beaten by his own son is the key. Uncle Chun. Zhao Zhijiang beckoned and let the tall man who had been standing at the door come in. Mr. Zhao, please give your orders. Go find this Li Muhan and find out what's going on. Remember, if you can avoid killing, don't kill. Yes, sir. At 6 p.m. that day, Li Muhan finished his last philosophy class and prepared to go home. He had made an appointment with Xia Yu to pick her up from the barbecue stall where she worked. Although Xia Yu said not to worry about her safety, Li Muhan still felt it was not good for a girl to walk alone on the street in the middle of the night. Xia Yu didn't say anything, just lowered her head and smiled, saying, "Well, I'll wait for you." Just as Li Muhan walked to a street, an unlicensed van suddenly stopped beside him, and then several masked men quickly grabbed Li Muhan and put him in the car. Li Muhan did not resist. He knew very well that these people were very professional and well prepared. If he resisted, he might be subjected to even more horrific behavior. In broad daylight, is there still a king? Before he could finish his words, a hood was put on Li Muhan's head. Be quiet. Then in the darkness, Li Muhan felt a bumpy ride. The car had been driving for about 40 minutes. There were originally sounds of vehicles outside, but now it was completely quiet. Crash. The car door was opened and Li Muhan was dragged out of the car. Then he felt himself being carried and dragged into some building. When the hood was removed, Li Muhan had already been handcuffed and hung up. And this should be some unknown basement. Who are you guys? I really don't have any money. It's not necessary to be like this. Can you put me down first? Several men remained silent. Judging from their physiques, Li Muhan's previous thoughts were confirmed. These men were probably retired Special Forces soldiers, and he had no chance of winning against them. Soon, a tall man walked into the room. He said a few words to Li Muhan with his back to her, and then hung up the phone. Li Muhan then noticed that his eyes had completely changed when he turned around. Completion. Li Muhan felt very disappointed. Sure enough, he waved his hand, and several people immediately beat Li Muhan violently. They avoided Li Muhan's vital points very well, but all hit the parts that would cause him great pain. Within half an hour, Li Muhan was beaten to death. Blood kept dripping down. The tall man pinched Li Muhan's chin, frowned and glared at Li Muhan, and said in a cold voice, "Child, can I ask you something? F***K. How could someone start fighting before asking questions? Why don't you ask me first? You're still quite energetic, that's good. I don't want to kill anyone. My last name is Chun. You can call me Uncle Chun. Did you have any conflict with our young master last night?" "Young master? Are you talking about Zhao Qinquan?" Li Muhan raised his head slightly and glanced at the man. He knew very well in his heart that this man was the one who came from the Zhao family to seek revenge. "Hey, you little kids, why do you have to use such harsh blows when you're just fighting?" "No, uncle, your young master almost blew my head off. You say this is just a child's quarrel?" Uncle Chun ignored Li Muhan and just waved his hand slightly. The man next to him turned around and kicked Li Muhan in the abdomen. "Just answer whatever I ask, okay? We can both save some time." Li Muhan, who was hanging in the air, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body swayed back and forth like a sandbag. "To be honest, I really wouldn't hit a kid, but you were too harsh," and broke his hand. "Of course, the master won't kill for the young master, but I hope you understand, child, sometimes we servants have to learn to help the master get things done. You guys are just as disgusting." Li Muhan spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Uncle Chun with blood all over his face, but a strange smile appeared on his face. "I've checked. You're an orphan. You've lived in a black-hearted orphanage since you were little, being raised like a dog. Because our young master stole your girlfriend, there's a rift between you two, right? She's just a woman. It's really not that serious. Uncle, can you G speak? Isn't it your son who is causing trouble for me?" Li Muhan tried hard to keep breathing and not pass out from the pain. Uncle Chin remained calm. He lit a cigarette and handed one to Li Muhan, who shook his head and refused. "Child, I'm very busy, but now I've made time just for you. I don't ask for much. I hope you can spare our young master's life. You have no family, so I can't give them money. I can help you bury them properly. If you have any other wishes, please tell me." What a life for a hand. Seeing that Li Muhan was not going to give in, Uncle Chun raised his hand and snapped his fingers again, then spread out his hand and hooked his fingers. A bodyguard immediately handed him a sharp axe. "How about this? Since you call me uncle, I am your elder. Our young master was at fault for what happened today, but unfortunately, his life is more valuable than yours. How about Uncle Chun say sorry to you, and then you can die in peace?" Then, Li Muhan raised his head and looked at Uncle Chun, his eyes full of coldness and indifference. "Would you like to try it, Uncle? Turns out he's a lunatic." When Uncle Chun saw Li Muhan like this, the hypocritical guilt in his heart disappeared completely. He waved his hand, and several bodyguards rushed forward to support Li Muhan. In fact, Li Muhan no longer had the strength to resist. He could only watch Uncle Chun walking towards him step by step with an axe in his hand. Just as Uncle Chun walked up to Li Muhan and raised the axe to chop him down. Ding, ding, ding. The phone in his pocket rang. Uncle Chun said to Li Muhan very politely, "Sorry, kid, I have to take a call." He then handed the axe to the bodyguard and took out his mobile phone. He was a little confused when he saw it was an unknown caller. "This mobile phone is my personal phone. Except for my boss Zhao Zhijiang, no one would know this number. Those who know this number should not be unknown callers." "Hello, who are you?" "Hello, my name is Lin Zhe." "Lin Zhe? I don't think I've heard of this name." When Uncle Chun said the word Lin Zhe, Li Muhan was slightly stunned and then slowly looked up at the man. Of course, he knew Lin Zhe was the woman who had come to his house and claimed to be from the Special Management Bureau. Why did she call him? "Of course you don't know me. I'm just a small public servant, but I suggest you stop what you're doing." "Really? Miss Lin Zhe, are you a police officer?" "Huh, of course not, but I'm calling you to save your life. I don't care whether you live or die. Save my life? That's interesting, Miss Lindsay. I don't know where you got my number from, and I don't care who you are, but it's hard to persuade that damn ghost with kind words. Forget it. If you don't vent some things, it will indeed cause problems, especially for the body of a boy of this age. Huh? What are you talking about? Uncle Chun gradually found it difficult to understand what the woman on the other end of the phone was saying. No, it's nothing. Anyway, I'm putting this out there. You better not touch that child. This is for your own good, and for the good of your master. Of course, if you insist on doing something, I won't stop you. So be it. Beep, beep, beep. The call was hung up. Uncle Chun took a look at the phone, feeling somewhat puzzled, and threw it to the bodyguard. After we're done, go find out who this is and find her out. Yes, Uncle Chun. The bodyguard took the phone and walked aside. Uncle Chun then unbuttoned his shirt cuffs and collar, picked up the axe on the table, and walked towards Li Muhan. I'm sorry for the delay, and I couldn't give you a good time. Let's continue. Uncle Chun. Li Muhan looked at the man expressionlessly. Why? Do you want to beg for mercy? No, I want to ask you, did that guy named Lindsay just now say that it doesn't matter if you die? Uncle Chun looked Li Muhan in the eye, then sneered, and finally handed the axe to a bodyguard. The bodyguard also understood Uncle Chin's meaning, and he didn't want to be involved in this appointment. So the bodyguard took the axe, turned around, raised his hand, suddenly raised the axe, and chopped it down at Li Muhan's head. Everyone was looking forward to the sound of the axe splitting the head. But after a moment, they found that they did not hear any noise they wanted to hear, nor did they hear the orphan's screams. Instead, the bodyguard's body was slowly shaking. Hey, are you having a G? Epileptic seizure? What are you doing there? Puff. Uncle Chun was interrupted. Finally, blood spurted out. But it was not Li Muhan's blood. The bodyguard's body was shaking violently. He was lifted up by something, and blood spurted out from his neck. Finally, there was only a loud bang. The bodyguard's neck tilted, and he fell to the ground. Uncle Chun and others were shocked to find that his neck had been bitten off. Looking at Li Muhan in front of me. Wait, is this still the orphan? Uncle Chin's lips trembled slightly. He had lived for so long and accomplished so many great things. I have seen a lot of the world, but now he really doubted whether there was something wrong with his brain, because he found that the thing hanging in front of him was no longer a human being, but a complete monster. The creature had a demonic horn, and its deep black skin was covered in runes that shone with a faint golden light. However, what makes people most afraid and even tremble is the pair of golden devil pupils. There was no warmth or emotion in those eyes that a living being should have, only coldness and indifference like an endless abyss. When you gaze into it, you will feel that things with souls are being ruthlessly drawn in, as if they can tear the soul apart and devour it. In his mouth, he was biting half of the throat of the bodyguard who had just fallen. What is this? Monster! Several younger bodyguard were now thrown into disarray and hurriedly retreated to create distance between themselves and the monster. Uncle Chin finally had a good psychological endurance. He immediately calmed his fear and looked at the monster fiercely. Uncle, kill him. Standing next to Uncle Chun were several veterans. They had regained their composure at this time and asked Uncle Chun questions at the same time. Kill. What the hell is this thing? Damn it. It's so disgusting. After hearing these words, the devil bit his throat and spat on the ground, then looked at the people in front of him with an extremely weird smile. Pride is mankind's eternal original sin. F***KU. A bodyguard pulled out a Nepalese machete and stabbed the demon in the neck. Snap! But only then did they discover that this thing had a long and thick tail dragging on the ground, and the bodyguard was suddenly pierced through the body by the tail the moment he rushed forward. The tail hung it in midair and slowly moved it in front of the demon. Blood dripped from the tip of the tail and landed on the demon's lips. He said with a grin as he looked at the man who was trembling with pain in his body but still trying to attack his tail with the saber. I've always wondered why vampires like to drink human blood, and now, when I drink this blood, I realize. He licked the blood from the corner of his lips, then swung his tail hard, throwing the bodyguard's body to the ground. I just realized that I still like human souls. No, Wait, don't kill me, wait. Puff. Before he could finish his words, the thick and long tail smashed his head. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. This was not the end yet. The huge tail continued to stab the bodyguard, who was already rotting on the ground again and again until his body was completely crushed. Finally, the demon easily broke the chains that bound his hands. You guys, what are you looking at? Pull out your guns. Kill him. Seeing the demon walking towards them after landing, Uncle Chun could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He pushed the bodyguard beside him over and called on everyone else to draw their guns. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire basement became extremely weird. Several black gun muzzles were pointed at the demon's head. They were all well-trained veterans, but at this moment, they were facing something they didn't know what it was. This may be the first time in their lives that they have questioned themselves. Can they kill this thing? Toys. Humans always like to rely on toys to make up for their own weakness. The devil still had a strange smile on his face, and the runes on his body glowed slightly brighter than before. Immediately afterwards, the lights in the basement suddenly began to flicker, and countless electric currents began to slowly flow into the demon's body. Let me help you remember your most primal fear. The demon held his head high and seemed even more excited facing the gunshots. Snap! The light above suddenly went out, leaving only darkness in the entire basement and the golden runes on the demon's body. Shoot! Towards that golden light. Uncle Chin responded immediately. In order not to hurt their own people, they also unified their positions to form a crossfire cover trend. Actually, in a basement like this, firing randomly in the dark is not a good idea. They're likely to be injured by ricochets. Those who think wrongly, give me a thumbs up, equals. But after witnessing the monster brutally killing their companions, their hearts were filled with fear and anger. But they soon discovered that this fear and anger, and even the guns in their hands, seemed like a joke in front of this thing. Ha 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 ha! The monster's figure was as fast as lightning, and the golden runes on its body flickered. Every time a gunshot rang out, the light from the muzzle would show the monster's figure flashing by with lightning. Ah! Help! Help! No! Don't kill me! No! Wait! I surrender! I surrender! Ah! Uncle Chin only heard the endless screams coming from all around him. But soon, all the screams stopped, as if they had never existed. Now he could hear no sound except his own heartbeat and heavy breathing. Oleg, Tom, where are you? If you're still alive, make a sound. He wanted to roar, but his voice was full of tremors, which showed that his fear had reached its peak. What does this mean? An orphan, a pariah who has killed countless people. Why does he find himself feeling like this now? At this moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from in front of me. Uncle Chun suddenly raised his gun and fired forward. The flash of fire from the muzzle allowed him to see a shadow slowly approaching him. But no matter how he shot, the figure seemed unaffected and continued to approach him step by step. The bullets were soon used up. He suddenly lowered his head to change the bullet, but heard a strange heat coming from the front. He trembled and slowly raised his head, and the golden runes slowly lit up. Right before his eyes, at a very close distance, the demon was looking at him with great interest. At this time, the demon's body swelled a little more, and its face became even more strangely distorted. Uncle Chun could hardly hold the gun in his hand. The monster in front of him slowly lowered its head, moved closer to him, and sniffed carefully, as if it was tasting his fear. That's right, just like a young master, his fear is so delicious. You humans have become so arrogant and ignorant. You once wanted to summon me and gain my knowledge, but now you are just seeking death. To be honest, I like you better now. His huge claws slowly pinched Uncle Chen's head. A flash of lightning slowly passed through his fingertips, and Uncle Chun immediately trembled in pain, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground. What a delightful fear. I will savor it until the last moment of your life. No, don't kill me. I'm just following orders. I don't want to kill you. It's not me. It's the Zhao family. Zhao Zhijiang and his son. It's none of my business. Uncle Chun had completely lost his mind, and in order to save his life, he completely betrayed his master. It's so noisy. The demon's hands began to exert force slightly. Uncle Chin's head immediately made a cracking sound, and his pupils began to become bloodshot. Scarlet blood continued to seep out of his ears, nostrils, and eye sockets. No, no, spare me, spare me. Click. His head had begun to deform slightly, and finally, after a burst of thunder, the man's head was completely crushed to pieces. Snap! Looking at the headless body of the man falling to the ground. The demon sneered dismissively. Then he seemed to feel something and slowly looked outside the house. Finally, he slowly sat down on the ground, sitting in the middle of the pile of corpses he had created. The demonic features began to slowly fade, and eventually he regained his human body. Li Muhan shook his head and looked around. When he found that there were corpses everywhere, his pupils widened and he showed a look of horror. These were all made by me. Just then, the basement door opened. The girl in a black suit slowly stepped into the closed basement, filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. Is it done? Lindsay still looked at Li Muhan with that indifferent smile on his face. No, I didn't do it. It was the devil. Not me, please. Forgive me, it wasn't me. Li Muhan held his head and curled up on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. Lindsay slowly walked in front of him, then squatted down and raised his hand slightly. Poor little thing. Her voice was very gentle and her movements were very soft. Her slender fingers gently brushed Li Muhan's cheek as if to wipe away his tears, which made the terrified boy raise his head. But the next second, Lindsay didn't say any words of comfort. The smile on her face suddenly became evil and crazy, and her pupils also revealed a hint of joyful madness. What are you and I pretending to be doing here? Li Muhan was stunned. Pretend to be possessed by a demon, lose control, kill someone, then hold your head in agony so your sister can comfort you? Lindsay's hand gently lifted Li Muhan's chin. She kept approaching Li Muhan with an excited smile, and finally she leaned close to Li Muhan's ear and whispered, "Killing people, wasn't that something you often did when you were a kid?" Li Muhan's pupils suddenly widened, and then the fear slowly disappeared, and his expression gradually became calm. "Oh, what do you mean? Perhaps the first time you were indeed possessed by the devil, but now, didn't you kill all these people with your own will?" Hearing Lindsay expose his true feelings, Li Muhan's eyes flashed with indifference. "So, you tried to use the Special Management Bureau's power to give this murderer me to—" Lindsay slowly placed his finger on Li Muhan's lips. "Whether these people live or die has nothing to do with me. Besides, your actions were clearly legitimate self-defense. At most, it was excessive self-defense." Then Lindsay slowly stood up and walked towards the door. "We'll take care of these bodies. You should go home and think about the proposal I made to you. Making a deal with the devil might give you the upper hand at first, but don't forget that the power you rely on is in their hands. Don't let her leave." In his mind, Baal's voice suddenly made Li Muhan startled. "Her soul is very powerful. Kill her and harvest her soul to repair my soul. Then I will give you even more powerful power. You can do whatever you want. No one can restrain you." Li Muhan pressed his head hard. "Don't really treat me as a murderer." Ha 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 ha. Didn't you just enjoy the killing? And you're even imitating my speech. Because those people deserve to be killed. Lindsay walked to the door and listened to Li Muhan talking to himself. She slowly turned her head and looked at Li Muhan. "Li Muhan, do you need help?" Li Muhan pressed his head with one hand and waved his other hand at her violently. "Get out of here. I might be losing control of this now. Go." "Oh." Lindsay looked at Li Muhan with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "It seems you are not a bloodthirsty person." Having said that, Lindsay turned around and walked towards Li Muhan again. Don't F asterisk 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 G, come over here." Li Muhan tried desperately to suppress the demonic voice in his head, but he could already feel it eroding his will. "Leave it to me. Leave everything to me. I will tell you how to use this power." "I said, Shut the F asterisk asterisk K up. At the moment when Li Muhan roared, Lindsay had already arrived in front of Li Muhan. She gently pressed Li Muhan's shoulders and said softly, "Be good. Leave it to him." Puff. The next moment, the demon's tail suddenly appeared and pierced the woman's body directly. Li Muhan once again transformed into the form of a demon. Of course, this time it was no longer Li Muhan who controlled the body, but a real demon. "You're such a gutsy woman." The demon tilted his head, looked at the woman, and then grinned. The smile on Lin Zay's face froze, but did not disappear. She slowly lowered her head to look at her pierced body. The tail was very thick, and the woman's body was very petite. If you think of it wrongly, go to face the wall. The piercing directly opened a big hole in her abdomen. "Hey, this is my work clothes. If you do this, I'll have to pay for a new one. How can I sneak attack you?" The devil looked at the woman coldly. The woman's body was pierced by him, but not a drop of blood gushed out, and she didn't seem to be in any pain. "You are not human," the demon said in a hoarse voice, then hung the woman up with her tail and hung her in front of him. "Your breath is so strange." Then, the demon began to smell the woman's scent carefully. "Is the perfume I'm wearing nice?" Lindsay blinked at him without any fear on his face. "I don't know what you are, but your soul is very powerful." The devil's face was full of confusion, and he seemed to be extremely interested in what kind of woman this woman was. But Lindsay obviously didn't want to be left hanging like this. "Let's continue with what we were talking about. Li Muhan, you should still be able to hear me, right? I absolutely have no objection to you fighting violence with violence. After all, our Special Management Bureau needs people like you. But the prerequisite is that you must have sufficient strength. Otherwise, you may hit a wall that you can't handle right now." When talking about this, the devil is no longer sleepy. "You little thing, are you talking to me about strength? With me here, no one can stop him. He can kill whoever he wants." The demon moved closer to the woman and grinned. "Yeah." Lindsay also smiled. Her slender fingers gently tapped the demon's tail that had pierced her. "Vol, you weren't this arrogant when your soul was shattered. How dare you humiliate me like this?" Finally, Lindsay slowly placed his hand on the demon's tail that pierced him, and then sighed as if he was tired. "I'm quite interested in you, demon. Unfortunately, you're too weak right now." "Me? Too weak?" The devil's face suddenly turned gloomy, as if Lindsay's words had touched his reverse scale. "Yes, I assure you, demon, you are boring to me right now." Okay, now that you're pierced by my tail, you still dare to say such things? "Excuse me, what did you say?" "Your tail." Snap. Lindsay still had a faint smile on her face, and she gently exerted force on the devil's tail with her hand, so the thick tail that pierced her body was easily crushed into pieces by her like foam. How dare you?" The demon was shocked at first, and then became extremely furious, but it also understood that this woman was definitely not an ordinary person. No, she was not a F asterisk 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 G human at all. Then the demon's eyes suddenly burst in a golden light. "Boundary, Thunderbolt, kill." He opened the realm without hesitation, intending to blast the woman to pieces in an instant. But the next second, Lindsay's hand had already grabbed his neck, and the tremendous force made the demon feel inexplicably frightened. "Did I say you can open the realm?" Snap. The lightning that was originally gathering disappeared in an instant. My own boundary was broken in an instant. The demon stared at the woman in front of him with wide eyes. It was at this moment that the woman truly began to reveal her power, a power that was ancient and pure, representing the profound heritage of the land of Huaxia for thousands of years. Ball stared at the woman in front of him, as if his throat was being strangled by an ancient, mysterious, and great being. "You are powerful, Ball." The smile on the woman's face disappeared, and she looked at Ball expressionlessly, while increasing the strength in her hands. The hole that had just been pierced by the demon's tail was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "But just now, I am stronger than you, so just give the body back to him." Bang! Baal's realm was completely shattered, and he felt his power being sucked back by this body. He grinned, looked at the woman, and smiled. He Huaxia, this land is truly interesting. There are beings like you. Woman, remember, I didn't lose to you today, but because of his body and my broken soul. His horns began to turn to dust, and the runes on his body began to slowly dissipate. Remember this. Remember this well, woman. When I regain my strength, I will come back to taste your pain. Finally, his skin began to gradually return to its previous color. What a delightful land this is. It seems I won't be bored in this human body. Eventually, the demon transformed back into human form. The woman who was pinching Li Muhan's neck slowly loosened her grip. Cough, 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 cough. Li Muhan looked around at the bodies. Then he slowly raised his head and looked at the woman. I did kill people, but that was to survive. I know. Lin Zhe gently supported Li Muhan, and this time she did not show the terrifying expression she had just had. It's the same now, Li Muhan. When you face someone who wants to take your life, no matter how you fight back, it's not excessive. But Li Muhan, there are still rules in this world, and your current strength is not enough to break the rules of this game. Yeah, I felt it just now. Although the authority of the body does not lie with him, Li Muhan also personally experienced the terrifying power of Lin Zhe. There was a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. Don't make that expression. You can't control your power well right now. The demon in you seems to like this world very much. How about coming with me to the Special Management Bureau? I won't force you to join. The woman supported Li Muhan and walked out of the basement step by step. Li Muhan pondered for a moment, then turned slightly to look at Lin Zhe. Free labor? Don't talk nonsense. You're in a formal state-owned unit, and you're covered by the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. I'll think about it. Don't worry, it's not time yet. Li Muhan looked at the woman. He had just deeply felt the woman's power, but that seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg of her power, and he had to become stronger. Judging the situation is what he learned most in the orphanage. At least for now, he really can't beat this woman. So he nodded slowly. So half an hour later, Lin Zhe, the woman, drove Li Muhan and Xia Yu to the Tianhai City Bank building. Then he entered an elevator room through a secret passage at the back door. After learning that Li Muhan was kidnapped, Xia Yu followed the smell of his blood and found Zhao Zhijiang's private villa. But she was stopped by Lin Zhe outside the door, and she said she would take care of the matter. In fact, Xia Yu already understood that this woman's purpose was probably to get Li Muhan to join the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan, if you don't want to join, just refuse directly and I will help you. In the elevator, she turned and looked at Li Muhan and said, Yes, thank you. Li Muhan replied with a smile. Hey, our Special Management Bureau is a formal state-owned unit, a civil service organization. Please don't talk about it as if it's some criminal gang, okay? Lin Zhe smiled helplessly. These 2 people didn't care at all that she was there. The elevator went down for several minutes. You can imagine how big and deep the underground is. When the elevator door opened, Li Muhan was stunned. This is a completely small underground city, and the buildings and roads are no different from those on the ground. My God, building a place like this underneath a bank is like punching a hole in people's wallets. This is the headquarters of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Lin Zhe walked in front to lead the way for the 2. Everyone they met along the way was very respectful to Lin Zhe and would call out Director Lin as they passed by. Soon Lin Zhe brought Li Muhan and Xia Yu to the registration center. Name: Li Muhan. Age: 21. It belongs to a different species. When asked this question by the registrar, Li Muhan was stunned. Right about the devil, Lin Zhe said to the registrar with a smile. The registrar was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Li Muhan for the first time. Demon? Director Lin, you're not mistaken. We've never taken in any demons. You're right, I caught one of them, didn't I? Lin Zhe said jokingly. I'm sorry, but I don't intend to be taken in by you. Li Muhan interrupted their conversation. The registrar looked at Lin Zhe in confusion and said, Director Lin, are you tricking people into coming here again? What do you mean by deception? Li Muhan, this is just a registration. We won't let you join. Besides, the examination here will help you better understand your body. This will be beneficial to you, right? Li Muhan remained alert until Xia Yu spoke softly behind him. Don't worry, they don't have any malicious intentions for now. Okay, I'll listen to you. So he was willing to cooperate a little. The registrar stood up and waved to Li Muhan, indicating that he should follow him into the room. Li Muhan looked at Lin Zhe and Xiaoyu. Go ahead, it's okay. Just assess your disaster level. Disaster level? It was the first time Li Muhan heard this word, and he was a little curious. I'll explain it to you later. Lin Zhe waved at him. Come in now, our staff are very busy. The moment he stepped into the room, Li Muhan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The room was not as bright as he had imagined. There were no high-tech testing equipment on board. Instead, it looked a bit dark. Just as Li Muhan was confused, his eyes fell on a wheelchair in the middle of the room. There was a young girl sitting in a wheelchair. She was wearing a long dress as white as snow, and her eyes were covered with a white cloth, making her seem unable to see the world. Her long silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, standing out in the dim room. Her face is so beautiful, like exquisite porcelain, that people dare not touch it easily. Ma'am, this is a new alien. I need your help in identifying it. The registrar was polite to the woman, and she turned her head slightly when she heard the voice. Come here. She looked at Li Muhan with a smile, as if her eyes were not affected by the white cloth at all. The smile on her face made Li Muhan feel extremely warm. Please hold my hand. Li Muhan stretched out her hand and gently held the silver-haired woman's hand. At this moment, she seemed to be pulled by some force that wanted her to enter. The woman did not resist too much. She had to go deeper to understand what kind of power this was. This was also her mission in existing here. A theater. An empty theater and stage. The silver-haired woman stood in the center of the stage. Her feet were now able to move freely, and her eyes slowly opened. She looked around at the eerie theater. Demon. The woman uttered 2 words lightly, because she discovered that in the dim auditorium there were faintly visible figures of 1 or 2 demons hidden in it. Why are there so many demons living in his body? The woman looked at the demons and spoke as if talking to herself. Fortunately, these demons are not too powerful, but they are full of chaos and evil power. No problem, just a few little demons. Finally, the woman came to a conclusion and closed her eyes. The woman's figure finally disappeared from the stage, and then the spotlights went out one by one. In the dark auditorium, someone suddenly sneered. Then comes the second tone, the third tone. Sneering, jeers, and laughter filled the entire theater. Countless pairs of demonic eyes opened in the darkness, and they laughed madly at the woman who had left, like children who had played a successful prank, until everything was swallowed by the dark abyss and the world returned to silence. The woman let go of her hand and continued to smile at Li Muhan. Sorry, I think something's on my mind. Li Muhan said to the woman apologetically that he knew she had seen the same thing as him, and this might be the woman's ability. The silver-haired woman said as she slowly shook her head, You are special. Your soul is pure, but there are some demons living inside. This is the first time I have seen such a thing. Disaster-level chaos. After the woman said this, she turned her back and said nothing more. I understand. Thank you for your hard work. This level didn't seem to be particularly high, and the registrar didn't react much. Only after Li Muhan and the registrar left did the woman breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't understand. She didn't understand whether those things would let her go if she hadn't pretended not to see them. Her hands are still shaking, and she is still scared. What are those things? After Li Muhan left the room, Lin Zhe walked out from the darkness. She looked at the silver-haired girl with a smile and asked, How about it? What kind of soul could contain so many horrible demons? Even Di Ting's descendants think so highly of him. So this time we've truly found a treasure. The silver-haired girl was skeptical of Lin Zhe's optimism. He's a demon. The Special Management Bureau has never taken in a demon, nor does it have experience dealing with demons. The human won't last long. Once the demon takes over his body, then, don't worry, that kid won't lose to those demons. Lin Zhe squatted in front of the girl and gently stroked her hair. Then Lin Zhe explained to Li Muhan the Special Management Bureau's assessment of the levels of abnormalities. The lowest level is chaos, which generally refers to some wild goblins that have infiltrated the human world and can be dealt with by ordinary police. Then there's chaos. If aliens of this level cause trouble, the Special Management Bureau will intervene. Then comes the catastrophe. Aliens that reach the catastrophe level are already under control. Without special permission, they cannot even live normally in the human world. Then came disasters, annihilation, and natural calamities. These three levels of aliens are forbidden from contacting humans and must survive under the strict monitoring of the Special Management Bureau. Xiaoyu is an exception. Lin Zhe, deputy director of the Huaxia National Special Management Bureau, personally acted as her guarantor to ensure that she would not endanger human society. This is why she can walk in the world. The last level is destruction. It has only appeared once since the establishment of the Special Management Bureau and twice since the birth of human society. One of them was in Huaxia thousands of years ago, when humanity was almost extinct. The second time was in Europe more than 700 years ago, and that natural disaster caused the death of almost 1/3 of the world's population. That was the Black Death that swept across Europe. Li Muhan was stunned when he heard the level of world destruction. Because in the Hall of Baal, the level of Baal that people think of is destruction. And Xiaoyu is at the disaster level, which means that if he really gets all of Baal's power, he might be able to fight better than Xiaoyu. By the way, this is for you. Lin Zhe took a pendant from a staff member and handed it to Li Muhan. I didn't plan on bringing a leash. Li Muhan did not take the pendant because he could clearly feel a certain power from the pendant, a power that bound the devil. Perhaps the devil's blood was seeping into his body, and he was naturally sensitive and repulsed by this binding force. But Lin Zhe stuffed it into Li Muhan's hands. This isn't a leash. If you use demonic power now, you might lose yourself. If you keep going like this, the demon will take over your body sooner or later. This thing can help you stay conscious while using demonic power, Lin Zhe said with a smile. Li Muhan was curious and took the necklace. How will it help me? Lin Zhe did not answer the question directly, but just smiled and said, You will know when the time comes. You'll find out soon enough. Although Li Muhan accepted the pendant, he did not wear it. He was not stupid enough to do whatever others asked him to do. Under Lin Zhe's leadership, he also visited various departments of the Special Management Bureau. Except for some confidential intelligence departments, I visited places like the Engineering Department, Human Resources Department, Medical Department, and Logistics Department. This also made Li Muhan feel more and more that this Special Management Bureau seemed to have indeed received strong support from the country, and both human and material resources were sufficient. Then here comes the last thing. In the restaurant of the Special Management Bureau, Lin Zhe said while drinking coffee and looking at the two people sitting across from him at the table. Your guarantor, whether you join the Special Management Bureau or not, you must have a guarantor. Unfortunately, I'm already the guarantor for the person next to you, so then I'll be his guarantor. Before Lin Zhe could continue, Xiaoyu spoke first. Lin Zhe seemed to be thinking about something. She took a sip of coffee, but her eyes kept looking back and forth at the two of them. You two have S*X, right? The sudden words scared Li Muhan. What? No, that's not the case. He blushed and tried to defend himself, but when he thought about the night when he lost his memory, is it true that nothing happened and everything is innocent? Well, even Li Muhan himself didn't quite believe what he said. Xiaoyu that night, seeing that Lin Zhe was just looking at him and smiling without saying anything, Li Muhan became anxious and quickly looked at Xiaoyu who was standing beside him. When I turned around, I found Xiaoyu with her head lowered and silent, and her face was already blushing with shame. Wait, why did Xiaoyu react like this? Could it be? Xiaoyu buried her head even lower, her face reddening to her ears. Li Muhan gave up thinking for the time being, but he would definitely ask Xiaoyu about this matter later. When I'm unconscious. Okay, stop. I agree. You will be his guarantor. You two must live together from now on. Li Muhan, you can't leave Xiaoyu's sight for more than 24 hours, otherwise. Lin Zhe smiled, and Just when Li Muhan thought she was going to say something harsh, she suddenly looked at Xiaoyu on the side and said, "Otherwise, Xiaoyu, you can reasonably suspect that he is cheating." Puff. Li Muhan, who was drinking water to relieve his tension, suddenly spat it out. Afterwards, Lin Zhe brought the two of them to the training center of the Special Management Bureau. This is the place where special humans who can fight against aliens are trained. It was also at this time that Li Muhan learned that there were many alien staff members in the Special Management Bureau. It seems that magic is still necessary to defeat magic. Not only that, even humans can learn powers like realms after undergoing special training. But this training method is extremely harsh and has a high chance of death. Therefore, most of the current staff in the Special Management Bureau are support personnel, and there are relatively few people in the departments involved in combat. The main combat force still has to rely on the aliens who have been recruited. This is the Special Management Bureau's training center. Here, every member of the Special Management Bureau will undergo a physical assessment. Only those who meet the requirements can participate in special training. Lin Zhe introduced Li Muhan, but Li Muhan was a little confused at this time. Why do these people join the Special Management Bureau, even when facing special training with an extremely high mortality rate? In other words, why do they have to join the combat department of the Special Management Bureau? Wouldn't being a clerk also be useful? As if seeing Li Muhan's doubt, Lin Zhe smiled and said nothing. "Director Lin, I have a question," Li Muhan suddenly asked. "That is, if the demon in me returned to its full strength, could you defeat it?" He had always been very concerned about the fact that Lin Zhe had completely suppressed the demon in his body, so even though he knew it might be impolite, he still asked. Lin Zhe thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "You will win." Li Muhan's mouth twitched. This line is not suitable to be said. The last person who said this was beheaded. At this moment, the door of the training room was pushed open and a tall man wearing a beret walked in. "Huatian, you're here just in time. This is the new member of your team. Come and meet him." Lin Zhe stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the man who walked in. The man was tall and had a resolute face. He was obviously a professional soldier. "Li Muhan, this is the captain of the Special Management Bureau's 7th Action Team, Huatian. From today on, you are his man. Treasure him. He is a demon." Li Muhan was startled and quickly explained to the man, "Sorry, I haven't decided whether to join the Special Management Bureau yet, and the power in my body is not something I actively wanted." After hearing what Li Muhan said, the tall man named Huatian's eyes obviously turned cold. "Director Lin, I'm not a babysitter. This brat has no right to join my team. I can tell at a glance that he grew up in a greenhouse and has never received any experience." This sentence was extremely hurtful, and Li Muhan felt that his self-esteem was hurt. "Okay, you said you needed more manpower, and I found one for you. Even though he hasn't decided whether to join yet, you can use your charisma to win him over. Since he's unwilling to join the Special Management Bureau, then we should follow the rules. There shouldn't be any exceptions. We don't have an internship period for people with abnormalities here." There was no sign of compromise in Huatian's tone. This put Lin Zhe in a difficult position, because what Huatian said was the truth. The Special Management Bureau's attitude towards aliens was very clear. You either join and accept supervision, or you will be hunted directly. Most of the so-called aliens are creatures that exist in various legends and myths. Apart from those gods who are truly at the top of mythology, there are no aliens that the Special Management Bureau dare not deal with. Xiaoyu's eyes also turned scarlet at this time. She stood beside Li Muhan, and her attitude was very clear. If you ask her to follow the rules, she will turn hostile on the spot. Lin Zhe sighed, and at this moment, Huatian suddenly changed the subject and said, "Unless he can fight me. Big brother, we just met. There's no need to fight." "Okay, let's fight." Li Muhan wanted to ease the atmosphere, but Xiaoyu took over the conversation halfway through, as if she was very unhappy about Li Muhan being belittled by Huatian. Huatian glanced at Xiaoyu, and just this one glance made him feel an unprecedented fear. What kind of terrifying power is hidden in that small body? Just the murderous aura released made Huatian's legs tremble uncontrollably. 10 of you wouldn't be enough for him to beat. Xiaoyu continued to finish off the opponent. What did you say? Hua Tian is a man of temperament. Although he knows the gap between him and Xiaoyu, he can't stand being humiliated like this. Finally, Li Muhan interrupted. Okay, I'll fight you. Li Muhan stopped pretending. He also didn't like to talk too much. He fought a lot in junior high and high school, not to mention when he was a child in the orphanage. But I'm fighting you not to prove how great I am, but to tell you that I must get back what I lost with my own hands. When Li Muhan shouted this, his eyes were determined and his tone was powerful, as if he had really lost something. What do you mean? Hua Tian asked doubtfully. Sorry, the atmosphere was right, and I couldn't help but want to say this line myself. Li Muhan scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Lin Zhe yawned and waved his hand. Well, in that case, let's fight. This is also a training room, anyway. It's just right, Li Muhan, you could get familiar with the power of demons. Whether you want to join the Special Management Bureau in the future or not, this will not harm you. Okay, Director Lin. Li Muhan also nodded slightly to Lin Zhe, like everyone else here. This time, Xiaoyu, you can't help him anymore. Lin Zhe made one last request and stood aside with Xiaoyu. Hua Tian took off his coat, revealing his muscular body. Li Muhan felt a little frightened when he saw it. If he really wanted to fight him head-on, several lives would not be enough. Oh yes, there's one more request. Just as the two were about to take action, Lin Zhe suddenly raised two fingers and said, Hua Tian, you are not allowed to use the power of the realm, but Li Muhan, this rule does not restrict you. Secondly, you have to wear the pendant I gave you just now. This is also your chance to test its power. Li Muhan was a little confused. He looked at Lin Zhe and said, Isn't this a bit unfair to Captain Hua? Unexpectedly, Hua Tian sneered and spoke before Lin Zhe. Boy, wait until you can really force me to use the realm before you say such things. The so-called power of the realm is not unique to aliens. Most members of the Special Management Bureau's combat units can use boundaries. The levels of the realms are also divided according to the level of disaster. Levels 1 to 6 correspond to the disaster levels of chaos, calamity, annihilation, natural disasters, and finally destruction of the world. Logically speaking, Baal's 10,000 thunder-killing realm should be at the level of world destruction, but what Li Muhan controls now is only the second level, which is the chaos level. But he would not be so stupid as to directly tell Lin Zhe and others that the demonic power in his body was actually world-destroying. I am afraid that by then, these people will try their best not to let me leave the Special Management Bureau. Okay, I promise. He slowly put the pendant around his neck. Have you thought your last words? Seeing that Li Muhan had made all these preparations, Hua Tian asked with a sneer. I have a question, Captain Hua. You say, why did you join the Special Management Bureau? Hua Tian was slightly stunned, not knowing why Li Muhan asked such a question. What? You want to get close to me and ask me to be gentle? Sorry, I've always been cruel when dealing with aliens, so I hope you're mentally prepared. I just want to know what made you risk your life to undergo that special training. This sentence seemed to have touched Hua Tian's reverse scale, and his face instantly became gloomy. I'm such a G idiot for communicating with a monster like you. Monsters like you will never understand the price humans are willing to pay to protect something. Li Muhan was very confused. What did I say wrong? Why is this person so angry? Well, actually I am a human. Before he finished speaking, Hua Tian's fist, like a cannonball, appeared in front of Li Muhan. Li Muhan's body instinctively wanted to dodge. After all, he grew up fighting every day in an orphanage. Later, for Guru Ashi, he was almost always injured. Therefore, Li Muhan's physical fitness is better than that of his peers. But now this punch was incredibly fast and powerful. Even though Li Muhan dodged at the maximum speed his body could reach, he was still hit on the left side of his face by the punch. In an instant, his body spun and flew out, then fell heavily to the ground. Even though I'm tired of saying this, Hua Tian, please stop. Lin Zhe yawned and said to Hua Tian, I'm sorry, Director Lin. This is the Special Management Bureau, and he's an alien that doesn't accept the Special Management Bureau's control. I can't give him a proper lesson. All right then, finish this quickly. Today is my day off. Don't worry, Director Lin. It won't take you too long. Hua Tian sneered and stared at Li Muhan, who was knocked to the ground with his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Ahem, you really want to kill me? Li Muhan supported himself on the ground and was about to stand up. Before he could finish his words, the burly man on the opposite side rushed in front of him again and swung another fist towards Li Muhan's head. Bang! Li Muhan rolled over to avoid the punch, and the punch hit the ground in the training room, actually creating a crack. Don't destroy the training room. Don't you want this month's salary? Lin Zhe said with some dissatisfaction. I can't show mercy to those who are different from me. Hua Tian sneered and looked at Li Muhan, who was dodging away. You're pretty quick to react, huh? No, you figured out my punching pattern from my first punch? You're a natural fighter, but that's about it. It's not that exaggerated, but I can see that you really want to kill me. Li Muhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood foam and several broken teeth, and looked at Hua Tian with cold eyes. Hua Tian roared and rushed towards Li Muhan again, kicking Li Muhan's head with a whip kick. Li Muhan did see through some of Hua Tian's moves. He suddenly squatted down to avoid the kick, and then punched Hua Tian in the stomach. Unexpectedly, Hua Tian's whip kick missed, and then he turned around and kicked Li Muhan hard in the abdomen. Bang! Li Muhan was kicked and flew backwards, hitting the wall. Ha 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 ha! You're a master fighter, but unfortunately, a real fight can't be static. After all, I'm not trying to imitate your moves. Hua Tian laughed and mocked Li Muhan. Xiaoyu wanted to step forward, but Lin Zhe raised his hand to stop her. Trust him a little more. Then Lin Zhe looked at Li Muhan, who was struggling to get up from the ground, and said, What's going on, Li Muhan? Are you okay? You don't think you could defeat our team leader just by fighting? Li Muhan certainly knew that his fighting style was as childish as a child's in Hua Tian's eyes, so there was only one way for him to win now. He slowly stood up and took a deep breath. Boom! A thundercloud actually began to gather in this huge indoor training ground, and then the thundercloud quickly spread, almost enveloping most of the building. The other staff members of the Special Management Bureau were also a little curious at this time. Who is it that actually deployed a boundary in the Special Management Bureau headquarters? It's the guy Director Lin brought. Don't worry about him. Captain Hua Tian from Team 7 is fighting him right now. In a training room enveloped by concentrated thunder, Hua Tian was not frightened by the scene before him. Instead, he smiled excitedly. Ah, good. That's more like it. Then he rushed to Li Muhan, raised his fist high, and smashed it towards Li Muhan's face. Hua Tian did not hold back with his punch. If it had really hit Li Muhan, his entire head would have been blown apart. But Li Muhan just raised his hand lightly and took the punch nonchalantly. When their fists met, a fierce lightning flashed from their palms. Good boy, you are quite strong. Hua Tian had a crazy smile on his face and continued to punch hard. Li Muhan slowly stood up straight. His pupils turned light gold, and a demon horn grew on his head. A thick demon tail was constantly beating the floor. Li Muhan slowly turned his head and happened to see Hua Tian, who was facing him. There was a hint of madness in the eyes of both of them, and a fanatical smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Ha, so enjoyable. Keep going. Boom. Hua Tian's fist suddenly exerted force again, knocking Li Muhan, who was in demon form, to the ground and half kneeling on the ground. Li Muhan's eyes flashed with golden light the moment he raised his head. A pair of military boots kicked him hard in the face. Demon, huh? Alien, huh? Realm, huh? Hua Tian punched the demon's head again and again. Every punch he threw would cause thunder and sparks. Xiaoyu frowned, but Lin Zhe still kept smiling. Just when Hua Tian was about to smash the demon's face with one punch, Li Muhan, who was already lying on the ground, suddenly smiled again. Has that been enough? Li Muhan spoke, his voice low and hoarse, as if it came from hell. Boom! A bolt of lightning blew Hua Tian away. Just as he fell to the ground, a hand grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Let go. Let me go. No matter how Hua Tian struggled, he couldn't break free from Li Muhan's grip on his fist. Furious, he began to attack Li Muhan with his other hand and leg. But these attacks didn't hurt Li Muhan at all, and Li Muhan's body couldn't even shake. Crackling. Then a flash of lightning flashed in his hand that was pinching Huatian's neck. Under the illumination of lightning, there was Li Muhan's almost crazy smile. Boom! Finally, the lightning struck Huatian's whole body. The 1.9-meter-tall, strong man fell to the ground after twitching a few times. Li Muhan let go of his hand and turned to look at Lin Zhe and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was very nervous, because she knew very well that if Li Muhan could not maintain his self-awareness, the Special Management Bureau would definitely treat him as an uncontrollable time bomb. Lin Zhe put his hands in his suit pockets with a calm smile on his face. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." But Li Muhan gave them an extremely weird smile. Those golden pupils were filled with murderous intent. "He's out of control." Xiaoyu said this lightly, and when she wanted to step forward to take action, she was stopped by Lin Zhe. "Okay, just watch quietly." Li Muhan, who was possessed by Baal, reached out and pushed Huatian, who had just stood up and wanted to attack, to the ground again. F***K, that's so strong. Huatian's face was filled with shock. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the demon's hand even a little bit. Then, Li Muhan's hands began to slowly turn black, and his claws replaced his palms, almost holding Huatian's entire face in his palms. Just as the demon was about to crush Huatian's head, a dark green light suddenly burst out from his chest. Li Muhan's face immediately showed a look of horror. The green light was emitted from the pendant that Lin Zhe had asked Li Muhan to wear. He seemed to be tortured by the dark green pendant, so he pushed Huatian away and tried to tear the pendant off. The moment his claws touched the pendant began to change. Countless black threads shot out from the pendant and wandered around the demon's body. The demon wanted to tear the threads, but the moment his body touched the threads, a burning sound was heard, and a roar of pain resounded throughout the training room. "Oh my God, is this so exaggerated?" Huatian, who had saved his life, didn't care about anything else. He crawled to Lin Zhe, and the few of them observed the changes of the devil together. Those dark green threads finally began to gather on the demon's face, almost covering half of his face. Crash! The silk thread tightly wrapped around the lower half of Li Muhan's face, turning it into a restraint mask like one worn by a vicious dog. The mask extended all the way to the base of the ears. When the mask was finally formed, Li Muhan suddenly raised his head and his pupils began to dilate. My whole body was shaking. It wanted to roar and destroy everything in front of it, but now the mask was constantly compressing its power. Finally, he knelt on the ground, his head lowered, his body trembling slightly. "You didn't tell me this would happen." Xiaoyu looked at Lin Zhe with some dissatisfaction. "No way, didn't I tell you before that the pendant will play a supporting role when he uses his demonic power?" About 3 minutes later, Li Muhan slowly raised his head. Cold sweat wet his bangs, making his originally long hair even more messy. There was still a hint of gold in his eyes, but he no longer had that strange, evil aura. "I'm alive." This was the first sentence Li Muhan said, but because he was wearing a mask, his voice was a little muffled. He also noticed this and raised his hand to touch his face. The moment he touched the mask, Li Muhan became a little anxious. I can actually control my body?" Li Muhan looked at his hands, a little surprised. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment and looked at Li Muhan with interest. "It's quite handsome, this mask," he said to Lin Zhe while trying to pull off the mask. This thing can't be taken off?" "Of course. Once you release the boundary, it will return to its original form. This is the latest achievement of our Special Management Bureau's Scientific Council. Since we've never contained a demon before, this was a makeshift creation. The head of the Scientific Council calls it Demon Suppressor 1.0. It can help you suppress the excess demonic power within your body and distribute it appropriately based on your current strength. It's like installing an external processor for you. It's very expensive," Lin Zhe said with a smile. Finally, when Li Muhan released the boundary, the mask returned to its pendant shape. "This feeling is really strange. He looked at the pendant on his chest that was now unresponsive and couldn't understand the principle behind it. Moreover, it was actually the Science Council that developed this thing. Is the end of science really metaphysics? An hour later. Cheers! Cheers! Welcome new team members. In a small pub, Huatian laughed and patted Li Muhan on the back. Li Muhan didn't like drinking, but in this situation, he had to raise his glass. After Huatian woke up, he had to drag Li Muhan to the party. The other 3 members of the 7th team also attended the party. There is the short-haired girl Yin Shi, who is responsible for preliminary intelligence reconnaissance, the tall girl Su Shui, who is responsible for long-range fire support, and the young man Lin Ziyu, who is responsible for equipment maintenance and logistical support. These 3 people are about the same age as Li Muhan, and they're all human beings, which means that Li Muhan is the only outlier among them. Su Shui, a tall girl with light pink hair, came to sit next to Li Muhan with a glass of wine. She had an impressive figure and a delicate face. Even though she is wearing business suit pants, her long legs are still very eye-catching. Li Muhan, I heard you had a fight with the captain. Our captain's cerebellum develops faster than his brain, so he only thinks with his muscles. Don't hold a grudge against him. Little Peach, how can you talk like that? Although Huatian's face was red from drinking, he still heard what Su Shui said, and he started shouting in a loud voice. Li Muhan guessed that the reason why Su Shui was called Xiao Taozi might be because of her cute pink hair. This party was a welcome party held by Team 7 for Li Muhan, and his strength was recognized by Huatian. These team members also seemed to trust Huatian very much, so they also accepted Li Muhan. Li Muhan also learned that the team was in an awkward situation. Damn it, why don't you assign us a mission? Huatian, who was already drunk, pounded the table and roared. Lin Ziyu, the young man in charge of logistics, comforted him and warned his captain not to break the table, as the team's current funds were running low. Captain, if you keep destroying things, we'll have no choice but to sell our team's old car. Inchi, you two, stop eating and talk to him. Scout Inchi was rather silent and didn't say much during the party. She was petite and wore a hat, making her look a bit like a child. Her big eyes would glance at Li Muhan from time to time. This made Li Muhan a little confused. Our team situation is somewhat special. Su Shui looked at the drunk Huatian and said to Li Muhan with a wry smile. Generally, the members of a combat team are all combatants from the Special Management Bureau, but there will also be one outlier. This can reduce the combat pressure of the team and prevent them from being wiped out due to lack of combat power when necessary. Doesn't Captain Huatian hate aliens? Li Muhan asked. Su Shui took a sip of wine, and a hint of bitterness flashed in her eyes. Yeah, but he can't go against the rules of the Special Management Bureau. So, Team 7 has never had any alien members? There was one before. This time it was Yin Shi who spoke. Her voice was soft, like a kitten. But during Operation 6 months ago, he betrayed us. Betray? Li Muhan was slightly stunned. He was not unfamiliar with this word. Li Muhan had experienced countless betrayals since he was a child. Just recently, he was severely backstabbed by his childhood sweetheart, Guruashi. But he knew very well that the betrayal that Inchi talked about was definitely more painful than what he had experienced. That was originally just a simple investigation mission. A Chaos-level alien was detected in an old factory building. It wasn't registered under supervision, so our team went to investigate. Of course, we also went with the alien. She was our companion at the time. Su Shui spoke in a calm tone. Everything went smoothly. It was a vampire that had just awakened and was completely unaware of the world. It hadn't hurt anyone and was just hiding in the abandoned factory, shivering. Hearing the word vampire, Li Muhan became a little alert. It seemed that he could see what he was thinking. Su Shui smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with your guarantor. That vampire was very weak and belonged to the low-level vampire clan. We tried to contact her and comfort her emotions. It turned out that she was fine. We were ready to take her away. Having said that, Su Shui's hands tightly grasped the cup, her eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. But our alien team member suddenly deployed a domain, injuring the captain and Yin Shi from behind, then fled the scene with the vampire. Her whereabouts remain unknown to this day. The alien's defection was a very serious matter. All the responsibility was placed on the captain's head. Our team has not been on a serious mission since then. We have only assisted the police in solving trivial cases that have nothing to do with aliens. And the defected alien has never appeared in our sight again. The captain never gave up on searching for him. After that, he refused any aliens to join him. His most common muttering was, "Aliens are indeed beasts. They will never truly help humans." So, Limuhan, if the captain says or does anything extreme to you during future operations, don't take it to heart. It's not easy for us all to get over that shadow. That's not necessary. As a result, Huatian, who was supposed to be drunk, pushed Lin Ziyu away and said to Limuhan, "We're in the Special Management Bureau, a job that's on the edge of life and death. Don't be so hypocritical. This isn't some mutual aid society. Everyone has a past." He looked at Su Shui, Lin Ziyu, and Yin Qi. "You have no right to ask Li Muhan to be tolerant of anyone. You have also read his information. Should he just swallow his anger?" Then he looked at Li Muhan again and said, "I looked down on you before and thought you were just a little brat. I apologize to you if we have any disagreements in the future." He clenched his fists, shook them in front of Li Muhan, and said after laughing heartily a few times, "We are all men, and we use this to solve the problem." Li Muhan also smiled and said half-jokingly, "Okay, Captain Hua, we haven't finished yet. How about we continue?" Huatian's smile froze, and he quickly waved his hands. "Get lost. I can't beat you right now. Show me some respect." Li Muhan was speechless. Captain Huatian's expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book. After the party, Su Shui and Yin Qi left together, while Li Muhan helped Lin Ziyu help the drunk Huatian into the car. "Muhan, could you please come with me to send the captain back first, and then I can send you home?" Lin Ziyu said. The child, who was younger than himself and probably just turned 18, looked at Li Muhan timidly. Li Muhan knew that he was afraid of his own demonic identity, so he smiled and nodded, because he guessed that Lin Ziyu must have something to say to him, otherwise he would not let him get in the car with him. Sure enough, Lin Ziyu said this as soon as the car started. "You must be wondering why our captain hates aliens so much. Indeed, I am a little curious," Lin Ziyu said with a wry smile while driving. "Our captain used to be the chief of the Tianhai City Police Department." This surprised Li Muhan a little. He didn't expect that Huatian was such a big shot. He's been in the Special Management Bureau for 5 years. From the first day he joined, he's been training like crazy, nearly losing his life several times. "Oh, and I heard these things from others, since I hadn't joined yet." Lin Ziyu scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and Li Muhan reminded him not to drive with one hand. So Lin Ziyu continued, "Don't look at Captain Huatian like this now. He used to have a family. He had a wife and a son. His son even became a policeman with the highest grades in the school. Although Huatian looked strong, he is actually in his 50s. So Li Muhan found him incredible. What was the point of him trying so hard to join a combat unit at this age? But he had a vague feeling that he would soon get the answer from Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu glanced at Huatian through the rearview mirror and found that he was sleeping soundly and snoring. So he continued. "But just 5 years ago, before he joined the Special Management Bureau, a shocking series of disappearances of young girls occurred in Tianhai City. The victims were all young female college students or newly employed white-collar workers. The police took this matter very seriously. The captain couldn't sleep all night long because of that case. In the end, he actually caught a clue. All the clues pointed to a taxi driver named Zhou Jigua. Li Muhan didn't say anything. He sat in the passenger seat and listened quietly to Lin Ziyu telling about the past. Huatian had just become the director that year and had a bright future, so it was extremely painful for him to see such an incident happen in his jurisdiction. He neglected his appetite and worked all night to sort out clues. With the help of everyone, he finally locked the target on a taxi driver named Zhou Jigua, just when he was about to close the net. However, a call from a provincial department warned him not to investigate the matter any further and that someone would handle the incident. Although he was very unhappy, Huitian suppressed his inner restlessness and asked everyone in the department not to interfere in this matter anymore. There is only one person who firmly opposed it, and that was Huitian's son, a trainee police officer who had just reported to the criminal police team. Because of this, Huitian had a big quarrel with his son, and they ended up parting on bad terms. That is, early the next morning, Huitian received bad news. His son died in an abandoned warehouse with his internal organs removed, and that ruin was exactly where they planned to close their net. After that, Captain Huitian completely collapsed. He went after Zhou Zhigua with a gun more than once, and in the end, he even lost his job. The strangest thing was that all the missing girls returned overnight, and they seemed to have been brainwashed and had no memory of anything. Having said that, Lin Ziyu turned to look at Li Muhan. You should know who did it. Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan said it directly without hesitation. That's right. The Special Management Bureau intervened in this matter and found the missing girl, but they had no evidence to prove that Zhou Zhigua was responsible. In the end, they could only strengthen their control over him, and the matter ended there. But for Captain Huitian, this is just the beginning. Li Muhan said. Lin Ziyu nodded. The second month after he lost his job, the Special Management Bureau found the captain and informed him that his son had died at the hands of aliens, but they couldn't prove that Zhou Zhigua was responsible. At this point, Li Muhan already understood the answer to the question he had asked Huitian before. Why join the Special Management Bureau? He wanted to avenge his child with his own hands. Don't think too narrowly of the captain. Revenge is certainly one of his motives, but after learning about the existence of that monster, the captain felt that as a former police officer, he had to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the people. So he resolutely joined the Special Management Bureau and became a combatant capable of using the realm. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Perhaps only someone with such obsession could pass that kind of special training that is almost like hell. At this moment, Huitian, who had been sleeping in the back seat, slowly opened his eyes, and a rare sadness flashed in his eyes. At the same time, the top floor of the Zhao Group's building in Tianhai City is brightly lit even late at night, as if declaring that even the night cannot bring silence to this city. Zhao Zhijiang was smoking one cigarette after another at his desk. He is waiting for a result. Soon, there was a knock on the office door. Zhao Zhijiang stood up suddenly. Come in. A bodyguard walked in and said timidly, Mr. Zhao, we can't find any information. Uncle Chun and the bodyguards are all missing. The villa in the suburbs is also very clean, without even a trace of blood. Zhao Zhijiang sighed. Chen Yin had been his confidant for many years and had helped him do many shady things. The reason why he valued Chen Yin so much was because this person was flawless in his work and was absolutely loyal to him. If Zhao Zhijiang spoke, he would even kill his own mother. But this time, he was just asked to inquire about the orphan situation. So how could he just disappear? What about that organization from before? The one that found Li Muhan's intelligence. Go find them and check it out. I'll pay any amount. Chen Yun is my old subordinate. I want to see him alive or dead. After Zhao Zhijiang said this, the bodyguard did not move. He looked at the bodyguard with some confusion. Why are you standing there? Boss Zhao. That organization was destroyed. Zhao Zhijiang stood up suddenly. Although that organization was an underground force, it was also an old organization that had taken root in Tianhai City. They had been cleared out several times without causing any harm to them. How could they be wiped out just like that now? He was so smart. These things might not seem like anything when viewed individually, but when they were put together, Zhao Zhijiang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. More than 10 people died, but it was covered up as a car accident. A powerful underground intelligence organization was destroyed the day after it checked Li Muhan's file. Chen Yun, who had never failed before, now had no news because of that orphan. Boss Zhao, I'll contact other organizations to investigate immediately. When the bodyguard saw Zhao Zhijiang's face turn pale, he immediately wanted to leave. Zhao Zhijiang quickly raised his hand to stop him. Stop. Boss Zhao, do you have any other instructions? No, don't check it. The bodyguard thought he had misheard, so he walked back to Zhao Zhijiang and asked, Mr. Zhao, aren't you going to check Uncle Chin's whereabouts? Don't investigate anymore. Not just Qin Yun, but that guy named Li Muhan too. From now on, don't touch anything related to him. Do you understand? The bodyguard was stunned for a moment, then nodded immediately. Just then, another bodyguard rushed in happily. Boss Zhao, good news. Good news. Zhao Zhijiang was still in shock, but after hearing the good news, his mood calmed down a little. What good news? We won the bid for the Dongshan Park project. No, it's a bounty for an underground assassin. 50 million. Someone has already accepted it. Zhao Zhijiang's eyes widened, and an ominous premonition filled his heart. What killer bounty? What 50 million? There's a bounty on the head of that person called Li Muhan. No one took it before, but now someone has taken it, offering 50 million. It's a female killer from abroad. Who the hell issued the bounty? Why didn't I know about it? Zhao Zhijiang's almost roaring voice scared the bodyguard so much that he sat down on the ground. Mr. Zhao, it's Madam. Madam said you gave her permission. Zhao Zhijiang felt his eyes go dark. There is no doubt that the lady this person is talking about must be Zhao Qianquan's biological mother. F***KM. Yuan, you didn't even ask me about such a serious matter. Go and revoke the bounty. Get the mission back for me. That stinky B******ch. Zhao Zhijiang made up his mind that after he was done with his work, he would throw her into the sea to feed the fish. He has 4 women in total. Zhao Qianquan was born to his 4th wife, making him the youngest son, but also the least promising one. His domineering behavior, since he was a child, has caused him a lot of trouble. Zhao Zhijiang had been able to use money to help him settle all the previous problems, but this time something was obviously not normal. If you continue to indulge that stupid son and his mother, you might end up getting yourself into trouble. This mother and son will always cause trouble for themselves. Zhao Zhijiang was so angry that he punched the table. Just when the bodyguard was about to run away in fear, Zhao Zhijiang's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an unknown caller and was a little confused as few people knew about his phone. Which one? After picking up the phone, Zhao Zhijiang asked coldly. Just checking to work with you, Li Muhan, right? A cold girl's voice came from the phone. Who? UF************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ Zhao Zhijiang thought of something. Are you a killer? 50 million. Are you G crazy? An orphan's life is worth 50 million. 50 million, I'll take it. The other party's cold voice made Zhao Zhijiang feel a chill down his spine. 50 million was nothing to Zhao Zhijiang. It was just that this person's origins were unknown, and the recent events surrounding the orphan, namely Muhan, were too bizarre. Zhao Zhijiang no longer wanted to take this risk. Forget it, I plan to cancel this job. I'm sorry, I've already accepted the 50 million. If you plan to withdraw it, then according to the rules, I will come to you. You want to G die, don't you? Mr. Zhao, I dare to accept it, which means I have the ability. Please prepare 50 million otherwise. Beep beep beep. The call was hung up. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Zhao Zhijiang's forehead. What the woman said just now was very clear. If she canceled this mission, she would become her target. Zhao Zhijiang sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Mr. Zhao, what should we do? The bodyguard asked cautiously. Let's see. If she can really get the job done after taking the money, we'll kill her as well. Don't let anyone know it's our Zhao family who issued the bounty. Although he said so, Zhao Zhijiang always had a very ominous premonition. This time, this stupid son seemed to have really gotten himself into a lot of trouble. The next day, Li Muhan sat up on the sofa and felt a chill running through his bones. This shouldn't happen. Even though it's winter, we're indoors. Is the heating broken? Li Muhan got up to check the heating and knocked on the door of the room. He heard a girl's somewhat dissatisfied voice from inside. Let me sleep a little longer. This was the agreement between Li Muhan and Xiaoyu, but it was actually an agreement that Li Muhan unilaterally forced to be implemented. That means I sleep on the sofa and Xiaoyu sleeps in the room. Although Xiaoyu said that she didn't mind sleeping with Li Muhan still covered his face and said that it was wrong to do so. As to whether they had done it or not, Li Muhan did not ask in the end. It's really hard to talk about. Li Muhan prepared breakfast and reminded Xiaoyu, who was still sleeping, to remember to eat before leaving the house. He was used to Xiaoyu skipping classes frequently, which might be one of the reasons why she had a bad reputation in school. Besides, he is a vampire, hiding during the day and coming out at night. So it seems reasonable, doesn't it? After going out, Li Muhan was surprised to find that it was snowing in Tianhai City. No wonder the temperature is so low. It hasn't snowed in this city for 5 years. On the bus, he turned on his phone and found that he had been pulled into a WeChat discussion group named Team 7, Forever Home. Welcome, Muhan. Su Shui, whose avatar was a cute lamb, was the first to speak. Taozi, are you sleepy? Didn't we welcome you yesterday? The person being complained about is Lin Ziyu, whose profile picture is a 2D girl. Welcome. Then came Inchi. What surprised Li Muhan was that Inchi's avatar was actually a cute kitten. Not to mention, this kitten really looked similar to this taciturn and petite girl. Captain, come and welcome us. The captain is probably still asleep. You guys were so disloyal last night. You just left the captain to Muhan and me and went home. It took us a lot of effort to carry him upstairs. Lin Ziyu sent a crying expression. It can't be helped. The captain must be so happy because our Team 7 is now complete again, all thanks to Muhan. Taozi, are you ignoring me? We put a lot of effort into carrying the captain upstairs. Just imagine his size. It doesn't matter as long as I can complete the mission. Inchi said coldly. Yoongi, you're ignoring me too. Li Muhan watched the group chatting in the group, and a smile appeared on his face. It seemed as if he had never had so many friends and had never been welcomed and surrounded by so many people. From childhood to adulthood, the person he played best with was Luo Yang. But Luo Yang also has his own social circle, and Li Muhan cannot fit into those circles. Luo Yang is very smart. He will not force Li Muhan to integrate into his circle. He will separate these circles well and will not make Li Muhan feel uncomfortable. Thank you, everyone, but I'm not considered a member of the Special Management Bureau. I'm just a trainee at best. Li Muhan also posted a message. This was the agreement between Lin Zhe and him. He would follow Team 7 as a trainee member to complete some tasks first. As for whether or not to join, it was up to him to decide. Wrapping himself in a thick coat, Li Muhan got off the bus and came to school. I don't know if it's an illusion. After arriving at the school, he felt that the cold atmosphere was even more severe, as if the school was the center of the cold release. Oh my God, it's freezing. Yeah, this damn weather didn't say it would be this cold today. Even though it's winter, the temperature is too high. We're in a southern city. Listening to the complaints of other students in the university, Li Muhan walked towards the teaching building. Along the way, he heard the discussions among the students around him, and the most discussed one was, it seems that there's a transfer student. That's incredible. That transfer student is such a beauty. Guess how tall she is, 1.75 meters. Oh my God, those long legs. I heard she's an international student from a northern glacial country. She's so beautiful. Li Muhan didn't care much about these topics. It was very common for universities to have foreign exchange students or international students, and everyone would be very interested in foreign students that they rarely came into contact with. And in a classroom, next to the window, a tall, fair-skinned, breathtakingly beautiful blonde girl was looking out the window with her chin in her hand. Ms. Hattie, are you getting used to living here in Huaxia? Is it quite different from your country? Wow, you take good care of your skin. It's so white. Excuse me, do you have a boyfriend? A group of students surrounded her and asked her questions. The blonde girl ignored the group of students who surrounded her and asked her questions. She kept a cold expression until her eyes happened to catch sight of Li Muhan passing by downstairs. A strange smile suddenly appeared on her expressionless face. Found it. During the lunch break, Li Muhan received a call from Xiaoyu. Did you get up and have breakfast? Xiaoyu's voice still seemed lazy, and there was also the sound of quilt rubbing against each other. It's very cold outside today. By the way, I plan to take you shopping for some clothes this weekend. You can't always wear my clothes. Sorry, I don't mean to blame you. It's just that you're so beautiful. You should wear better clothes that suit you better. Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone seemed to chuckle, and then suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "You said it was cold today? Yeah, you really haven't woken up yet. Get up and take a look. It's snowing outside." Then there was the sound of curtains being drawn. Xiaoyu's voice became a little cold. "Li Muhan, do you have a part-time job tonight?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Don't work part-time for now, and go home early in the evening." Li Muhan was a little surprised, but Xiaoyu's tone seemed serious. "How can I pay the rent without a part-time job? I'll find a way. Anyway, come back early after class, or I'll pick you up. Even though you're my guarantor, you don't have to go to the extent of picking me up after class." Li Muhan smiled and comforted Xiaoyu, assuring her that there would be no trouble, and then hung up the phone. "As for part-time jobs, how can I not go? Now, there is one more mouth to feed at home. Although Xiaoyu has started working to earn money, I can't always rely on her to support me." So after class, Li Muhan went to the supermarket where he worked. "Xiao Li, you don't need to come here anymore." But he was kicked out by the supermarket owner. He was very confused. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was he fired? "Boss, have I done anything wrong?" Li Muhan entered the supermarket again, wanting to find out what was going on. The boss hesitated, looked around, and found that there was no one around, so he spoke in a low voice. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have, and now someone wants to punish you. I'm afraid you won't be able to find a job anywhere." Li Muhan suddenly understood. This was Zhao Zhijian's idea. He can't kill me, but he can use his power and money to suppress me. I'm afraid that even if I can graduate successfully, I won't be able to find a job. Helplessly, he had to go home first. Walking alone on the snowy street, Li Muhan thought of Guruwashi again. This woman used to be his beacon, but now he only felt sadness when he thought of Guruwashi. When passing by the park, Li Muhan remembered that he met Xiaoyu here. If I hadn't reached out to Xiaoyu and taken her home that rainy night, would I still be immersed in the pain of betrayal? As if by magic, Li Muhan walked into the park and sat on the swing where Xiaoyu once sat. "No, I don't know him. Forget it. Let's get out of here first. This is the boundary." Huatian stuffed Li Muhan into the car and took out the car and shouted on the intercom. "An alien has deployed a boundary in the city. Hurry, support." But the snowstorm soon died down, and there was no damage except for the mobile phones of the onlookers and their memories that were later erased. The driver was Lin Ziyu, and the two of them quickly left the scene with Li Muhan and headed straight for the Special Management Bureau. In the special area of the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan expanded his domain, and the wounds on his body began to recover rapidly. Finally, after the medical team of the Special Management Bureau performed some simple wound treatment, Li Muhan and Huatian were taken into an interrogation room. "It's okay, just routine," Huatian said to Li Muhan with a smile. In fact, this was indeed the case. The other party just asked some simple questions and then let Li Muhan leave. But later Li Muhan realized the seriousness of the matter, although Li Muhan did not join the Special Management Bureau. But the supervision power is currently in the hands of Team 7, and each team will be equipped with an alien to strengthen the overall strength of the team. However, the battle between aliens must be supervised by the team leader throughout the process. If the alien has a guarantor, the guarantor's approval is also required. Although the incident happened suddenly, and Xiaoyu also expressed her responsibility, Huatian still accepted the punishment and was fined 2 months' salary. But afterwards he patted Li Muhan on the back proudly, said with a smile that it was his fault as the captain that he had not explained it clearly to Li Muhan. At that time, Li Muhan really wanted to say that he was not actually a member of the Special Management Bureau, so you don't have to take the blame for me. But looking at Huatian's hearty smile, he finally said nothing. It's okay. Once we complete a few missions, the bonus will come to us." The person who came to take Li Muhan away was Xiaoyu. She was still wearing Li Muhan's clothes and a baseball cap on her head. He must have just come from the barbecue restaurant where he works. When Xiaoyu learned from Li Muhan that the person who attacked her was a silver-haired vampire, her face instantly turned gloomy. "Oh, by the way, The one who saved me seemed to be an alien as well. But there was a sudden strong wind and heavy snow, so I couldn't see who she was at all. On the way home, Li Muhan said this. Xiaoyu didn't answer, but continued to think. That night, she quietly left the house while Li Muhan was asleep. The wind and snow all over the sky became her best disguise. Even if she spread her wings and soared in the night sky, no one could notice her figure. Finally, she arrived at the top of the Tianhai TV tower, where she and Li Muhan once overlooked the city. But now, sitting on the edge of the tower was another woman, a beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. Hattie. Xiaoyu looked at the girl's back and read out the name. A lot has happened in just half a month. After talking to himself for a while, Li Muhan took off his gloves and looked at his hands. These hands took 10 lives a few days ago. Although that was due to the outburst of strength, these hands still seemed to be able to feel the warmth of the blood. Forget it. Let's go home quickly. Li Muhan put on gloves and prepared to leave when he suddenly found that someone was sitting on the swing next to him. She was a tall, silver-haired girl wearing a white cloak, with long legs tightly wrapped in a pair of thick black stockings, and a beauty so exquisite that it was breathtaking. The girl didn't look at Li Muhan, as if she completely ignored him. Li Muhan didn't pay much attention to her and prepared to get up and leave. What's so special about you? The girl looked at Li Muhan's back and suddenly said something. Li Muhan paused and then slowly turned around. Just then, he saw the girl giving him a strange smile. What did you say? Li Muhan asked. What's so special about you that you can attract the master's attention? The girl also slowly stood up and walked towards Li Muhan. She walked in front of Li Muhan, leaned her head forward, and sniffed Li Muhan. It turns out to be a demon. Without waiting for Li Muhan to answer, the girl had already opened her mouth, and a pair of sharp teeth suddenly appeared in front of Li Muhan. Something is wrong. There's something wrong with this woman. A large piece of flesh was bitten off Li Muhan's shoulder, and his clothes were torn to shreds. The woman was a vampire. Unlike Xiaoyu, she was extremely aggressive, but perhaps she was only extremely hostile towards herself. Oh my God, am I in trouble this year? Why does every woman want to bite me? Li Muhan didn't have time to think about the reason, because she had just finally broken free from the vampire and was now fleeing on the street. Because of the heavy snow and the late hour, there were almost no pedestrians on the street, and the blood on Li Muhan's shoulder was all over the ground. They're both blood-sucking, so why does this vampire seem to want to eat me alive when sucking my blood? Where are you going? A woman's voice suddenly came from above my head, very close. Li Muhan looked up and saw a woman hanging upside down on a street lamp, her face looking right at his. Then the woman put on a weird smile and pressed Li Muhan's face, pressing his body tightly on the snow. Well, let's go home for dinner, yes? Or you can come too. My house is pretty big. Let me taste the devil's blood again. The silver-haired woman's mouth was covered in blood, all of which was Li Muhan's blood. Perhaps the blood stimulated her, and now she was more aggressive than before. She pressed directly on Li Muhan, stretched out her claws, and strangled Li Muhan's neck. It's delicious indeed. She licked her lips, her smile growing wider. Girl, ahem, who are you? Do we know each other? Wait a minute. I'm a serious man. Li Muhan was a little out of breath. He reached for his school bag, which contained a gun given to him by the Special Management Bureau. But just as his hand touched the bag, the woman's wings nailed it to the snow. The sharp spikes of the wings, like steel bars, pierced Li Muhan's palm, and blood instantly flowed all over the ground like a fountain. 50 million. Your head is really expensive, but your blood is really delicious. I don't know what's in your body, but it's really fascinating. You really like blood so much. Go to the hospital. Finally, the woman's mouth curled up into an evil smile, and the strength of her hands pinching Li Muhan's neck became stronger and stronger. At this time, several passers-by had witnessed this scene. Is it a movie? What a realistic prop, but I don't see any camera. Why don't we call the police first? That blood looks real. The woman ignored all the evil, and now there was only Li Muhan in her eyes. Just when she was about to tear off Li Muhan's head, Li Muhan suddenly realized that he had to take action. Thunderstorm. If you expand your boundary here, these humans will suffer. The silver-haired vampire stared at Li Muhan with an evil smile. Li Muhan then realized that there were many more passers-by around him without him noticing. They were all filming what was happening on their phones. Ha! This is the first time I've seen such a kind devil. The smile on the silver-haired woman's face gradually turned crazy. She looked at Li Muhan coldly, as if she saw her own victory. She took advantage of Li Muhan's hesitation and pierced Li Muhan's chest with her hand. Li Muhan suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if his heart was being held in the woman's hand. You're clearly a G demon. So why do you still have a heart? That's disgusting. He wanted to struggle, but his body was unable to move, and he could only watch the woman torture him. The silver-haired woman looked at Li Muhan with a fanatical excitement in her eyes. You're disgusted just because you have a heart. Bullshit. Get up right now. In public. Cough, cough. You're still on top of me. How the hell is that? All Li Muhan can do at this moment is talk. This woman really wanted to kill him, but he couldn't even raise his hand, and new wounds kept appearing on his body. I'm a little tired of you. 50 million is not bad. It can let me live it up for a while. The silver-haired woman finally leaned her head close to Li Muhan's ear and whispered something, then suddenly opened her mouth, intending to give Li Muhan the final blow. The realm unfolds, frost and snow. At this moment, the wind and snow started to blow violently. The mobile phones in the hands of passers-by who were taking pictures nearby were instantly frozen into ice. Oh my God, my phone. Why is the wind so strong all of a sudden? The flying snow and wind scattered the onlookers, and the mobile phones they were holding to take pictures were instantly frozen into ice. The snowstorm also gradually stopped the silver-haired woman's crazy killing. She could feel that she was in a boundary. As for who opened the realm, she slowly turned around and looked at the figure gradually emerging at the end of the wind and snow. "Oh," the silver-haired woman asked in a low voice. When the figure became clear before her eyes, the silver-haired woman's pupils dilated instantly. "Why are you here?" This was no longer a question, but a surprise and horror in her heart. Before she could finish her words, the man roughly held her face down, as if asking her a silent question. This figure was like a mountain with endless power. It pulled the silver-haired woman off Li Muhan with one hand and threw her aside like a rag doll. "Why? Why are you here?" The silver-haired woman gasped. Astonishment and confusion shot out of her eyes like sharp arrows. Li Muhan got a chance to catch his breath. He struggled to stand up and happened to meet the eyes of the person standing in front of him. Those were a pair of green eyes, like those of a wild beast. At this moment, he was looking down at him from above. She was a tall girl, at least 1.75 meters tall, with a pair of slender legs tightly wrapped in white stockings. Although she was wearing a loose coat, it did not cover her seductive figure at all. She didn't say anything, nor did she pay attention to the terrified, silver-haired vampire next to her. She just stared at Li Muhan with a faint smile on her face. "Who are you?" Li Muhan looked at the girl and asked, but the girl just raised her finger and made a gesture of silence, her eyes full of lust, looking at Li Muhan as if she was looking at some extremely tempting delicacy. Just then, Li Muhan heard the sound of a car braking. The blonde girl seemed to have heard the noise as well. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the vehicle, then looked at Li Muhan, and finally said something in a low voice. "I'm attracted to you, demon." Then he turned around and disappeared in the flying snow. "Hey, Li Muhan, where are you?" The first shout came from Huatian. Soon, his tall and majestic figure emerged from the wind and snow. "What the hell are you doing?" Huatian walked to Li Muhan in the wind and snow. When he saw that Li Muhan had awakened the power of the devil and was in a mess, he roared. "What happened?" "I encountered an alien, was attacked, and then was rescued by another alien." As he spoke, Li Muhan looked towards the place where the silver-haired girl was just now, but there was no one there. "Who saved you?" "Xiaoyu." The girl named Hattie ignored Xiaoyu and just hummed a song. There was no expression on her face. She looked at the city below, as if she was looking at a huge cemetery. It wasn't until Hattie came behind her that she slowly stopped humming the ballad. Long time no see, little moon. At the same time, Lee Muhan was pulled back to the opera house while sleeping. At this moment, the opera house was echoing with melodious singing. If Lee Muhan hadn't known that the audience were demons, he would have even suspected that he had come to a church. By contacting the idol of Baal, Lee Muhan came to the ruined temple. Looking at the demon Baal sitting at the highest position, Lee Muhan was furious. Because Baal was still feeling sorry for himself at this time. Why on earth did I lose? Why on earth did I lose? Why are you upset? Lee Muhan walked over and grabbed Baal, pulling him up from the throne. I don't know who you lost to, but how long will you be depressed? Baal, who was dragged by Lee Muhan, did not answer. He just turned his head slightly to look at Lee Muhan and said lightly, You won't understand. You are just a mortal and a loser. A minus. Are you going to have a fight? I'm the landlord. You're my body. It's fine if you don't pay the rent, but why are you cursing at me? Just when Lee Muhan was about to have a good fight with this demon, Baal has closed his eyes, and it seems that he doesn't want to say another word to Lee Muhan. Lee Muhan knows that Baal's soul is now incomplete. If he wants to communicate with him normally, he must first repair his soul. But how to fix it? To repair Baal's soul, it is necessary to harvest the souls of other alien species to make up for the damage to Baal's soul. It was like understanding Lee Muhan's difficulties. The solution immediately popped into his mind. Harvesting the souls of other alien species? What a simple and crude method. Finally, he looked at Baal again and saw that he slowly sat back on the throne, and he couldn't help feeling curious. King Baal was so powerful, who defeated him and made him unable to recover. This was Lee Muhan's last thought before the sound of his cell phone alarm brought him back to reality. Ding, ding, ding. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was Lindsay. He knew that the other party must be calling about what happened yesterday. How's it going, Lee Muhan? Did you rest well? Your injuries should have recovered. Lee Muhan took the time to check the time. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. When he turned around, he saw that the room was empty. Could it be that Xiaoyu didn't come back last night? Well, the wound is almost healed. Now, Lee Muhan tried to prop himself up and sit up from the sofa, but when he pressed his hand on the side, he found it was soft. When he looked down, Xiaoyu was sleeping next to him. Lee Muhan, what happened? Lindsay, on the other end of the phone, asked with some confusion. Xiaoyu was disturbed by Lee Muhan and opened her eyes slightly, but immediately turned over to face Lee Muhan, hugged Lee Muhan's arm, and continued to fall asleep. Are you taking a shit? Do you want me to call you later? Lindsay was already getting a little impatient on the other end of the phone. It's okay. I just haven't woken up yet. Lee Muhan tried hard to calm down, and at the same time decided in his heart that he must have a good talk with Xiaoyu, as doing so would be terrifying. After that, he finally broke free from Xiaoyu's hand, walked to the door in slippers, and continued talking to Lindsay. Okay, we can continue. I didn't realize you had tracheitis, Lee Muhan. Okay, Director Lin, I think you have something to talk to me about. Lindsay put away his joking tone and spoke slightly seriously. I read your transcript from last night. The one who attacked you is an unregistered vampire. We will continue to track her down. What about the man who saved me? Lee Muhan asked, leaning on the handrail of the staircase corridor, playing with the door key in his hand. Her name is Hattie, nicknamed Beifeng. She's not under the supervision of the Huashan National Special Management Bureau. Oh, and she and Xiaoyu have some old grudges. If possible, try not to have any contact with her in the future. Lee Muhan gave a bitter smile. After all, the other person had saved his life, so he decided to take things one step at a time. When she and Xiaoyu were fighting, he could just cheer them on without intervening. Moreover, among all the things that happened to me now, except for taking Xiaoyu home, which one was done voluntarily? Could I just avoid getting involved in it? As for the old grudge between Xiaoyu and Beifeng, Lee Muhan did not ask, and Lindsay did not bring up the topic again. By the way, I heard you're still working part-time. Lindsay suddenly said this. Yeah, but it's gone now. I'm fired. Lee Muhan felt a little discouraged when talking about this. He still had some savings, but he couldn't go on like this. That's perfect. Team 7 is now complete and will soon be back on regular missions. You won't have much time to work part-time after this. Lee Muhan was a little unhappy. He was helping out voluntarily, but why did it seem like he had signed a contract to sell himself? Director Lin, I've told you many times that I haven't decided to join the Special Management Bureau yet. Why are you arranging a job for me? I don't even have the rent. Lee Muhan gets angry when he thinks of rent. He pays the rent on time, even though he is so poor, but the autistic demon in his body actually calls him a loser, as if he owes him something. Ding dong. Alipay suddenly popped up a message for Lee Muhan. 30,000 yuan has been deposited into my Alipay account. Lee Muhan was dumbfounded. What's going on? How did 30,000 suddenly arrive in my account? Rent? That's right, you're still a student. This is my personal sponsorship of your living expenses. When you officially join the Special Management Bureau, your initial salary will probably be about the same. The money should have been transferred to you. Do you want to take a look? It's arrived. Wait, 30,000 a month? This is just the base salary, not including other extra benefits and mission attendance bonuses. You're a newcomer, so you won't get much, probably around 30,000 a month. Boom! Lee Muhan felt as if Bale's lightning had struck him directly in the heart. 30,000 a month? What kind of high-paying job is this? Of course, if you don't want to accept my sponsorship, I can also... No, Director Lin, I accept. Although I didn't join, I can still help you. What did you say just now, work? Okay. I'm yours for the rest of my life. In this way, Lee Muhan became a trainee of the Special Management Bureau. An hour later, he and Xiaoyu arrived at the Special Management Bureau together, because today, Team 7 will have their first mission. In the meeting room of Team 7, Hua Tian, Su Shui, Lin Ziyu, and Yin Shi have all arrived. After seeing Lee Muhan, Hua Tian was about to step forward when he suddenly saw Xiaoyu, who followed Lee Muhan in. He was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back. The captain is still so afraid of Miss Xia. Su Shui said jokingly. Shut up, Peach. Hua Tian lowered his head and muttered. Lee Muhan was a little curious. How could Hua Tian, a seemingly fearless man, actually be afraid of someone? He turned and looked at Xiaoyu. What's going on? I dealt with him once before, when he just joined the Special Management Bureau. Xiaoyu said it lightly and expressionlessly, as if she was talking about something as easy as eating a piece of bread this morning. Lee Muhan probably understood, and for the sake of his captain's reputation, he didn't ask any further questions. Okay, now that all the members of Team 7 are here, Xia, Miss Xia, are you also going to join our operation? Lin Ziyu is always the one responsible for giving mission briefings. He has no grudges against Xiaoyu, but he is introverted by nature. In addition, Xiaoyu is a disaster-level alien, so he is naturally a little nervous. Xiaoyu shook her head. She seemed so cold to everyone except Lee Muhan. I'm his guarantor and was responsible for bringing him here. Now Team 7 has taken over. I'll be leaving first. Seeing Xiaoyu walking towards the door, all the members of Team 7, except Lee Muhan, breathed a sigh of relief. This is a disaster-level anomaly. Xiaoyu, a member of the vampire clan, was a name as terrifying as the god of death in the Special Management Bureau. One could imagine how painfully Muhan's life was under the supervision of such a person. When they reached the door, Xiaoyu suddenly turned around and everyone became nervous. But she just looked at Lee Muhan and spoke in a gentle voice. I'll bring some barbecue back tonight. The boss said he can give me the leftovers. There was a hint of anticipation on her face when she said this, as if she was waiting for Lee Muhan's praise. Lee Muhan did not disappoint her, and walked up to her and ruffled her hair with a smile. No need. I've also received my salary. I'll take you out for dinner tonight and take you shopping for some clothes on the weekend. Xiaoyu lowered her head, her face slightly red. Lee Muhan still couldn't believe that Xiaoyu was working in a barbecue restaurant. It was said that Lindsay introduced her to that job, so it seemed that the owner of the barbecue restaurant was no ordinary person. After Xiaoyu closed the door, the other members of Team 7 were still talking. Even Yin Shi, who usually had a blank expression, opened his mouth wide at this moment, wondering if he had seen it wrong. What the hell? That's Xiaoyu. You guys? Lee Muhan? What the hell? What's going on? Huitian couldn't speak clearly. He originally thought that Xia Yu was just Li Muhan's guarantor. But now it seems that the relationship between these two people is very unusual. Muhan, what kind of relationship do you have with Miss Xia? Su Shui also came over curiously. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect that Xia Yu, that natural disaster level, would be so gentle to others. Li Muhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xia Yu didn't care about her reputation at all. She was rumored to be a bad girl, even a B****ch in college, and her reputation in this special management bureau was obviously not good either. After some gossip, everyone finally got to the point. Lin Ziyu projected the mission information onto the screen and gave an explanation at the same time. This mission is a request from the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Brother Muhan is participating in our mission for the first time, so let me briefly explain that the commissions accepted by the Special Management Bureau are basically related to aliens. In other words, incidents involving aliens that human agencies cannot handle will be handed over to our bureau for handling. Li Muhan listened very carefully and even took notes, which made Lin Ziyu nod his head continuously. It was the first time that he was treated with such respect during a mission briefing. Although Huitian and the others would listen carefully, they would never give Lin Ziyu such positive feedback. The case was originally a common abduction case of a young girl. Last winter, a female employee of a company in Tianhai City suddenly disappeared on her way home from get off work. She was suspected of being abducted. A photo of a pretty woman appeared on the projection. LVU, 24, disappeared while waiting for the bus after get off work last September. Note that she vanished in plain sight. She is yet to be found. She has 2 elderly family members in the countryside and a boyfriend, who has also been cleared of suspicion. A surveillance video was played on the projector. In the picture, Lu Yu, wearing a business suit and carrying a bag, is waiting for the bus while looking at her mobile phone. But when the time reached 8:24, Lu Yu disappeared without a trace in the next moment, which scared an old man next to her. But because it was late and there were few people waiting for the bus, only the old man noticed this. Then a photo of a second woman appeared. Zhou Yinyin, 25, a bank employee, disappeared mysteriously 2 months after Lu Yu's disappearance while traveling with friends to the restroom. Next are Kong Yuhua, 23, Zhao Li, 25, and Yang Ying, 22. So far, there have been 15 missing women, the most recent being Qin Yahan, a 22-year-old junior at Tianhai University, 2 months ago. The common denominator among them is that they disappeared suddenly and without warning. Li Muhan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He seemed to have heard of these events somewhere before. The serial disappearance of young girls, etc. He suddenly turned his head to look at Huitian and found that the mockery in the other's eyes was gone. At this moment, Huitian's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the projection, his hands clenched into fists that made a crackling sound. That's right. Lin Ziyu looked at Li Muhan. These incidents are exactly the same as the serial disappearance of young girls 5 years ago. Having said that, he suddenly looked at Huitian and said, I suggest that Team 7 abandon this mission and hand it over to another team. No. Huitian stood up and said coldly, if it's given to another team, then this matter will be left unresolved. His eyes were full of anger, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with the Special Management Bureau team that handled the matter that year. Lin Ziyu sighed helplessly. I had to continue introducing the task. The Tianhai City Police are at their wits' end. These disappearances leave no clues, and they have no idea where to start. So last month, after evaluation, the Special Management Bureau took over the case and conducted a preliminary investigation, and finally pointed the finger at a species of alien called the Zhan Kingdom. The Huaxia monster, also known as the Mahua, is a mountain spirit native to the land Huaxia. It was first recorded in the Soushanji, written by the Eastern Jin Dynasty historian Gan Bao. This monster resembles a monkey and specializes in abducting women and forcing them to bear children, refusing to let them go home. Currently, the Zhan Kingdom only exists in Huaxia country. Or, in other words, the only place where the Zhan Kingdom is recorded and supervised is the Huaxia Country Special Management Bureau. Three of us. Three photos appeared on the projection. The men in these three photos are no different from ordinary people. They are around 40 years old, a little bald, and look like three greasy middle-aged men. The first one is from the Xian Kingdom, alias Zhu Chong. He was first recorded in the archives 50 years ago. He is currently a minor and has little contact with women. The second one is from the Xian Kingdom, using the alias Zhang Yu. He was first recorded in the archives 30 years ago. He's currently a sailor, often wandering around, so he can basically be ruled out. Then a third person appeared on the projection. Zhou Zhigua, first entered into the archives 7 years ago, is currently a taxi driver in Tianhai City, and Lin Ziyu looked at Huatian and found that the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhou Zhigua was almost scary, as if he wanted to eat someone. He is also one of the suspects in the serial disappearances of young girls 5 years ago, and the most likely individual to have committed this crime. Looking at the somewhat obscene photo of Zhou Zhigua, Li Muhan felt a little uncomfortable. Are those women still alive now? Where are they? What did he do to those women? When he thought of this, he felt a chill on his back, and Zhou Zhigua's eyes seemed to become unusually cold. This time, I won't let him get away again. Huatian picked up the tablet and looked at Zhou Zhigua on the screen. He actually crushed the tablet computer directly. Captain, this is public property. We're going to deduct money again. Lin Ziyu's wails echoed in the conference room. Tianhai City in the evening. At the gate of the first hospital, Gu Ruashi was driven out again. She had clearly heard that Zhao Qianquan had woken up and originally thought that he would contact her as soon as possible. But after waiting for a long time, Gu Ruashi did not receive any message from Zhao Qianquan. Helpless, she had a call to inquire. Zhao Qianquan, who had just woken up, was very weak, which made Gu Ruashi feel distressed. So she dressed up carefully and planned to go to the hospital to see Zhao Qianquan again. Now that Zhao Qianquan is awake, those bodyguards shouldn't dare to treat him like that again. But what Zhao Qianquan said after seeing her made Gu Ruashi feel like she was falling into an ice cave. F***KU, you stinky B*****CH. Don't let me see you again. Or I'll G skin you alive. Zhao Qianquan, who was originally paralyzed on the bed, immediately pointed at Gu Ruashi's nose and started cursing as soon as he saw her. Akun, what on earth did I do? Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Get out. Zhao Qianquan picked up something with his only remaining hand and threw it at Gu Ruashi. After escaping from the hospital, Gu Ruashi walked aimlessly on the streets on a winter night. The snow has stopped today, and there are many pedestrians on the streets again at night, but Gu Ruashi feels like she is walking on a dark path with no end in sight. She didn't understand why this happened. Gu Ruashi just felt very tired and wanted to take a nap, so she returned to the small villa that Zhao Qianquan bought for her, but at the door, she couldn't unlock the door no matter whether she used fingerprint or face recognition. It even triggered an alarm. The houses of these wealthy people are all managed by special private security companies. Within 2 minutes, several security company personnel arrived at the door of the villa. They saw Gu Ruashi with a confused look on her face and asked her what she did. I am a master here. Gu Ruashi took out her ID card and said that the house was hers. The security guard checked the ID card and told Gu Ruashi, I'm sorry, but your name wasn't on the property at the time, Ms. Gu. And just now, the information you entered into our security system was cleared by the house's real owner, Mr. Zhao. What? But Zhao Qianquan bought this house for me, and a lot of the furniture inside was bought with my own savings. My luggage is still inside. We don't know about these, but please leave here now. Gu Ruashi wanted to argue, but was dragged into the car by the other party with brute force. The security company drove the car and threw Gu Ruashi onto the street a few blocks away. Gu Ruashi felt extremely aggrieved. Not only did she not have a home to return to, but she also lost her luggage. But then again, was that really her home? She got up from the ground, covered in dust and dirt, thinking of going to a hotel to spend the night. In the past, Gu Ruashi was a girl who would budget carefully and make a travel plan a month in advance when traveling with her parents, and would even bargain with the B&B owner for half a day over a $10 price. But now, she walked into Tianhai City's most luxurious five-star hotel without even looking around. To her, everything here was what she deserved, but she ignored her current situation. After checking into the top-floor luxury suite, Gu Ruashi was lying on the soft big bed and was about to fall asleep when the door was suddenly opened. The sleepy Gu Ruashi was pulled out of bed and taken to the front desk downstairs. "I'm sorry, miss. The amount on the card you just swiped has been frozen." "W what?" She looked at the front desk in disbelief, then took out another card from her bag. "This one is frozen too, miss." Wait for me a moment." Gu Ruashi began to take out the cards in her wallet one by one. But as expected, all the cards were frozen and could not be used. Finally, Gu Ruashi knew the reason. Because these cards were given to her by Zhao Qingquan, and the money did not belong to her. After being kicked out by the hotel security, she sat on the ground dejectedly. "Where are we going tonight? I still have more than 1,000 yuan in my WeChat, so I can only stay in an ordinary hotel." But how can Gu Ruashi get used to living in that kind of place now? She planned to go eat something first. She hesitated for a long time at the door of the high-end restaurant, but ultimately did not go in. After all, this money is her last resort, and a casual meal in this restaurant can make her bankrupt at this moment. Finally, as she was walking aimlessly, she was attracted by the smell of barbecue. "It has been a long time since I last ate these things." Looking at the booming barbecue restaurant, Gu Ruashi gritted her teeth and finally walked over. She was sitting on an open-air chair, looking at the menu, when she heard a familiar voice. "No need to pick me up. I can go home. I was afraid you'd get upset and go sit in the park again." "Shut up." Gu Ruashi turned around following the voice and saw a familiar figure. That was once the back view she cherished most. Li Muhan. Gu Ruashi subconsciously wanted to call Li Muhan, but found that he was chatting with a petite and slender girl. The girl was wearing a loose sweatshirt and jeans. Her black hair was tied into a long ponytail. Although she was wearing a mask and a hat, you could tell from her eyes and eyebrows that she was a beauty. "Who is that?" Gu Ruashi asked in her heart. "Li Muhan's girlfriend? How is that possible? Who else would care about that taciturn guy except me?" Gu Ruashi suddenly remembered that Li Muhan brought home Xiaoyu, the famous B****ch in school. Could it be that this girl was Xiaoyu? She looked carefully, examining the girl's face, and was surprised to find that it was really Xiaoyu. That Xiaoyu actually works in a barbecue restaurant? It was she who had just given him the menu. Was she deliberately not recognizing him? And was she even deliberately chatting with Li Muhan in front of him? What was this, a demonstration? Gu Ruashi found it funny. How could she still care about a man she had abandoned? But in fact, Gu Ruashi was already starting to feel uncomfortable at this time. Seeing Li Muhan and Xiaoyu communicating so happily, Li Muhan even reached out to help Xiaoyu straighten her hat, which was a little tilted. Gu Ruashi was so angry. How could he be so intimate with other girls? She cleared her throat, stood up, lifted her hair with her fingers, and shouted at Li Muhan's back in surprise. What a coincidence! But unexpectedly, Li Muhan acted as if he didn't hear it and didn't even turn around. Didn't he hear it? That's impossible. Even Xiaoyu saw me. Yes. Xiaoyu looked at Gu Ruashi and winked at Li Muhan. Li Muhan was stunned, then turned around and saw Gu Ruashi standing there awkwardly with her hand raised in the air, ready to greet him. "Oh, were you calling me just now? Sorry. Why didn't you just call me by my name?" Li Muhan said to Gu Ruashi with a faint smile on his face. "What?" Gu Ruashi was very unhappy. "What I mean is, if I don't call your name, you won't even be able to recognize my voice. He did it on purpose. He must have done it on purpose to make me angry." Gu Ruashi thought about this, and then said to Li Muhan in a relaxed manner, "It's okay. Do you want to come sit with me?" "No. I'm here to pick her up from get off work. I'll be leaving soon. Enjoy your meal and drink." Li Muhan simply greeted Gu Ruashi with a smile, and then turned back to chat with Xiaoyu. Gu Ruashi was stunned. She was not unfamiliar with Li Muhan's behavior. As a child who grew up in an orphanage, and an abnormal orphanage at that, Li Muhan was very precocious. He is very tactful and can keep a distance from everyone, so that you don't feel he is being presumptuous or too intimate. "But I never use these on myself." Li Muhan has always treated himself completely differently from others, but just now, Gu Ruashi felt that in his eyes, she was no different from any other person. So Gu Ruashi directed all the blame towards Xia Yu, who was beside Li Muhan. This woman must have snatched Li Muhan away. She was completely confused and forgot that she was the one who abandoned Li Muhan first. She vented her anger on this girl who was more dazzling than herself, even in her simple clothes, mask, and hat. Li Muhan, are you still dating this kind of woman just to get angry with me? She walked up to Li Muhan and said to him angrily. Li Muhan turned his back to her, rolled his eyes, then turned around and looked at her expressionlessly. Ms. Gu, I hope you can be more respectful to my friend. Li Muhan, how dare you speak to me like that? Who do you think you are? I'm already giving you enough respect by talking to you now, Miss Gu. As you said, we are not from the same world. You'd better not talk to me anymore. After hearing this, Gu Ruashi became even more certain that Li Muhan was just angry with her, and she snorted coldly. He puffed out his chest and said to Li Muhan, even if I don't want you anymore, you can't let yourself degenerate. Do I need to remind you of this woman's character? She might sleep with you today and crawl into someone else's bed tomorrow. You. Li Muhan's eyes suddenly became fierce. He stared at Gu Ruashi coldly and said word by word, don't be shameless. As soon as he saw Gu Ruashi's face, he remembered the videos that Zhao Qianquan showed him. It wasn't that he felt angry, but he just felt that the person in front of him was his former love. Very dirty. You. How could you talk to me like that? Li Muhan, let me tell you, I originally thought we could still be friends, but now I think I should cut off all contact with you. This is a method that Gu Ruashi has used many times. No matter what you have done, just say it. Then let's break up and never talk to each other again. Li Muhan would immediately humble himself to coax her. She thought it was because Li Muhan couldn't leave her, but she never expected that it was because of Li Muhan's love for her that he was so accommodating to her. But now, Li Muhan's love for her may have disappeared completely. When Li Muhan heard Gu Ruashi's words, he sneered, took out his mobile phone, and blocked all her WeChat friends, mobile phone numbers, and Alipay accounts in front of Gu Ruashi. Then he said to her with an indifferent expression, we have nothing to do with each other now, so stop bothering me. Haunting? I'm pestering you. Gu Ruashi was so angry that she was shaking all over. Why did Li Muhan become like this? She looked at Xia Yu with anger, but found that the girl didn't even look at her. She looked aside with boredom and yawned. You two dogs. Li Muhan, you will regret this. Even if you kneel down and beg me to forgive you, I will ignore you. Gu Ruashi was about to leave with her bag, but before she left, she heard the conversation between the two behind her. Next time she comes, do I need to talk to the boss and give her a discount? Discount? It's almost like breaking a bone. Don't pay attention to her. Gu Ruashi was almost going crazy. She was jogging in her high heels, unable to tell whether she was trying to avoid Li Muhan or Xia Yu. I only knew that I had been walking for a long time, and there was no one around. Only then did she realize that she had turned into a small path. Gu Ruashi took off her high heels and rubbed her feet wrapped in high-end flesh-colored stockings. Her feet were extremely sore after walking all the way in high heels. Forget it. Let's just find an ordinary hotel tonight. Thinking of this, she turned around and tried to walk out of the path, but found that several drunk men were blocking her way. Beauty? Burp doing business? Yo, holy shit. Beautiful lady, I only saw your back just now, not your front. You are so damn beautiful. Can you look at these legs? Oh my God, my mouth is watering. There are 4 of us, beautiful ladies. Look, how much do you charge? Gu Ruashi looked at these people coldly. Go away. I don't have time for you. Hey, aren't you here for business? That's even better. We guys don't have any money anyway. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, several men pounced on Gu Ruashi. Let me go. You blind beasts. Do you know who I am? Gu Ruashi struggled to resist, but was still pinned to the ground by several people, and someone had already started to tear off her clothes. I don't give a F***K who you are. You're just a tool for us to relieve our anger. Don't F***G scream, or I'll cut your pretty face with a knife. Gu Ruashi was angry and scared. She didn't understand why this happened to her. Help! Help me! Li Muhan! Help! She thought she would call out Zhao Qingquan's name, but subconsciously, what came out of her mouth was Li Muhan's name. Just as her clothes were being torn off by several people, Gu Ruashi's consciousness seemed to return to the past. Back to the night when I first met Li Muhan. That year, Gu Ruashi was 7 years old. After having a conflict with her parents, she rushed out of the house and ran wildly in the night. It seemed to be a moonless winter night like today. It's also an alley like this where you can't see your hand in front of you. The only difference was a few wild dogs. 7-year-old Gu Ruashi was surrounded by several wild dogs, who began to attack her, bite her skirt just like the men did now. Gu Ruashi then was the same as she is now. No, it should be the same now as then, crying like a helpless child. At that time, it was a little beggar in tattered clothes and with unkempt hair who saved him. He stepped forward and beat the wild dogs away with stones and sticks. Facing Gu Ruashi, who kept crying, the little beggar only said one sentence. "Don't cry, I'll protect you." He stayed with Gu Ruashi until she was tired of crying. Then the little beggar carried Gu Ruashi on his back and dropped her off at the door of the police station. Later, the police checked the surveillance footage and found out that the little beggar was a child from a nearby orphanage, named Li Muhan. Gu Ruashi went to visit Li Muhan with her parents, and from that time on, the two became friends. "You said you would protect me, right?" Since then, Li Muhan has been fulfilling his promise. Until now, he will never stand up to protect himself again. "Didn't you say you would protect me?" Just as her clothes were about to be torn, Gu Ruashi sobbed and said these words. But they were ignored by these beasts, who only wanted to vent their animal desires. But no one noticed that deep in the alley, a dark shadow was slowly approaching the group, enjoying their farce, and then slit the throats of several men. The black shadow squatted down, tilted his head, looked at Gu Ruashi, who was frightened and stunned, and then let out a low sneer. On this winter night, another missing person occurred. The police received a report the next morning, but it was not a missing person case, but a murder case. A garbage collector found the bodies of 4 men in an alley. The men's throats were cut and blood was all over the ground. What really prompted the police to contact the Special Management Bureau was the discovery of a high-end women's handbag and a surveillance video at the scene. A woman walked into the path, and then the 4 dead men followed in, but no one came out again, and the path was a dead end. The members of Team 7 arrived at the scene. This was Li Muhan's first mission. He felt like vomiting when he looked at the corpses, but when he saw the bag, his brows furrowed slightly. "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? This is the first time you've seen a corpse like this." Huatian walked up to Li Muhan and patted him on the shoulder. Their identities are special assistant investigators. After all, the existence of the Special Management Bureau cannot be known to the general public and the police. But Li Muhan just squatted on the ground, picked up the bag, and said to Huatian, "I know the missing person this time." Each team of the Special Management Bureau has specially allocated vehicles and certificates made by the Bureau. Because the identity may be different every time a mission is carried out, the certificates also need to be specially made. For example, this time, the people in Team 7 had their badges on their chests, which indicated they were the Special Task Force from the province. Looking at his own photo on the ID, Li Muhan felt that the Special Management Bureau was really powerful. It could even do such a thing, and it was officially certified. You could even find their information on the municipal website. "What are you thinking about?" Huatian, who was driving, glanced at Li Muhan out of the corner of his eye. "Nothing much, it just feels really amazing. Yesterday, I was sitting in a lecture at the university, and today I'm an expert from the province handling a case." Just get used to it. "Guess what I used to do?" "Police chief." Li Muhan blurted out. Huatian rolled his eyes at Li Muhan. "You little brat, can't you just cooperate with me?" "Captain Huatian, didn't you also pretend to be asleep in the car that day? You're a better actor than me." Li Muhan replied with a smile. Huatian cursed a few times. Then Li Muhan glanced at Su Shui and Yin Shi in the back seat through the rearview mirror. "Why? Are you interested in my past?" Su Shui, who was still looking at the file, noticed Li Muhan's gaze and looked at him through the rearview mirror with a smile. Although I didn't join the Special Management Bureau, we are now comrades. Li Muhan scratched his head and said with a smile. As for me, I used to be an administrator in a state-owned enterprise. I can't tell, Sister Shui. You're already working. Su Shui narrowed her eyes slightly when she heard Li Muhan say this. This girl always made Li Muhan feel like she had to keep smiling all the time. But the more this happened, the more Li Muhan felt that he couldn't see clearly. Work? You know, if Taozi wanted to, even if she ate delicacies every day and never worked for the rest of her life, it would probably take her 10 lifetimes to spend all her money. Captain, you talk a lot. Su Shui looked at Huatian with a smile, but Huatian sensed a hint of murderous intent in this smile, so he immediately shut his mouth. Wow, she turns out to be a rich woman, Li Muhan exclaimed. Where's Xiaoyin? Li Muhan looked at Yin Qi, who had been looking at his phone. You don't have to worry about me. But he only received a cold response from Yin Qi. Li Muhan was a little embarrassed, and finally Lin Ziyu's voice came from the intercom in the car. You'll never guess what I used to do. I'm a hacker, a super hacker who once broke into the national security system. Who asked you? Huatian interrupted Lin Ziyu, and then said to Li Muhan helplessly. This kid was bailed out of prison by the Special Management Bureau. He dared to hack into the national security system at the age of 14. He peed his pants when he was caught. Look at how cowardly he is. If he really went to jail, I'm afraid his asterisk would be in danger. Captain, don't tear people apart when they are in trouble. The atmosphere in the car became lively, diluting the disgust Li Muhan had just felt when he saw the bodies of the men who had died tragically. The place the four of them are currently heading to is a dilapidated apartment in the old town of Tianhai City. This street was missed in Tianhai City's renovation plan because there were too many historical problems, so the government ultimately had no choice but to let it grow wildly. Over time, it became a gathering place for homeless people and certain gangs. Muhan, are you feeling better? Su Shui just saw Li Muhan holding the wall and vomiting for a long time, so she's a little worried now. It's okay, I just haven't seen such a bloody scene. This is a lie. Li Muhan had seen quite a few dead people when he was a child, but there was no need to talk about them here, as they were all in the past. But having seen it doesn't mean he is numb. Even when he was in a hellish orphanage as a child, he still hoped to have an ordinary life. This is also why he regarded Guru Ashi as the light in his life before, because it was she who led him out of that hell. It's a pity that things have changed and people have changed. That's strange. Your file clearly states that you've taken 10 lives, and based on the photos from the scene, the deaths were far more tragic than those of these four. How can you still feel unwell? It was Yin Qi who spoke. Her words were sharp and seemed to have a questioning tone. The 10 lives she mentioned on Li Muhan's body were those of Zhao Qingquan's thugs, which could actually be counted on Ball's head, but Li Muhan didn't say anything, just smiled bitterly. Xiaoyin, how can you talk like that? Huatian immediately spoke out to stop him. Yes, Xiaoyin, it's also written in the file. Muhan lost control of his power at that time, so what if he loses control of his power again? Yin Qi's words brought the atmosphere in the car to freezing point. I can't give him my back. All right, Youngie. Finally, it was Lin Ziyu on the intercom who broke the deadlock. Muhan has a guarantor, and the necklace he wears around his neck is the latest product developed by the Science Council and me, specifically for demons. Besides, he's not an official member of the Special Management Bureau. He's here to assist us. Sorry, I'm not interested. Yin Qi coldly interrupted Lin Ziyu, who wanted to show off. Li Muhan was also embarrassed at first and didn't know what to say. It was not until he heard Lin Ziyu's words that he asked with some confusion. Excuse me, can Xiaoyu, who is also an alien like me, also be a guarantor? Normally speaking, no, but Xiaoyu is special. Huatian said. She doesn't belong to the Huaxia Special Management Bureau. You can see that her appearance doesn't show pure Huaxia ancestry. Moreover, she is a controllable natural disaster level anomaly, which means that the Huaxia Special Management Bureau wants to win over her at all costs. Li Muhan understood. The guarantor's words were not meant to reassure Inchi, but telling Inchi, even if the Special Management Bureau abandons all of them, it will definitely win over Li Muhan. As for why? Because his guarantor is a disaster-level alien. Inchi snorted coldly and continued to look at his phone. The destination has finally arrived. Li Muhan looked out the car window and found that the scenery outside the window had completely changed. There are no tall buildings or bustling streets, only dilapidated bungalows and old apartments, and some unscrupulous people gathered together. Those people watched the passing vehicles with strange eyes, as if they were wary of something. Boy, you are not from this place. Well, I came to Tianhai City to study at university. Try not to talk for a while. After saying this, Huitian parked the car in front of an old apartment building. The advantage of the Special Management Bureau is that it has money and resources. As long as you do your job well, you can get whatever you want. But there's also a disadvantage, which is that you have to keep a low profile, especially when dealing with ordinary people. You must not attract too much attention. Remember? After getting Li Muhan's affirmative answer, Huitian suddenly took out a pistol from his waist and handed it to Li Muhan. But don't be a coward. Seeing Li Muhan taking the gun with a complicated expression, Huitian opened the car door. As soon as the four got out of the car, several men surrounded them. Where are you from? What do you do? The leading man chewed gum and looked at the four men in suits and ties with disdain. It's a public affair, don't worry. There's no clear investigation. Huitian Liang showed the forged ID. Although the man looked unremarkable, he seemed to recognize the certificate. Oh, you're from the province. He was not afraid at all. He stared at the ID for a long time and suddenly looked at Su Shui and Yin Qi. Wow, your wife is so beautiful. As he was about to step forward to check the two girls' IDs, Huitian raised his hand to stop him. Enough is enough. Huitian only said this. The man chewed gum with a look of disdain on his face, then spat the gum on the ground and waved at the four people. Go in and keep a low profile, otherwise no one can protect you even if they come from heaven. Even after they entered the apartment, the men were still staring at their backs. Li Muhan felt very strange. Is there no police station here? Can't we seek support from the police station first? One thing can affect the whole thing. The connections here are all rotten to the core. By the time the police station took us to look for the person, he had already escaped. Li Muhan nodded. Huitian is worthy of being a former policeman. His insight is different. The elevator in the old apartment was narrow and had a foul smell. I wonder if people often urinate and defecate in elevators. As soon as she entered the elevator, Su Shui covered her nose and frowned. On the contrary, Yin Qi acted as if nothing had happened, as if he had already gotten used to this kind of environment. The elevator reached the 5th floor, and the four of them went straight to rooms 5 to 8. The corridor of this apartment is open. Looking down through the corridor handrail, Li Muhan was surprised to find that there were at least 30 men gathered downstairs. Everyone was holding a weapon in their hands and staring at them intently. Now, do you understand why the salaries of the Special Management Bureau are so high? In the headset, Lin Ziyu said to Li Muhan with a smile, "Can you see what I see? There are miniature cameras in the badges on your chests. Of course I can see it. I have to provide you with support. Look in the sky at the 9 o'clock position." Li Muhan looked in the direction he was looking and saw a miniature drone hovering in the air. "Okay, Ziyu, stop showing off and tell us about 5 to 8. "Got it, Captain." Lin Ziyu seemed a little unsatisfied and obviously wanted to say a few more words. But now the mission is more important. The micro-drone quietly circled to the other side of the building, and then Lin Ziyu spoke to a few people. "Everyone is in the house. Go ahead." After getting a positive answer, Huitian raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A hoarse voice came from the room. I will definitely pay next week, so don't come to me anymore." Zhou Jigua, open the door. "We are not here to collect protection money," Huitian said coldly. "So who are you? Don't you recognize me?" Huitian looked at Zhou Jigua with a sneer. "Yes, it's you." Zhou Jigua was about to close the door, but Huitian kicked the door open and Zhou Jigua fell to the ground. "Search." Then Huitian waved his hand, and Yin Shi and Su Shui immediately began to search the room. Zhou Zhigua got up from the ground and looked at Hua Tian with anger. It's you again. It's you again. I wasn't the one who killed your son. Why won't you let me go? Hua Tian directly threw his Special Management Bureau ID in his face. I'm from the Special Management Bureau now, here to investigate the case. Upon hearing the words Special Management Bureau, Zhou Zhigua fell silent. At this time, Li Muhan also saw the person in front of him clearly, a middle-aged man with ragged clothes and a haggard face. This person is Zhou Zhigua. That is the legendary monster, the Huan Kingdom. Director Hua, I've told you many times that I really didn't kill your son, and I have nothing to do with those girls' disappearances. You broke one of my legs, so why won't you let me go? Zhou Zhigua was controlled by Hua Tian. He sat on a chair in the living room and watched several people turn his house into a mess. Tears were almost in his eyes. I'm no longer a director. I'm the captain of the 7th Squad of the Special Management Bureau. Do you understand what I mean? Hua Tian kept tapping Zhou Zhigua's face with his ID. Li Muhan could see how deep his hatred for Zhou Zhigua was. But even so, he was still suppressing his anger. Otherwise, Zhou Zhigua would not have been able to speak. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhou Zhigua's family is penniless. The only valuable thing in the house is the old CRT TV. I understand, Director Hua, Captain Hua. I'm glad you understand. I thought you beasts didn't know how to communicate with people. Hua Tian sat down on the chair without any hesitation. At this time, Su Shui and Yin Shi had finished searching the room and returned to the living room. Both of them shook their heads at Hua Tian. Hua Tian gave Su Shui a wink. Su Shui immediately stepped forward and took out the photo, which was the photo of the missing person. Have you seen these people? Who are these people? Excuse me, sir, I have never seen them before. Is there something wrong? Zhou Zhigua looked at the photo and seemed to have no reaction. They disappeared. Their disappearance was very strange. It doesn't seem like it was done by humans. Su Shui emphasized the last sentence, as if she was speaking to Zhou Zhigua. I'm sorry, sir. I haven't seen them. I really haven't done those things. Sirs, please understand. What the hell are you howling for? Hua Tian slapped Zhou Zhigua in the face, which made Li Muhan think that it was a bit too much. When Zhou Zhigua was beaten, he was stunned for a moment, but he immediately knelt on the ground. Captain Hua, I know your child died a violent death before, but you really can't blame me. I am innocent. Hua Tian squatted down and stared at Zhou Zhigua coldly. Zhou Zhigua trembled all over when he looked at him. Finally, Hua Tian sneered and pulled Zhou Zhigua up from the ground. Okay, let's handle this as a business matter. As for what happened in the past, I don't want to mention it anymore. If you really haven't done anything wrong, I won't bother you. Thank you, Captain Hua. Thank you, leadership. Hua Tian waved his hand and said, Who are those people downstairs from you? Hearing the group of people downstairs, Zhou Zhigua sighed. A bunch of gang members gathered in the old street. I work hard every day to earn this little money, and that's not enough to satisfy the gangs who come to collect protection fees. Sir, how can this person be greedier than a monster? After saying this, Zhou Zhigua immediately felt that he had said something wrong, and he quickly nodded and bowed to apologize. I'm sorry, sirs. I didn't mean to say that. Please forgive me. It's okay, you're right. Some people are worse than monsters. Don't worry, we'll go back and explain your situation and see if we can help you. Zhou Zhigua, you better behave yourself and don't hurt anyone. Hua Tian seemed to have completely changed his attitude, as if all his previous anger was just a disguise. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave with a few people. Thank you, leaders and all the officers of the Special Management Bureau. I will definitely behave myself and will not cause any trouble to the Special Management Bureau or humanity. Li Muhan didn't say a word during the whole process. He was observing Zhou Zhigua and the way Team 7 did things. It can be said that everyone in this team had a very good understanding of each other. There is no need to communicate in advance, and everyone does what they are supposed to do. After leaving Zhou Zhigua's house and going downstairs, he inevitably had to face the group of people who gathered around him. Hey boss, it's done. If you had told me earlier that you were looking for that be asterisk 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 di Zhou I would have just dropped him off for you. He still owes me a lot of money. Facing the grinning man, Huatian didn't give him much of a good look. Get out of the way. The man did not stop them, but a group of his men surrounded their car. What do you mean? Huatian turned around and looked at the man. He was 1.95 meters tall and had a sturdy build. The man looked like a chick in front of him. But the men were not afraid of Huatian at all. Perhaps it was because they were numerous and had weapons in their hands, so they were so confident. I was just short-sighted and didn't recognize you. Aren't you Director Hua from the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau? Oh, look at my eyes. What's wrong? Did you get promoted? Well, I'll treat you to dinner some other day. Director Hua, more than 10 of my brothers fell into your hands before, but you didn't show them any mercy at all. Huatian sneered at the person who spoke. So what do you want to do? How about this? I'll treat you today, and we can settle this feud. I don't know why you're looking for that filthy Zhou Zhigua, but since you're here, why don't you stay for dinner? I'm busy today. I'll treat you all to a meal some other day. Huatian smiled and tried to walk around the man, but was pushed back by the man, and his face became gloomy. What? You look down on your brothers? You don't want the courtesy, right? Fine. Leave your 2 wives here, and we'll invite 2 beauties from the province to have some fun. This will also be your apology for my brothers who are still in prison. The man laughed obscenely after saying this. The people around him also laughed, but before he could laugh for long, Huatian also laughed. He turned his head, looked at Li Muhan, and laughed dryly twice. Before Li Muhan could react, Huatian grabbed the man's neck and slammed him against the car window. Because the window glass of the Special Management Bureau's car had been specially treated, the glass did not shatter, but the man's face was not so lucky. Blood mixed with saliva and several broken teeth slid down the glass directly. Li Muhan, who witnessed this scene, kept thinking about what Huatian had just said to him. When dealing with ordinary people, be sure not to draw too much attention to yourself. You F asterisk 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 G. The man was about to scold Huatian when he pinched his neck and hit him again. Bang! This hit the man so hard that he fainted. F asterisk asterisk K. Guys, move! Move your mother back off. Just as these people were about to attack, Li Muhan had already pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed the muzzle directly at a yellow-haired man standing in the front. Li Muhan glared at the group of people with disdain, his eyes revealing a fierceness. Although there were many people and only one pistol, no one wanted to be the first to go up and die. I could only watch the 4 people get on the car. Li Muhan didn't put away his gun until the car started. Then the car roared in place, scaring the thugs blocking the front to quickly move aside. The car drove away, leaving behind only a large group of people cursing. When the car left the old neighborhood, Huatian Kai burst into laughter. He held the steering wheel with one hand and patted Li Muhan's shoulder with the other hand and said, "Ha, you're a brave boy. I didn't misjudge you, even though you didn't even open the safety just now." Li Muhan coughed when he was hit by him and could only keep reminding him to drive carefully. Why did you think of pulling out a gun? Didn't you, Captain, give me a wink and tell me to take action? Huh. What I meant is that after I take action, you should start the car first so that we can run away immediately. Li Muhan was speechless. It turned out that he had misunderstood Huatian's meaning. But judging from the results, Li Muhan clearly gave a 120-point answer. Even Yin Shi said it lightly. Well done. Then they talked about the case again. Li Muhan thought he had to go back to the police station first, but Huatian made a big circle and found a secluded place to park the car near the entrance on the other side of the old street. Are you going to go back and attack with a surprise attack? Li Muhan asked. It's useless if you don't have evidence. Huatian took out a cigarette box and handed one to Li Muhan, but Li Muhan said he didn't smoke. Okay, get out of the car. The lady needs to change her clothes. Huh? Oh. Li Muhan understood instantly, but seemed not to understand why he had to change clothes. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and the night always comes quickly in winter. Li Muhan and Huatian leaned against the wall not far from the car. Huatian lit a cigarette, blew out a puff of smoke comfortably, looked at Li Muhan, and handed the cigarette box over. Want one? No. Okay, stop pretending. You want to make a good impression in front of the girl. I get it. It's just the two of us. Captain, I really don't smoke. Lee Muhan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and then was laughed at by Hal for being cowardly. I'm just cherishing my life. Who says not smoking is a coward? You just said you didn't make a mistake. I'm just saying this to impress you in front of the girl. So, which one do you like, Tauzi or Xiaoyin? Do you want me to give you? Seeing that Huatian was talking more and more nonsense, Li Muhan quickly stopped him and brought the topic back to the case. Do you think it's Zhou Zhigua? Li Muhan asked Huatian, but Huatian threw the question back to Li Muhan. What do you think? I think, well, it's hard to say. He strikes me as an honest, middle-aged man, but you can't judge a person by their appearance. But there doesn't seem to be anything suspicious about his family. Indeed, the atmosphere fell into silence again. Huatian squatted by the wall, smoking one cigarette after another. Li Muhan noticed that he seemed to be looking at something. When he took a closer look, he found that it was a necklace pendant. The lid of the pendant was open, and inside was a photo. Is he handsome? Huatian suddenly turned and looked at Li Muhan. Ah, this is my son. Isn't he handsome? Huatian proudly showed the photo in the pendant to Li Muhan. Li Muhan saw a photo of a young man in police uniform, with a tall figure and a heroic face, the typical image of a great and glorious man in a story. Handsome and looks righteous. Hey, of course, this is my son. Having said that, Huatian took another deep puff of cigarette. If he can continue to be a police officer, he will definitely become a chief in the future. Li Muhan knew that the boy in the photo would never be a policeman again, and his life would forever remain stuck in the past 5 years. Team leader. Li Muhan squatted beside Huatian. Is this why you joined the Special Management Bureau? Huatian did not answer, but just stared at the pendant in his hand and looked at the child in the photo. After a long while, he finally answered the question irrelevantly. After the child got into trouble, his mother divorced me. That period was the most painful time of my life. I carried a gun and ran to Zhou Zhigua's house every day. I was warned many times, but the last time I couldn't hold back and shot him in the leg. Having said that, Huatian smiled bitterly. I've worn the police uniform for decades, and it was taken away just like that. Then the Special Management Bureau came after you? Huatian nodded. Director Lin came to see me personally. The first thing she said was to apologize for not being able to find the real murderer of my child. At that time, I was very angry, so I kicked her out. Li Muhan wanted to laugh when he thought of Lindsay being kicked out of the house, but due to the current atmosphere, he held it back. Ha ha! You have no idea what Director Lin's expression was like at that time. As a result, it was Huatian who laughed. She came 3 times, and I chased her away 3 times. The 4th time, she kicked my door down. It was a thick security door, and with her skinny arms and legs, she actually kicked it down. And guess what she said to me? What? 3 visits to my thatched cottage should be enough, isn't it? It shows sincerity enough? Ha ha ha. This time Li Muhan couldn't help laughing along. Then Director Lin dragged me directly to the Special Management Bureau headquarters and explained the Bureau's situation to me, asking if I wanted to join. Actually, what she did was against the rules. I hadn't expressed my desire to join the Bureau, so I shouldn't have gone to the headquarters. It seems she violated the rules with me this time as well. Director Lin is a good person. She gave me hope for rebirth. She gave you a chance to avenge your son? After hearing what Li Muhan said, Huatian was stunned for a moment. Then he closed the pendant lid with a click, then turned around and blew a puff of smoke at Li Muhan. The vision is open. Your vision is small. At the beginning, I did join the Special Management Bureau with a mentality of revenge, but after 5 years of work, I realized how important the Special Management Bureau is to the survival of mankind. Captain, have you been brainwashed? F***KU. You little brat. You don't know shit. I don't know where you got your demonic powers from, but I guarantee that if you go through that training, you'll be the first one to be eliminated. Li Muhan understood that if humans wanted to have the power to fight aliens, they had to withstand inhuman tests. And it seemed that he awakened the demonic power of Baal only after being beaten half to death by Zhao Qingquan. This is indeed unfair to people like Huatian. Boy, you really don't want to consider joining the Special Management Bureau? Aren't I doing an internship with you? No, I can see that you won't join now. Hua stared into Li Muhan's eyes, and Li Muhan felt as if he could see through his thoughts. That's right, Li Muhan has no intention of joining. He just wants to learn more about how the Special Management Bureau works so that it will be easier for him to deal with them in the future. He doesn't want to be a dog tied up by someone. All right. Hua slowly stood up. A child like you shouldn't step into this world where there's no return. Li Muhan also stood up, but just as he was about to ask something, he heard the sound of a car door closing behind him. Li Muhan looked back and saw that Su Shui had taken off her black suit and trousers and changed into a set of sportswear that was easy to move in. She was also carrying a guitar case on her back. She was wearing a woolen hat and a mask on her face, and Li Muhan almost didn't recognize her for a moment. Inchi was dressed similarly, but she didn't say much. She walked to Hua Tian, raised her finger, pointed at the watch on her wrist, and said, I went in at 7:35 p.m. Go ahead. Hua Tian was still smoking and just nodded. Inchi put on a mask and walked into the old street alone. Captain, Brother Muhan, I'm leaving now. Su Shui waved to the two of them and walked into the old street. What are they going to do? Li Muhan asked as he watched the two people disappear into the night. Everyone has their own duties. Hua Tian seemed to have answered Li Muhan's question, but also seemed not to have answered it. Just then, Li Muhan's cell phone rang. Answer it. You might not be able to answer the phone later. Hua Tian threw away the cigarette, but lit a new one and said. Li Muhan picked up the phone and frowned immediately, because the caller ID clearly showed Gu Ruoshi's mother's number. Hello, Annie. Xiao Han, Annie wants to ask you what's going on with Xiao Shi. Gu Ruoshi's mother sounded very anxious on the phone, as if she already knew that Gu Ruoshi was missing. You already know that? The police called me and asked if we could contact Xiaoxi. We called her cell phone, looked for her on WeChat, and called the school, but we couldn't find her. Auntie, don't worry. The police are doing their best to find her. Gu Ruoshi will be fine. Gu Ruoshi's mother's voice on the other end of the phone was almost crying. Xiao Han, you must find Xiaoxi. You two are so good to each other. Auntie begs you. From what she said, it seemed that Gu Ruoshi's mother didn't know that she had broken up with her daughter. Don't worry, I will find her. Li Muhan knew that he couldn't give the old man such hope. He had no ability to find anyone, and it all depended on Hua Tian and the others. But he didn't want his mother to be heartbroken. After all, no matter how Gu Ruoshi treated him, the old couple had loved him very much since he was a child. After the incident at the orphanage, it was these old couple who took him in. So they are half of Li Muhan's parents. Hey, Xiaoan. The next person to speak was Gu Ruoshi's father. We've already bought tickets to Tianhai City. We'll arrive tonight. Don't worry too much. Police technology is so advanced now, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere. Xiaoxi should be fine. Li Muhan was somewhat touched. This old father must be extremely worried, yet he was still comforting himself at this moment. Well, uncle, I will arrange accommodation for you two elders after you come over. Don't worry, I will find Gu Ruoshi. After comforting Gu's mother a few more words, Li Muhan hung up the phone, feeling extremely heavy in his heart. Feeling the pressure? Hey, if I were you, I wouldn't say such things. Hua Tian smiled and shook his head. You're taking all the responsibility on yourself. Who is this girl to you? Ex-girlfriend. Yo, ex-girlfriend. Hua Tian dragged out the word before, then looked at Li Muhan meaningfully and finally patted Li Muhan on the shoulder and said, Don't worry, we won't tell Xiaoyu about this. What does it have to do with her? Hey, you don't understand women at all. You're out here late at night, running around for your ex-girlfriend. Do you think Xiaoyu won't be jealous? Captain, actually, Xiaoyu and I... Li Muhan was a little embarrassed because up to now, his relationship with Xiaoyu is still a little vague. No one has ever said the word like to the other. Some things will come naturally. Boy, you're still young. You'll understand in the future. Don't wait for girls to say some things. Act like a man. Just when he was eager to explain, Hua Tian retreated into the car. Li Muhan hurriedly followed him, but found that Hua Tian was lying in the back seat of the car with his eyes closed to rest. About half an hour later, Su Shui's voice suddenly came from the car's intercom. Captain, These gang members just got into their cars as if they had made an appointment and drove towards an abandoned factory on Old Street. Abandoned factory? Li Muhan was shocked. Could it be that this was the abandoned factory where Huatian's son had the accident? Taozi, how's your position? Huatian also sat up from the back seat at this moment and asked into the intercom. The view is great. I have to say, it's quite difficult to find a commanding height in an old street like this. Stay alert and don't get discovered. Huatian lit a cigarette in the car, took a deep breath, and exhaled a puff of smoke. The thick smoke lingered in the car for a long time before quietly dissipating. All the cars stopped in front of the warehouse of the abandoned factory, and they got out and headed towards the warehouse. Don't be impatient, Taozi. Can you see the whole factory clearly from your position? No problem. Then keep an eye on it. What's the situation over there, Inshi? Huatian continued to give orders. With just a simple name, the other party immediately knew what she was going to do. I have followed these people into the warehouse and am currently tracking them covertly. Lin Ziyu, what about Zhou Jigua? Zhou Jigua has been at home and seems to be watching TV now. He has not shown any unusual behavior. It turned out that Lin Ziyu's drone had been hovering near Zhou Jigua's home because its paint had been specially treated. Under the cover of night, the drone did not attract anyone's attention. Tick, tick-tock. Time passed by minute, and no one spoke during this time. Li Muhan felt that his heart was about to jump into his throat. It was already 1 o'clock in the evening, but Li Muhan was not sleepy at all. During this time, he also received a text message from Xiaoyu. The first text message had no content, only a cute kitten emoticon. Just when Li Muhan was confused, the second text message came. Sorry, it was my first time texting someone, and I pressed the wrong button. I have to say that although Xiaoyu seems to be a vampire who has lived for a long time, her common sense is still a mess. But thanks to this incident, Li Muhan's tense nerves relaxed a little. But before the string could completely relax, Inshi's voice came from the headphones again. The missing target was found in an abandoned warehouse. These people want to transfer the hostages. Li Muhan suddenly became excited. It's not just because the missing person was found, but also because this incident was done by these gang members and has nothing to do with Zhou Jigua. To be honest, Li Muhan actually felt a little sympathetic when he saw how miserable Zhou Jigua was living. Captain, hurry over, Li Muhan urged. But Huatian was still smoking, as if he was thinking about something. Team leader, Li Muhan shouted again. Huatian then slowly turned his head and looked at Li Muhan. I learned from Director Lin that you were once human. So, Li Muhan, tell me, what do you think of aliens? Li Muhan looked confused, not knowing why Huatian asked him this question at this time. They're all different. For example, the vampire who attacked me before was very brutal, but Zhou Jigua seems quite honest to me. After hearing Li Muhan's answer, Huatian smiled faintly. I hope you can always treat every creature in this world with this mentality, regardless of whether they are human or not, and regardless of whether you are a member of the Special Management Bureau or not. After saying that, Huatian started the engine of the car. At the moment he started the car, Huatian suddenly covered his stomach. Ouch! Ouch! My stomach hurts so much. Li Muhan was dumbfounded. Why did Huatian suddenly have a stomachache at this time? The restaurant we had dinner at must have been unclean. Ouch! Captain, aren't we eating together? My intestines are fragile. Is that okay? Oh no, I have to find a place to solve it on the spot. Li Muhan, you go over there first and support Su Shui and Yin Shi. Ah, I'm going alone. What are you afraid of? You're an alien, and you're afraid of humans? Besides, Su Shui and Yin Shi are both combatants. Just don't hold them back. Well, that's fine. Li Muhan was a little confused. How did the situation turn out like this? But I can't drive. Huatian leaned over and opened the passenger door, then kicked Li Muhan out of the car. Damn it, you still want to drive over there? Run over there. Hurry up. I'm going to poop out. Although confused, Li Muhan still ran quickly towards the abandoned factory. Watching Li Muhan's back disappear into the night of the old street, Huatian's painful expression as he covered his stomach gradually became calm. He opened the door and got out. He lit a cigarette, opened the trunk of the car, took out a long backpack, and walked towards the shabby apartment while humming some tune. Just as Li Muhan was about to run to the abandoned factory, Lin Ziyu's voice suddenly came from the headset. What's going on? Why did my drone crash? Also, who just turned off my signal? Listening to Lin Ziyu's words, Li Muhan suddenly felt something was wrong. Where are your people? Report the situation quickly. Lin Ziyu shouted anxiously from the other end of the headset. No time. Inchi gave a brief reply, and there was also some faint shouting and killing sounds coming from her side. It seemed that Inchi had already started fighting with someone. Sorry, Lin Ziyu, the fighting has already started here. Captain, how long will it take for you to arrive at the scene? The background on Su Shue's side was the whistling wind, and from time to time, there was a sound similar to that of sniper rifle firing. The captain suddenly said he had diarrhea. I'm running to the abandoned factory to provide support. At this moment, Li Muhan seemed to hear Lin Ziyu take a breath of cold air. Li Muhan, go back, go back, go back to the captain. Li Muhan slowed down his running pace and asked anxiously, Huh, what's going on? Li Muhan, the captain deliberately sent you away, Jung-yi said as he fought someone. Brother Muhan, the captain must have noticed some details that we didn't notice, details about Zhou Zhigua. Su Shui said, Then why didn't he tell us? Because he wants to settle the matter alone. We can't let him go. Director Lin just sent us news. Zhou Zhigua. That means the disaster level of this Ya country has suddenly risen to chaos. That's no monster the captain can handle. Li Muhan was dumbfounded. Director Lin has already said that we should rescue the hostages first. As for Zhou Zhigua, she will send someone to deal with him. You must bring the captain back quickly. Li Muhan did not ask any more questions. He remembered what Zhou Zhigua said to him when he looked at him for the last time. His heart began to beat wildly, and he almost felt some kind of ominous premonition. Then Li Muhan turned around and started running towards Zhou Zhigua's residence. At the same time, on the 5th floor of a dilapidated apartment at the door of Zhou Zhigua's house, Hua Tian smoked his last cigarette, then took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Here it comes. Zhou Zhigua's voice came from the room. Who is it at this late hour? After opening the door and seeing Hua Tian, Zhou Zhigua was stunned. Captain Hua, why are you here again? There are still some things I don't understand clearly, Hua Tian said with a sneer. Although he was very reluctant, Zhou Zhigua still let Hua Tian in. Captain Hua, what else do you want to know? Zhou Zhigua brought out a cup of tea, but saw Hua Tian throw a long bag on the table. Zhou Zhigua, stop pretending there's no one else. Captain Hua, what are you talking about? I know that you were responsible for what happened 5 years ago, and you are also responsible for this case now. Hua Tian looked at Zhou Zhigua, and Zhou Zhigua's thin figure trembled slightly at this time. And then he said with a dry laugh, Captain Hua, why are you still bringing this up? I really don't. Perfume. Hua Tian interrupted Zhou Zhigua and then said, 5 years ago you ignored this problem, and now you have it again. You have the scent of at least 5 different women's perfumes on your body and in your house. These perfumes cannot be afforded by PR *SD*****. Zhou Zhigua opened his mouth wide and didn't say a word for a long time. I'm sorry, my wife. My ex-wife is a perfumer, so I'm used to all kinds of perfumes. That's why I suspected you back then. At the time, I didn't understand why you didn't deal with the perfume smell in the room, but after joining the Special Management Bureau, I understood. As Hua Tian spoke, he slowly unzipped the bag. A tang sword with a black scabbard suddenly appeared. Zhou Zhigua lowered his head and began to laugh strangely. Because we, the Xian nation, have no sense of smell. When he looked up again, his eyes were filled with strange madness. As he watched Zhou Zhigua's true nature gradually revealed, Hua Tian's heart became increasingly calm. He took out the tang sword and slowly pulled it out. The blade flashing with cold light reflected Hua Tian's cold eyes. It's been 5 years. It's time for an explanation. Captain Hua, you're really persistent. 5 years for humans is nothing to us, but you actually caught me twice in such a short time. It's a pity that last time your son died for you. I wonder if this time... Swish! The knife flashed, and Zhou Jigua's head, still with its mouth open, fell to the ground. Huatian slowly sheathed his sword and looked at the head rolling on the ground with cold eyes. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt a terrible force eroding the entire building. And behind him, there was also some strange rustling sound. Captain Huatian. The head that fell to the ground was looking at Huatian with a ferocious smile. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Now that you're here, have a cup of tea. Huatian turned around and looked at the headless body crawling up from the ground and sneered. It really is a monster. The next moment, endless darkness began to spread, eventually enveloping the entire building in shadow. Boundary, expand, kill all living things. In the end, what Huatian heard was Zhou Jigua's voice, which was gradually becoming distorted. Cholera. Huatian widened his eyes, looked at the endless darkness in front of him and the figure gradually wriggling in the darkness, and smiled helplessly. My luck is still so bad. At the same time, Li Muhan finally ran back to the front of the apartment. The car was still parked there, but Huatian was gone. He rushed into the building and climbed to the 5th floor in one breath. When he kicked open Zhou Jigua's door, he found that everything was normal, but there was no Zhou Jigua or Huatian. They're not here. Li Muhan spoke into the headset. The captain and Zhou Jigua were not there, and there were no signs of a fight at the scene. Lin Ziyu suddenly remembered something and said to Li Muhan, the captain must have used the Special Management Bureau's boundary decree to isolate the entire apartment from the current interface. Speak human language. Li Muhan felt helpless, as he did not quite understand the professional terms of the Special Management Bureau. This is a prop used by the Special Management Bureau when clearing out aliens. You can think of it as setting up this prop. The entire area will be separated into a forged area created by the prop. Except for aliens and Special Management Bureau personnel, everyone will be excluded. This is also to prevent ordinary humans from being involved in the battle between the Special Management Bureau and aliens. Li Muhan was dumbfounded. What should I do now? Is there any way to break the boundary decree? Su Shue's voice came from the headphones. Brother Muhan, look around to see if there are any command flags. There are 5 in total. As long as you remove all 5 command flags, you can break the boundary decree. I'll try my best. Li Muhan hurried downstairs again, looking for something that resembled a command flag. But after running around several times, he was out of breath and still couldn't find a command flag. It is easy to imagine that Huatian must have made sufficient preparations in order to face Zhou Jigua alone. He knew very well that what he had to do was not only to carry out the mission, but also to use the name of the mission to resolve past personal grudges. Otherwise, he could have reported what he found wrong with Zhou Jigua, but he chose not to do so because he was afraid. I'm very scared. What should I do if there is no result again like before? He didn't know if he could accept such an ending again. Just when he returned to Zhou Jigua's room at a loss, Lin Ziyu's voice came from the headphones. Li Muhan, I've requested special support from the engineering corps. They should be here soon. It's too late. Although he didn't know why he had this feeling, he had a vague feeling that by the time the engineering team arrived to break the boundary decree, it might be too late. I remember the first time I lost control and expanded my realm. Xiaoyu used her realm to tear apart my power. Li Muhan said this while mobilizing the strength in his body. Li Muhan, what are you doing? Don't act rashly until the engineering troops arrive. Inchi's voice also came from the headset, but it was only a short sentence and was quickly drowned out by the noisy fighting and cursing. I haven't officially joined the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in his pupils, and then the necklace on his neck also reacted, quickly turning into a black silk thread that wrapped around half of his face, forming a black mask. Aren't interns just there to take the blame? Lin Ziyu seemed to have sensed something was wrong with Huatian's voice after it was covered by the mask, and he became a little anxious. Although he was also worried about Huatian, Li Muhan was a new member after all. If something happened to him, it would be difficult for Team 7 to explain to the headquarters. You wait a minute, Li Muhan. Li Muhan no longer paid attention to Lin Ziyu, but slowly activated the demonic power in his body. The realm is opened. 10,000 thunders lead to killing. In an instant, the entire building, no, all the lights in the nearby 1 kilometer block began to flicker, and then the household appliances began to make a crackling sound, as if the electricity was being drawn away by something. Lin Ziyu seemed to be still yelling something in the headphones, but Li Muhan could no longer hear him. He tried hard to recall the feeling when his realm was torn apart, but because he was not very conscious at that time, and it was basically Ball who was controlling him, it was very difficult for him to do what Xiaoyu did at that time. Lightning gathered on his body again and again, but he was like a gun that couldn't find its target. After several attempts, Li Muhan felt a pain in his head. He seemed to hear Ball mocking him in the dilapidated palace. Li Muhan, shut up. Li Muhan heard the voice in the headphones and thought that Lin Ziyu was here to persuade him to wait for support again. He was about to unplug the headphones when he suddenly heard the voice continue. Concentrate your attention and use your realm to tear apart another realm. You cannot expand it completely, but rather shrink it to a point. The voice was soft and quiet. It wasn't Lin Ziyu, Su Shui, or Yin Qi. Director Lin? Li Muhan recognized that it was Lin Zhe's voice. He was slightly stunned, then continued to close his eyes and began to recall what Lin Zhe had just said. The so-called realm is just a manifestation of power. The characteristics of the Xian nation allow them to create an environment that goes unnoticed. Now that their power has increased, they have brought Captain Huatian into their realm. If you want to break through their realm, you only have two options. 1. Do what Xiaoyu did to you before and use the more powerful realm to directly devour the weaker one. 2. Compress the power of the realm into a point and then tear it apart. Lin Zhe seemed to have taken over control of the scene from Lin Ziyu. Su Shui, Yin Qi, you continue to carry out the diversionary mission and ensure the safety of the hostages in the old warehouse. Li Muhan, as for you, although Lin Zhe's voice was gentle, it gave Li Muhan an indescribable sense of courage. Do what you want to do. There is no need to say more about Li Muhan. He unleashed his own boundaries and expanded them again, but this time he compressed the feeling over and over again. When a small ball finally formed in his heart, he suddenly opened his eyes. Thunderbolt kills. Boom. At this moment, lightning fiercely split the dark sky, accompanied by a deafening thunder, and at the same time, a burst of angry curses came from downstairs and next door. Damn it! The voltage was unstable just now, and now there's a sudden thunderstorm. Are we going to survive? He ignored the dissatisfaction of these neighbors. When he opened his eyes again, a space crack torn by lightning appeared in front of him. From the depths of the land of no return, Huatian's familiar and majestic voice was first heard, then interrupted by an even stranger, more terrifying roar. This roar seemed to echo from the endless abyss, containing indescribable anger and coldness. Hey, you're really good at fighting. You've been acting like a grandson to me, and I thought you were such a wimp. Human, you don't know what's good for you. I spared your life a few years ago. How dare you come and die? You're even more stupid than your idiotic son. How dare you mention my son? Did I give you face? In the other space within the crack, the Hun Kingdom, whose body is so huge that it looks like a giant ape, stands proudly here. It resembled a mythical titan, a giant beast that had escaped its bonds, its size too enormous to be looked at directly. Opposite it stood a man with an unremarkable appearance, but a resolute expression, fighting to the death. The man standing in front of him was holding a tang sword as dark as the abyss of night tightly in his hand. One of his arms was broken, and his tattered suit jacket was thrown aside. His shirt and half of his face were stained with blood. His body was shaking a little, but he refused to fall down, and every wound on his body told of the brutality of the battle just now. The condition of the monkey was not much better. Its mane, which was originally sharp and upright like steel needles, was now dotted with bloodstains, and its entire body was covered with cut marks of varying depths left by the tang swords. Every time it let out a heavy, slightly trembling breath, It revealed its deep fear and dread of this seemingly weak man. He had clearly received the power bestowed by that adult, and was now a cholera-level alien being. He should have been invincible in front of such low-level creatures. But why can the life of this Special Management Bureau cell in front of him be given such humiliation and challenge? He originally thought that he could easily crush this lowly creature in front of him in a dust, but he never expected that the battle would drag on until now, and he had been seriously injured. The broad, textured face of this slowly opened up into a hideous gash, revealing a mouthful of sharp, saw-like teeth. A creepy, eerie smile gradually emerged on that face, so ugly it was almost unbearable to look at. "You are very powerful, Captain Wa." It spoke in a hoarse, rasping voice, speaking human language that seemed to echo from the abyss. "What makes the power contained in your lowly flesh and blood so resilient? Is it the deep-seated hatred for your own children? Or is it the responsibility you bear for humanity's morality and the Special Management Bureau?" The words twisted like vines, intending to invade the most vulnerable part of Huatian's heart. However, facing the monster's playful act of revealing his inner wounds, Huatian just raised his eyebrows. He took a deep breath, steadied his body, pointed the Tang sword in his hand directly at the Huan kingdom, and there was no other expression on his face except for the increasingly strong indifference and anger. "None of your G business." Every word he uttered was sharp and spicy, like an icy blade cutting through the skin. "You be D. Why are you trying to imitate human speech? Do you have the intelligence to do that? You're just a rubbish animal who can't control your lower body and only harms the weak." Huatian's mouth was foul as always, and every word he uttered was sharp and spicy, but it only made the Huan kingdom see more deeply the fear in his heart. "I know the answer. You are afraid of me. I have been your nightmare for so many years." "Nightmare? You're the one who's G responsible for it? You little brat, why don't you take a P***s and see what kind of character you have, you?" Just when Huatian was about to continue cursing, a tense silence suddenly formed in the air. He sensed something was amiss, but before he could figure out what was going on, the huge figure in front of him burst out at astonishing speed like a predator. The Hun kingdom seemed to break free from its restraints, and with its immense, mountain-like body, it charged forward with all its might. The wind and waves it created, along with the swirling shock waves, were like the overwhelming force of a raging tide. Huatian felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. It was the terror at the moment of death. He saw the giant claw smashing down like a giant hammer falling from the sky, drawing a desperate trajectory in the air. Seeing the hand tearing through the air and whistling as if it was about to crush him completely, Huatian knew there was nowhere to escape. In this critical moment, he relied on his intuition and fighting instincts, which are on the line between life and death, to intercept with just one hand and hold the knife. The weapon collided with the claws, releasing dazzling sparks the moment the metal came into contact with the tough scales. He almost felt that what was in front of him was not a monster, but a mountain. The chaotic and oppressive aura pressed down on him in an instant with great pressure. F***KU. The roar was mixed with anger and determination, but it seemed so vulnerable in the face of fate. But at this moment, in the gap between the collision of steel and beast, Huatian's survival instinct and years of combat experience made him react. He almost bit his teeth off, and the moment he tried to block the blow with one hand, the blade tilted and his body rolled over, trying to dodge while barely relieving the force of the blow. However, before he could roll back into position, the impact of the giant claw hitting the ground had already blown his body away. After rolling on the ground for several times, Huatian spat out a mouthful of blood, and the Tang sword in his hand also rolled to the side. Before he could stand up, his head was already covered by a shadow. He looked up and saw the high-leaping body of the Hun kingdom reflected in his desperate pupils. just when he was about to be crushed into a pool of rotten meat by the huge body. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed out from the darkness. The figure that came with the lightning crashed heavily into the huge body of the Huan kingdom. The lightning came as fiercely as a cannonball, and the Huan kingdom that jumped into the air was knocked directly to the ground. A heavy muffled sound echoed in this empty and chaotic space. Ahem, you kid, what are you doing here? Didn't IF G tell you to go to the warehouse? Huatian slowly supported himself and sat up. He looked at Li Muhan, who was standing in front of him and was surrounded by lightning, and he suddenly became furious. I'm just an intern. I can listen to you and act freely. These are Director Lin's exact words. Li Muhan turned his head slightly and looked at Huatian. At this moment, after the dust had cleared, the huge figure of the Huan kingdom had pounced again, but this time his target was not Huatian, but the half-demonized Li Muhan. Ha 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 ha. IF King thought you were some weirdo, but you're actually a demon. I've never eaten a demon before. Let me have a taste today. Eating everything will only harm you. Li Muhan suddenly rushed towards the huge figure of the Zhan kingdom. He was much faster than the Huanghua. The moment the Huanghua raised his giant hand to strike, he had already reached the Huanghua's feet. Then he raised his hand and smashed a bolt of lightning into the Huanghua's left leg. The lightning instantly enveloped the body of the Huanghua. His raised fist was still in the air, but his body was already shaking from the force of the thunder. Professor Yang's kiss. Li Muhan roared as he increased the intensity of the electric current, and countless lightning bolts poured out from the crack he opened. Good boy, awesome. Huatian also realized at this time that this monkey seemed to be very afraid of electric shock, so he became excited and quickly crawled over to pick up the knife. Let me cut it. He limped over to finish him off, but just as he got close, the beast suddenly roared, broke free from the lightning, and unleashed a terrifying aura that sent both Li Muhan and Huatian flying. Ouch! Your mother's. Huatian rolled on the ground a few more times, and the knife fell to the ground again. Li Muhan just took a few steps back. Now, the monkey didn't dare to underestimate Li Muhan anymore. He jumped back suddenly, kept a distance from Li Muhan, and then lay on the ground with all four limbs. He arched his body like a hill, and his originally dim eyes gradually bloomed with a strange red light that made people feel uneasy and blood-red like a soul-devouring lamp. What is he going to do? Li Muhan was a little confused. He didn't understand the habits of the monster from the Huan kingdom, so he turned to look at Huatian. Shit, boy, don't look away. Keep your eyes on him. Huatian quickly reminded Li Muhan, but it was too late. When Li Muhan turned around again, the monkey had disappeared from the spot. At this time, he remembered what Lindsay had just said. The characteristic of the Huan kingdom is that it can make itself unnoticed, and since the strength of this Huan kingdom has been enhanced, this characteristic will only become stronger. Before Li Muhan could think too much, an extremely powerful force had already attacked from the side. Bang! The suddenly appeared Zhanghua brought with it a tyrannical aura and slapped Li Muhan away with one claw. Fortunately, Li Muhan condensed lightning to protect his side at the moment of being hit, but he still felt the pain as if his body was turning upside down. His body flew several meters away, and he stomped hard on the ground, creating countless cracks in the empty floor before he could barely stabilize his body. When he was about to fight back, the Huan kingdom had once again disappeared into darkness and nothingness. How can it be broken? Li Muhan did not look at Huatian this time, but kept looking around, trying to find any signs of the attack from the nation of the crows. Bang! Another attack, this time overhead. Li Muhan still had no idea what was happening. He only instinctively defended himself when the enemy made a move and was within arm's reach. However, the consequence was that he would be knocked to the ground by the punch from the enemy country. Hold! Li Muhan shook his head, an uncontrollable anger slowly rising in his heart. He could feel that Ball was sitting on the throne, supporting his chin with his hand, looking at him teasingly. Ball said nothing, his golden eyes full of teasing and mockery, but Li Muhan knew what he wanted to say. Human, Leave it to me now. I will teach you how to use this power. I don't know if I can handle it. Li Muhan supported himself and was about to stand up, but his body was immediately knocked away by a huge force. The Xiongnu didn't give Li Muhan any chance to breathe. It kicked his body away with a pair of big feet, and then it suddenly jumped and pounced towards the crack created by Li Muhan. Not good. Huatian realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The monkey came to the crack, opened its mouth wide and bit hard, swallowing the crack that appeared in the air in one gulp. At this point, the crack that Li Muhan used to transmit power was directly sealed. He suddenly felt a sense of power being cut off. After getting up from the ground again, he tentatively tried to condense thunder. Although he successfully gathered the thunder in his body, he could clearly feel that his energy supply had been cut off. Seeing the huge monster rushing towards him again, Li Muhan sighed. He twisted his neck. Although he knew that he might not be a match for this wild animal at the moment, and his headphones were in silent mode, he was afraid that the passage of time here was different from that in the outside world, and no one could save them here. You son of a b******. Li Muhan raised his middle finger towards the Zong kingdom that was rushing towards him. Come on. Just when the Huan kingdom was about to fight the exhausted Li Muhan again, a black tang sword fell from the sky and directly stabbed between Li Muhan and the Huan kingdom. The moment the blade was inserted into the ground, it suddenly burst out with countless golden lights, which immediately stopped the Huan kingdom. Kid, I'm the captain. Who the hell do you think you are? If you want to be a hero, you have to get in line. Huatian limped to Li Muhan, took a long breath, then struggled to stand up straight and looked at Li Muhan coldly. Uncle, please save your energy. Li Muhan sighed as he looked at Huatian, whose physical condition was even worse than his own. It seemed that it would be really difficult to escape today. His remaining strength would not be enough to open another rift. Of course, there was another way, which was to hand over his body to Ball. Don't give up so damn fast, kid. Don't get attached to the demon inside you. What's there to be afraid of? As long as I can survive, that's all I need. The worst that can happen is I'll just stop being a human being. Facing Li Muhan's words, Huatian just smiled helplessly. I'm not a human being anymore. That's right. I'm not a human being anymore. But it's not you. As he spoke, Huatian slowly took off the pendant from his neck with one hand. He turned the pendant over and opened the back cover with his thumb. Li Muhan was surprised to find that there was a small red crystal fragment hidden in the back cover of the pendant. Li Muhan, let me tell you the truth. Huatian looked at the red crystal in the pendant, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. I told you before that I joined the Special Management Bureau and changed my mind through their training, but that's all bullshit. He struggled to pick up the small fragment with his fingers with one hand. The moment he picked up the fragment, the pendant slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. I haven't forgotten even one day. Not even one day has I forgotten Zhou Zhigua, the Xianghua, my son, the Special Management Bureau, and all the aliens. My hatred for these things has always been there, and it's only grown stronger with time. The creature from the Huan kingdom tilted its head in confusion at first, and then suddenly seemed to sense something with an incredible expression on its face. What are you trying to say? Li Muhan frowned, feeling uneasy as he watched Huatian's abnormal behavior. The aura emitted by the red fragment made him feel a little depressed and scary. What I'm saying is, Li Muhan, don't use me as a role model. Whether you join the Special Management Bureau or not, don't use me as a F***G reference. I died 5 years ago. I died the moment that beast ripped out my son's organs. For the past 5 years, I've only been a ghost seeking revenge. He looked at Li Muhan seriously, then slowly placed the fragment on his chest. You're a F***G idiot, Li Muhan, but you're also my last team member. I hope you watch me carefully. You want to dance? Li Muhan tilted his head, still unable to understand what Huatian meant. But Huatian just chuckled twice. Monsters aren't the only ones who can receive this so-called gift, Li Muhan. Remember, this has nothing to do with the Special Management Bureau, nor with you or me. This is my explanation to my son. when the fragment suddenly began to emit red light in Huatian's chest and began to disappear into his body. Li Muhan finally understood what he had done. You think you're AF asterisk 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 G monster? Dig him out now. Li Muhan grabbed Huatian's shoulders and tore open his shirt. When he saw the area where Huatian's heart was, he took a breath. The fragments invaded so quickly that after entering Huatian's body, they immediately penetrated into his heart and then began to spread with his heart as the origin. In just a few seconds, a blood-red crystal flower had bloomed on Huatian's chest, and the crystal flower covered the Special Management Bureau logo on Huatian's chest. Hee, it seems this thing is rejecting me. How much does it despise humans? It can even help idiots like the Xian Nation become stronger, but it is so resistant to humans. Look, it wants to get out of my body. Huatian used his only remaining hand to slowly stroke the crystal flower on his chest, and then looked at Li Muhan and said the last words. Remember, Li Muhan, don't rely too much on the demons within you. Use their power. Snap! Huatian crushed the crystal flower on his chest, and also crushed the badge belonging to the Special Management Bureau. Just like this, make their power your own. Huatian opened his mouth, and his yellow teeth looked rough and dull like old amber under the influence of tobacco. His big yellow teeth, full of spots and mottled spots, seemed to store the stories of the passage of time and vicissitudes of life. Suddenly, Li Muhan felt an immense force bursting out from Huatian's arm. Li Muhan was pushed into the air like a kite with a broken string. He lost his balance, drew an arc in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. This terrifying force was actually much stronger than the attack from the Huan Kingdom just now. When Li Muhan stood up with a trembling body, Huatian, who was just an ordinary person, had begun to change amazingly. His body gradually swelled, as if infinite energy burst out from his body. Blood vessels bulged and meandered on the surface of his skin like living little snakes swaying in the dark night to find a way out. His body began to swell, and blood vessels rushed under his skin as if he didn't want to be confined anymore. His hair also began to grow endlessly. Although he did not transform into a behemoth like the Huan Kingdom, Huatian had already become a daunting giant over 3 meters tall. Standing there creates a sense of oppression and terror around them. Huatian turned his head slightly, and his pair of eyes, which had already turned dark, stared at Li Muhan like an abyss. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to speak, but his mouth, which was full of extremely sharp teeth like those of a shark, could only emit a series of muffled groans and strange growls like those of a wild beast. Human, how dare you covet this power that doesn't belong to you? Give me your fragments. I want to become stronger. Give it to me. The Huan Kingdom pounced on Huatian like crazy. Then Li Muhan saw Huatian. Let's just say that he was still Huatian, or rather, the monster that used to be Huatian slowly raised his hand. The Tang sword that was originally stuck in the ground began to tremble slightly, and then suddenly pulled out of the ground and landed in his hand. The moment his hand touched the handle, a breath began to spread out around its body. When these auras touched the huge body of Xiaogua, all the wounds on his body left by the Tang sword burst in a bright red blood. The huge monster wailed towards the sky, and its advancing figure suddenly knelt in front of the monster, named Huatian. It slowly raised its head and looked at the other monster in front of it. The realm will suppress the demon. Huatian opened his mouth, and a few words came out of his mouth, which was no longer human and hoarse and distorted. Then, a huge golden figure appeared behind Huatian. The figure was wearing golden armor and looked like a god from heaven. Following Huatian's action, the golden general also raised the huge long sword in his hand. No, wait. Captain Huatian, you are a monster now. You are an alien. We don't have to kill each other. The country of the wild beasts suddenly realized something. The power of this monster was completely superior to its own. There is only one thing it could do now: survive, save its life, and beg for mercy. Wait, Captain Huatian, we should unite. No, I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed your son. I was wrong. Kill. Swish! Huation's huge figure held a knife in one hand, and his movements were exactly the same as the golden general behind him. The two almost reached perfect synchronization at this moment. Huation and the golden god general swung their swords at the same time with the violent force of a hurricane and slashed straight towards the narrow country. The narrow country, who was originally wailing and begging for mercy, was directly hit by this extremely terrifying knife. Its huge body was actually split into two halves, forming a weird and bloody separation scene in the air. The ferocious body became fragmented in the blink of an eye. As Xiao's body collapsed, the chaotic space gradually began to disintegrate. At the same time, the golden figure behind Huation also disappeared. Li Muhan's pupils trembled slightly. Although everything that happened just now was very short, it deeply shocked his heart. Snap! But before he could think about it, the Black Tang sword had already drawn an arc in the air and then stabbed into the ground at his feet. Space! Broken hold tightly time. Li Muhan looked at the Tang sword under his feet, then raised his eyes to look at Huatan, who was still undergoing changes. He knew that Huation was gradually losing control of this power. His body was trembling and his teeth were bared. Just saying those words had almost used up all of his remaining sanity. Humans are not aliens. Li Muhan understood what Huation meant. He wanted him to see him off for the last time. He sighed and grasped the hilt of the Tang sword. The moment Li Muhan grasped the hilt, there seemed to be some resistance, but it soon became silent. When Li Muhan dragged the sword step by step towards Huation, the sword seemed to make a buzzing sound similar to crying. It is crying for its master and also seeing its master off. Finally, Li Muhan came to Huation. He held the Tang sword in his hand, looked up at Huation, who had completely turned into a monster, and finally slowly condensed the last thunder power in his body onto the sword. You are truly an incompetent captain. Li Muhan slowly raised the knife. Huation's body was still shaking. He was suppressing and enduring the urge to tear the demon in front of him into pieces. His hatred for the country of the tiger, the Special Management Bureau, all aliens, and the guilt towards his son and ex-wife have all begun to blend into a twisted madness at this time. And his last bit of rationality is no longer enough to support himself in controlling this madness. His hand slowly extended towards Li Muhan. The human before him, the demon, was so tiny as long as he squeezed it a little harder. You've let your son down. You've let the Special Management Bureau down. You've let Su Shui down. You've let Yin Qi down. You've let Lin Ziyu down. You're a selfish person, but at the moment when the pitch-black claws were about to touch Li Muhan, the blade with lightning instantly slashed across Huation's body. You are so arrogant and self-righteous. Watching Huation's body slowly kneeling on the ground with his arms slowly hanging down, Li Muhan took a deep breath as if to stabilize his emotions, but a line of tears still slid down from the corners of his eyes. No one has the right to persuade you to let go of your hatred. Not Lin Zhe, not the Special Management Bureau, and certainly not this world. Is it shameful to harbor hatred? No. What's shameful is that you don't trust the children you've personally nurtured. He slowly squatted down and grabbed Huation's collar, and the remaining cloth was almost torn to pieces by Li Muhan. Su Shui, Yin Qi, Lin Ziyu, they are all your children. They treat you as their father, trusting you with their backs, even their lives. And you, do you trust them? You clearly have better choices. Huaton's breath gradually began to weaken, and the flower on his chest, which was crushed but still flashing with red light, was gradually extinguished. No matter what, Captain, it's over. Your life, no matter how aggrieved, cowardly, or relieved you feel, is over. Li Muhan loosened his hand, then grasped the hilt of the knife again. The moment he stood up, he raised his hand and slashed the Tang sword horizontally. This knife cut Huation's body into two pieces, along with the broken blood-colored flower on his chest. Have a safe journey, Captain. Half an hour later, a group of people, led by Team 7 and followed by the Special Management Bureau support forces, entered the factory. Under In-shi's guidance, they came to a storage room deep in the abandoned warehouse. Lee Moo-han's eyes revealed fatigue, but after several members of the Special Management Bureau almost used brute force to knock open the iron door of the storage room, he couldn't help but feel nervous inside. Intermittent crying and screams came from the secret room, and along with these sounds, there was also a smell. The smell made everyone present frown, including In-shi. She looked silently into the warehouse. Because of the taste, it's the stench of a rotting corpse. When the dim light from overhead shone into the secret room, everyone was stunned. Then almost everyone showed angry expressions, because what they saw was a group of girls huddled together in a corner like animals. Except for one girl who seemed to be uninjured and had her clothes intact, all the other girls were naked and had more or less scars on their bodies. What was even more terrifying was that in another corner of the secret room, two naked and highly decayed bodies were lying there quietly. They are the source of the stench. Hole, a member of the Special Management Bureau, cursed angrily, and Lee Moo-han slowly walked into the area filled with sin and torture. After discovering someone had entered, some of the girls began to tremble all over, closing their eyes tightly, and seemed to be praying for something. Some of them had dull eyes and just looked up at Lee Moo-han as he walked in, like livestock. Only one person, the unharmed girl, suddenly stood up and pounced on Lee Moo-han after discovering him. She hugged Lee Moo-han tightly and began to cry. "Great! Moo-han, great! You came to save me." Lee Moo-han lowered his head in a daze, looking at Gu Ruashi's tearful face without saying a word. Then his eyes slowly swept over the girls, some of whom were terrified, some desperate, and some numb, until Lee Moo-han whispered something to them. We're here to rescue you. You're safe." After hearing these words, Lee Moo-han felt that a glimmer of light seemed to flash in the eyes of these girls. If I had never seen the sun, I would not be afraid of the darkness. If I had never seen darkness, I might not have longed for light so much. Half an hour later, because they had solid evidence, the Municipal Public Security Bureau, together with several subordinate units and even the armed police, came to the old street in a mighty force. All gangs were almost wiped out. In front of the real state machine, these gangsters who occupied the mountains and acted like kings felt for the first time how small and ridiculous they were. The outlier Zhou Zhigua is the real boss of several gangs that have occupied this old street for so many years. Gu Ruashi was sitting in front of the ambulance with a blanket wrapped around her. The doctor was examining her, but her eyes were always searching for a familiar figure. Lee Moo-han stood alone in a dark corner of the factory ruins, watching the police lead the girls out one by one, covering them with clothes and comforting them. But he didn't feel happy at all, because soon the police carried out two bodies covered with white cloth. These two, aged 19 and 22, were the most resistant, so they suffered the most horrific torture in addition to being violated. Lin Ziyu also came to the scene and was standing next to Lee Moo-han. He was holding a necklace pendant in his hand, which was Hua Tian's pendant. "Sorry." Lee Moo-han whispered something to Lin Ziyu and seemed to be blaming himself. Lin Ziyu slowly turned his head and looked at Lee Moo-han beside him. Was his death painful? Lin Ziyu suddenly asked. Lee Moo-han thought of how Hua Tian turned into a monster at the end, his body trembling constantly as he tried to suppress the restlessness in his body. He didn't know if this could be considered painful. He lowered his head and said expressionlessly, "I think it must be painful." Lin Ziyu looked up at the night sky and sighed deeply. He didn't know if he was trying to stop his tears from falling, but he quickly changed the subject. "When he took me out of the detention center, I thought the same thing. I lost my father when I was young, and my mother didn't want me anymore. To me, he is my father." Lin Ziyu did not blame Lee Moo-han in his words, and Su Shui was the same, although she could not accept the news that her captain was dead. But after learning that it was Lee Moo-han who sent the captain to his death, Su Shui did not blame Lee Moo-han. Instead, she hugged Lee Moo-han while crying and comforted him not to worry about it. In-shi didn't say anything. She went back to the car with an expressionless face and never got out again. "We succeeded in this mission." Finally, Lin Ziyu said to Lee Moo-han, "Success. Li Muhan muttered to himself. Is this a success? We caught the outliers, prevented the remaining girls from being persecuted, and even helped the police clean up the cancer in the old street. This is success. But for those girls who have been hurt, the wounds will never disappear and will always be imprinted in their minds. And the two girls who had died would never come back. And there is Huatian. The man likes to smoke, speaks carelessly, and is ruthless when it comes to violence. But the man who has always cared for and loved every member of Team 7 like his own children. He will never come back. No peace of mind, huh? Lin Ziyu seemed to see what Li Muhan was thinking, and he patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. Then keep this feeling in mind. Remember that this is something we should endure. Only in this way can we stay awake and feel the difference between us and those monsters. This isn't something you should endure, but something you choose to endure. Whether it's you, Su Shui, In Shi, or Huatian, how can you be sure that the path you've chosen isn't the wrong one? As Li Muhan spoke, he handed the Tang sword in his hand and the pendant that Huatian had dropped on the ground to Lin Ziyu. Lin Ziyu sniffed and wrapped his clothes tighter. He looked at the pendant and the Tang sword handed to him by Li Muhan, smiled, and finally took only the pendant and left the Tang sword in Li Muhan's hands. People don't have so many choices, Muhan. After saying that, Lin Ziyu waved his hand and turned to walk towards the car. Before opening the car door, he looked back at Li Muhan again. No matter what, you saw the captain off for the last time. Regardless of whether you remain our colleague in the future, thank you. Li Muhan lowered his head, looked at the Tang sword in his hand, and sighed deeply. Then when he looked up again, he saw Guruashi, who was not hurt at all. This was also thanks to In Shi and Su Shui, who were able to hold back all the old street gangs with their own strength until the support from the Special Management Bureau arrived. Guruashi seemed a little frightened at the moment. She was looking for something everywhere. Li Muhan knew she was looking for him, but he didn't show up. Then Li Muhan saw two middle-aged people, a man and a woman, running towards Guruashi crying. Guruashi also hugged them and burst into tears. Li Muhan knew that he didn't need to see her again, so he turned around and went back to the car. Su Shui and In Shi sat in the back seat, while Li Muhan sat in the passenger seat. The only difference is that the driver was changed to Lin Ziyu. No one spoke. Su Shui's eyes were a little moist. In Shi looked at the night outside the window and seemed to be lost in thought. I remember feeling a little strange when I first met the captain. My best friend was brutally murdered by an alien, and I was in danger too. It was the captain who saved me. He was trying to act cool in front of me, but ended up getting chased all over the building by that alien. Su Shui said with a hint of tears in her voice. The captain had just become a fighter at that time and couldn't control his power very well, but he still protected me. In Shi didn't say anything, but she also recalled that 3 years ago, she was hunted by the organization and was spotted by an alien when she was rummaging through the trash can outside, looking for food. In the end, it was the captain who saved her. He brought her home, who looked like a beggar, and gave her a lot of good food and bought her new clothes. Thinking of this, In Shi's nose felt a little sore. To the people in Team 7, Huatian usually looks very frivolous. But at critical moments, he always stands up to protect these children. To them, Huatianjin is as reliable as his father. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Great. Mission successful. Thank you all for your hard work. Lin Ziyu suddenly shouted. It scared a few people. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? In Shi said dissatisfiedly. Ha 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 ha. I just think that if the captain were still here, he would definitely howl like this. Stop crying. The captain would definitely laugh at us if he knew. Has our brother Ziyu started preparing to take over as captain? Humph. That old B asterisk 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 D didn't even trust us in the end and faced all this alone. He clearly looked down on us. I swear, Lin Ziyu, will become stronger than him. Stronger than him? He's just a chaos-level combatant. Is that all you can do? Yoongi scoffed with a sneer. Perhaps it was because of Lin Ziyu's voice that several people were temporarily freed from their grief. The passing of a deceased is bound to be accompanied by pain, but the pain will not always be with us. Because they still have tasks, responsibilities, and missions on their shoulders. Li Muhan looked out the window silently, watching the bright lights and bustling life in the city. Behind this prosperous world, there are always people walking against the light, silently carrying everything. They have no complaints and do not care about the sacrifices because they have chosen to accept all this as something they must endure. But just like Lin Ziyu said, man, there's so many choices. Afterwards, several people returned to the Special Management Bureau to report on their work. After hearing that Huatian died in battle, Lin Zhe, who is always gentle and has a smile on his face, now looks a little serious. She left Li Muhan alone after comforting the members of Team 7. Sorry, this time the Special Management Bureau's intelligence work was not in place. The first thing she did was to apologize to Li Muhan. Li Muhan shook his head, then took a few steps forward and placed the Black Tang sword in his hand on the table. This is the captain's knife. Lin Zhe looked at the knife, then picked it up, gently stroked the scabbard, and said, Fu Jiangzhen Mo, this is a gift I gave him as a token of his passing the special training. This knife sent him on his final journey, with my own hands. I know. Lin Zhe put down the knife, walked to the window, and lit a cigarette. You don't need to carry out the mission for now, Li Muhan. I bear full responsibility for this incident, and I will put your case on hold. If you wish, I can make you disappear from the Special Management Bureau's files. At least I believe you won't pose a threat to humanity. The girl looked at the underground city outside the window. This was the base camp of their special management organization. In a battle with aliens, sacrifices are inevitable, and Lin Zhe doesn't want to get used to this feeling. If she gets used to it and becomes numb to it, she will become her old self again. Become that superior being that humans don't mind destroying themselves. You can go now. The bonus for this mission will be distributed to you tomorrow. Director Lin. Li Muhan did not leave. He lowered his head slightly. Huatian's death had indeed had a great impact on him, but it was not enough to influence him to join an organization where he might work for the rest of his life. It's out of the question. But for now, joining the Special Management Bureau is indeed very helpful to Li Muhan. First of all, it allows him to better understand his own power. And then he will have a good salary, although this salary is earned at the cost of one's life. To be honest, he is a little undecided now. Lin Zhe turned around, looked at Li Muhan, and smiled slightly, with a hint of bitterness in his smile. Don't join us out of sympathy, Li Muhan. Sacrifices are inevitable. I know, but people shouldn't be numb to sacrifice. Li Muhan seemed a little dissatisfied, as he felt that Lin Zhe had no guilt at all for Huatian's death. Strictly speaking, if the Special Management Bureau had properly handled the situation of the zombie kingdom back then, what happened later would not have happened. After the two looked at each other for a long time, Lin Zhe sighed, picked up the Fu Jiangzhen Mo on the table, and threw it to Li Muhan. I'll give you one night. If you change your mind, return this knife the next day. If you still decide to join the Special Management Bureau, then this knife will be yours from now on. I am not its owner. Li Muhan looked at the Fujiang Jima in his hand and thought of Huatian's last battle. Can you answer a question for me, Li Muhan? What? What is a knife? A murderous weapon. Then Li Muhan paused and spoke again. It's also a weapon to protect important people. Li Muhan knew what Lin Zhe wanted to say. The knife she mentioned could be strength, alien, or the Special Management Bureau. Lin Zhe's reaction made it impossible for Li Muhan to tell whether she was satisfied with her answer or not. Lin Zhe just smiled and waved at him. Go away. I don't want to work overtime today. After leaving the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan found that Xia Yu had already been waiting at the door of the Special Management Bureau headquarters. Are you hurt? Xia Yu looked around Li Muhan's body, while Li Muhan pointed at his temple helplessly. No, but Captain Huatian died. Xia Yu's tone was very flat. This made Li Muhan a little unhappy. But when I think about the fact that they are vampires and have lived for so long, perhaps human life is just a flash in the pan for them, fleeting. Perhaps you can't understand that feeling of suddenly losing something. After all, your life is too long for a human. The girl who had been following Li Muhan suddenly slowed down. When Li Muhan noticed The girl had already stopped behind him. What's wrong? Li Muhan asked doubtfully. Although I am an immortal, it doesn't mean that I am a monster who doesn't know the difference between life and death. Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan. Although her eyes were still indifferent, Li Muhan could hear a hint of anxiety in her tone. He wasn't angry, but seemed eager to explain something to Li Muhan. I was adopted by an elderly couple. They treated me very well and treated me like their own daughter. Even though I came from an unknown background and was a different species, they still fed me, clothed me, and let me go to school. When she said this, Xiaoyu's voice gradually became tearful. Li Muhan suddenly remembered that when he first met Xiaoyu, the sadness and despair in her eyes were just the result of her having just experienced loss. But I can't even let them live. I'm not a cold-blooded monster. I've experienced loss before, and right now, there are people I don't want to lose. The girl raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Li Muhan walked over quickly and hugged the girl in his arms. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I said the wrong thing. After being comforted, Xiaoyu's mood recovered a little, but she was still a little angry. Don't be angry. I'll buy you dessert tomorrow. Li Muhan smiled and wanted to touch Xiaoyu's head, but the girl tilted her head and dodged Li Muhan's hand. Li Muhan was a little helpless. This little vampire had a bad temper. That's not it. At this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly said to Li Muhan angrily, not because of that. I'm not angry about what happened just now. Then, what else did I say wrong? Li Muhan was completely confused. Before he could react, Xiaoyu suddenly snorted coldly, turned her head away, and muttered something in a dissatisfied tone. When you hugged me just now, I smelled her scent on you. Li Muhan suddenly felt like he'd been caught red-handed. The her Xiaoyu was referring to was clearly Guruashi, but this vampire's nose was surprisingly sharp. Was she born in the year of the dog? He could even smell her when he was hugging her? Isn't she the victim this time? She was a little emotional when she was rescued. So you hug her? Huh. No, I didn't hug her. She rushed over and hugged me. I don't want to listen. It's annoying. Xiaoyu quickened her pace and walked towards the elevator back to the ground. Li Muhan was stunned where he was. At this moment, Su Shue's voice came from behind him. Hey, why are you still standing there? Sister Shue, you haven't gone back yet? Su Shue was still carrying the huge guitar case on her back. Li Muhan now knew what was inside, which was a detachable sniper rifle. He is truly a long-range sniper. Brother Muhan, you really don't understand a girl's heart. Girl? Oh, you mean Xiaoyu? She shouldn't be considered a girl. Su Shue covered her forehead and sighed, then gently tapped Li Muhan's head with her hand. Okay, stop standing there and go chase him. Li Muhan also seemed to understand something, and he ran in the direction Xiaoyu left. The moment the elevator door closed, Li Muhan stopped the elevator with his hand and squeezed in. Xiaoyu stood aside obediently, seemingly giving way to Li Muhan, but in fact she seemed to be keeping her distance. It's my first mission today, and it feels amazing. I was in university classroom yesterday, but today I feel like one of those secret agents in the movies. Do you know how many people are surrounding us today? There were hundreds of people, all armed. Holy shit, that scene. Have you ever seen Kung Fu? Do you know the Axe Gang? Li Muhan kept talking, but Xiaoyu next to him didn't say a word. Finally, Li Muhan couldn't help it. He grabbed Xiaoyu's shoulders and forced her to face him. What? Xiaoyu asked with a somewhat evasive look. It's just her scent. Can't you just cover it up with your own scent? After saying that, Li Muhan hugged the girl's petite body tightly. Because the girl was petite, this hug almost made her feet leave the ground. Let go. No. Ugh, I can't reach the ground. It's okay, I'll hold you. Okay. I'm not angry anymore. Let me go. Li Muhan didn't let go, but just leaned close to Xiaoyu's ear and said something. Is the smell overpowering now? Snort. All he got was a cold snort from Xiaoyu, but Li Muhan knew that she was no longer angry. In a narrow elevator, Li Muhan held the petite body tightly in his arms. At this moment, he wanted to cry, yell, and vent, because until now, the desperate expressions on the faces of those imprisoned girls are still in my mind. It was Huatian's expression when he looked at himself at the end. The Tang sword was in the long bag on his back and was very heavy. because the meaning he represents is too great. Sorry. Li Muhan's apology was directed at Xiaoyu, and perhaps also at those girls whom he could never save. Maybe it was also said to Huitian. Captain, you said I was unworthy, and perhaps that's true. I don't have the same lofty ideals as you, nor the spirit to dedicate myself to humanity. On the way home, Li Muhan kept looking at Xiaoyu with a smile on his face. What are you laughing at? Xiaoyu turned around and looked at him with her hands behind her back and asked, I remember a sentence. What? If I put down the knife, I can't protect you. If I pick up the knife, I can't hug you. Who said that? That's so corny. Xiaoyu was amused by this sentence. I don't know the original source, but as far as I know, it was said by a champion support. I don't understand what you're saying, idiot. Xiaoyu quickened her pace, and Li Muhan quickly followed behind her. So, Captain, I also have people I want to protect. Not that many, just this one. If the reason is so selfish, can I still hold this knife with peace of mind? After arriving home, Li Muhan was extremely sleepy, perhaps because he had just fought. After taking a shower, he quickly laid down on the sofa. Only in a daze did he feel something crawling into his quilt and shrinking into his arms. I knew without a doubt that it was Xiaoyu. Li Muhan felt helpless. What's the point of sleeping on the sofa? Isn't it a waste of a bed? It would be better for the two of them to just sleep in the same bed. As he was thinking about this, he couldn't help but hug the figure in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in the office of the Deputy Director of the Special Management Bureau, Lin Zhe handed a cup of coffee to Lin Ziyu in front of him. Well done. Even after such a long absence from missions, Team 7 still hasn't lost its edge. The final outcome is obviously something none of us want to see, but that was Huitian's own choice. Humans are always so good at disguising themselves. Even I thought he had let it go. Lin Ziyu picked up the coffee, took a sip, and seemed to not be used to it, so he put it back. He has never liked dealing with important people. Rather than being called to the office by his boss to drink coffee, he prefers to stay in a dark room to tinker with a computer and hide himself in the virtual world of the internet. Thank you for the compliment, Director Lin. He did not respond to the topic about Huitian raised by Lin Zhe, which was a very smart decision. Do you accept my proposal? Lin Zhe sat back in his office chair, stirring his coffee with a spoon, and asked with a smile. Lin Ziyu gave a wry smile. Director Lin, thank you for your kindness to me, but I cannot be the captain of Team 7. I have a recommendation for someone. Tell me about it. Lin Zhe still kept smiling, until Lin Ziyu said his name. Li Muhan. When Lin Ziyu mentioned Li Muhan's name, Lin Zhe was a little confused. She tilted her head slightly and looked at the talented boy who had just turned 18. Don't you want to carry on your captain's legacy? Lin Ziyu lowered his head, looked at the coffee in the cup, smiled bitterly, and said, Perhaps the person who best carries on his legacy is Li Muhan. It was also Li Muhan who witnessed the captain's final blow. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. She looked at the appointment letter as captain of the 7th team that she had just handed over and asked one last question. Are you sure? Sign now, I won't regret it. Don't ask anymore, Director Lin. I don't have the ability. And I think that's what you meant, too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given the Fu Jiangzhan MO to him for safekeeping. Lin Zhe smiled bitterly. Who knows? They might return it to me tomorrow morning. He won't. Lin Ziyu was very determined. This seemed to be the most determined sentence he had said since he was born. I know he won't. So Lin Zhe didn't insist anymore. He would handle other things, and now it all depended on Li Muhan's opinion. Early the next morning, Li Muhan was called to the Special Management Bureau by Lin Zhe. I didn't expect you to call me here on your own initiative. Sitting in Lin Zhe's office, Li Muhan felt a little embarrassed. He thought Lin Zhe asked him to return the knife, so he deliberately put the long knife in the bag behind him. You have to know that he took the elevator from the back door of the bank. He had a knife on his back. If someone saw him, he would never be able to wash himself clean, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. So what have you thought about it? It's only 9 o'clock in the morning, and you're already so anxious just after getting to work. Lin Zhe smiled slightly and said jokingly, Of course, you are a talent after all. I value talent the most. To be honest, I don't really feel anything. Li Muhan expressed his inner thoughts. I picked up a vampire, I have a demon living in my body. There are all kinds of aliens in this world, and there is a special management bureau to manage them. And Captain Huation's final battle yesterday, I feel like I'm in a very long dream. Lindsay did not interrupt him, but listened to him quietly. I'm not some great man, Director Lin. If I didn't have the demon inside me, I believe you wouldn't even look at me. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. Now that I have this kind of power, it means I'll be targeted by you. To be honest, if my power was strong enough to ignore your Special Management Bureau, perhaps I would reject you. Li Muhan thought about it for a long time. Growing up in an orphanage, he was wary of everything, but he also learned one thing, which was to be tactful. I won't hide it from you. I can join the Special Management Bureau, but I will only use this place as a place to learn how to control my own power, how to become stronger, and how to see the world more comprehensively. This is not because of you, not because of Captain Huaxian, but simply out of my own will. Li Muhan stared at Lindsay, observing her expression carefully. She had to understand how the other party viewed her in this negotiation. Lindsay stopped stirring the coffee. Although her expression remained indifferent, she had to admit that her opinion of the child had changed a little. I originally thought that Huation's death in battle last night would only have two effects on him. First, infect him, move him, make him join wholeheartedly, and work hard for the Special Management Bureau out of passion. If this is really the case, then in Lin Zay's eyes, Li Muhan may always be just a tool, a piece of unpolished jade, a knife, nothing more. Second, it frightened him, making him timid and cautious after truly seeing the world. He did not dare to join the Special Management Bureau, nor did he dare to face his own power, let alone see the world. Perhaps by then Lin Zay would introduce him to a psychologist and then use some power to arrange for him to live in a unique place built by the Special Management Bureau. But now Li Muhan offers a third way. Study? This was the first time Lin Zay heard someone describe the Special Management Bureau in this way. Everyone who came here had their own reasons. Some of them had their families destroyed by aliens. Most of the humans who joined the Special Management Bureau have lost their families and loved ones at the hands of aliens, and they're filled with hatred towards aliens. Most of the aliens join the Special Management Bureau because they have accepted this era of human rule. They're tired of fighting and going with the flow. Instead of being restricted everywhere, they would rather find a place to settle down. Whether they are human or alien, the first thing they must learn after joining the Special Management Bureau is to learn to accept each other's existence. This is a painful and long process. Some people who cannot survive it will have their memories erased and return to the human world to continue living. But the boy in front of him is different. He was a human at first, but now he is a demon. In other words, he possesses both human and alien identities. He does not need to let go of any hatred, nor does he need to force himself to integrate into human society. He has an innate advantage, which is a precedent that the Special Management Bureau has never had. Perhaps it is precisely because of this unique perspective that he can take a different path from others. You're really interesting. Lin Zay looked at Li Muhan and couldn't help but said this with a smile, which made Li Muhan a little confused. Sure, you can study here, make money here, or even pick up girls here. That's all fine. Not really, not really. And I promise you, Li Muhan, once you fully master the demonic power within you, you can leave the Special Management Bureau at any time without any restrictions. Li Muhan was a little confused. Since there was a Tian High City Special Management Bureau, there must be other Special Management Bureaus, and even a General Bureau. Will it be effective if Lin Zay speaks alone? But now, Li Muhan saw a promise in Lin Zay's eyes. Although the woman in front of him said that she had an intersection with him because of the power in her body, he had to admit it. She is the friendliest person in the world to Guru Ashi, besides her parents and Xiaoyu. The relationship between us, I hope I can call it. Lin Zay thought about it, and then extended his hand towards Li Muhan. Cooperate. Make a deal. Li Muhan held her hand. The hand was extremely cold, as if it was a dead person without any warmth, but made Li Muhan feel a sense of trust and strength. Then, after a few brief greetings, Lin Zhe went straight to the point and threw a document on the table. Take a look. If you have no objection, sign it quickly. Lin Zhe had heavy dark circles under his eyes, and it was obvious that he had stayed up late again last night. Li Muhan picked up the document, and his hands began to tremble as soon as he saw the title. Team 7, Captain's Appointment Letter? Director Lin, did you get the wrong one? Shouldn't I be signing a labor contract? Why are you panicking? A labor contract is essential. We're a state-owned institution, after all. Sign this for me first. There was no doubt in Lin Zhe's words, but Li Muhan couldn't just sign it blindly. He had to ask for clarification. Unless you explain it to me, I can't sign this. Li Muhan put the file back on the table. The other members of Team 7 unanimously elected you. Is that reason enough? Lin Zhe walked to the window and lit a cigarette. Li Muhan really wanted to tell her that they were underground now, and it was pointless for her to smoke by the window. After hearing Lin Zhe say this, Li Muhan was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered the battle last night and Huotian's knife. I am not qualified. Finally, Li Muhan slowly lowered his head. As someone who was still unsure about joining the Special Management Bureau yesterday, he felt that he was not qualified to carry Huotian's sense of mission. It's not that I don't want to, but I don't have the qualifications. Don't be such a hypocrite. Lin Zhe looked out the window, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, You witnessed his final battle, and you saw him off. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be so courageous, Li Muhan. No one is more qualified than you. Of course, if you really don't want to sign, I won't force you, but this 7th squad may have to be disbanded. Li Muhan looked up at Lin Zhe in confusion. Lin Ziyu, Su Shui, Yin Qi, they're all qualified to be the captain. Why does it have to be me? It can only be you, and it must be you, Li Muhan. Admittedly, they're more experienced than you, and their bond with Huotian is deeper than yours. But in the end, it is you who will hold this knife. If you feel you're not qualified, then work hard to become worthy enough to bear this expectation. Do you understand? Li Muhan was silent. He felt the black tang sword behind him, as if at this moment, the tang sword was also emitting residual heat, as if Huotian was gently patting his back with his hand. Then he spoke in that old-fashioned tone. Kid, I leave it to you. Li Muhan took the document silently and signed his name. I can't guarantee I'll do well, but I'll try. Lin Zhe turned around, put out his cigarette, smiled, and said, You just have to be true to your own heart. Then Lin Zhe took Li Muhan to complete the employment procedures. From then on, Li Muhan became an official member of the Special Management Bureau. I didn't expect that I would have a new job right after joining the company, and before I could even get comfortable in the position of team leader, Lin Zhe came to Li Muhan with an external investigation report. Team 9 wants to borrow you temporarily. The 9th team of the Special Management Bureau does not belong to the headquarters, but is affiliated with the Supernatural Management Section. It is also known as the Special Team for Handling Paranormal Events. As the name suggests, the cases they are responsible for are generally supernatural cases involving ghosts. In this world, besides the legendary monsters, there are also some evil spirits that humans cannot understand. The Special Management Bureau has a department specifically targeting evil spirits, namely the Supernatural Management Section, which has a total of 5 teams, and the most representative one is the 9th team. Why do you want to borrow me? Doesn't Team 9 have a specially assigned alien? Team 9 has been having some trouble lately. Their aliens are a bit emotionally unstable, so we need to borrow members from other departments. But looking around right now, only the new members of your 7th squad don't have any other missions for the time being. You're the captain now. This is unprecedented for an alien to be the captain. It's only natural to take this opportunity to win over more members of the other teams. Do you understand? Lin Zhe talked a lot, and Li Muhan was confused, but a new official has to make some moves. Is the cooperation agreement between us still valid? Certainly. Lin Zhe smiled and pointed at the documents. If it's a task you don't want to take on, you can always refuse. Of course, your salary will be reduced accordingly. Do you understand that? Li Muhan nodded. He didn't mean to refuse this mission, but just wanted to confirm whether Lin Zhe, or the Special Management Bureau, had any change in their attitude towards him. In the end, Lee Muhan took the file, but when he left Lindsay's office, he found that many staff members looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. He was the one who killed Huatian. Huatian absorbed unknown external abilities and violated the highest prohibition of the Special Management Bureau. He can no longer be considered a human being. He just helped Huatian to be free. Then this seventh team. That must be him. Their conversation was all about how they had killed Huatian and how they had become the captain now. Lee Muhan gave a wry smile. This was the downside of parachuting. The next morning, Lee Muhan was woken up by the ringing of the phone. He looked at his phone and found that it was Guru Ashi's mother calling. "Xiaoan, it's me, Aunt Jiang." Guru Ashi's mother's surname was Jiang. She was the daughter of a wealthy family in her early years, but her family fell into poverty over the years, and she married Guru Ashi's father. "I know, Aunt Jiang. What can I do for you so early in the morning?" Lee Muhan was still a little dazed, probably because he had just woken up, and he didn't remember that he had just saved Guru Ashi's life last night. "Xiaoan, I'm in the hospital now. Xiaoxi had some tests last night." "Oh, is she hurt?" Lee Muhan spoke in a calm tone, seemingly not caring about Jiang Mu's reaction. No, it's all thanks to you, Xiaoan. Xiaoxi said you saved her. She was just a little frightened. The doctor said she should stay in the hospital for 2 days for observation. It just so happens that the police will come to question Xiaoxi in the next 2 days. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. Xiaoan, and he already knows about what happened between you and Xiaoxi. Aunt Zhang's words made Lee Muhan silent. He didn't know what to say. After all, the two elders were very kind to him, and he and Guru Ashi's situation really shouldn't be blamed on them. It's okay. Auntie, you and Uncle Gu are like my parents, and what happened between her and me will not affect that. Xiaoan, I shouldn't have said anything about the two of you, but couples always quarrel. You young people shouldn't be so impulsive when you quarrel. Lee Muhan suddenly wanted to laugh. He probably knew why Aunt Jiang said this. It must be that Guru Ashi didn't tell her mother the truth. She didn't say that she kicked her away because she was hooking up with a rich man. It's not just a quarrel, Annie. It's okay. We're over it. Don't worry. It's a peaceful breakup. Xiaohan, your Uncle Gu and I would like to treat you to a meal. Do you think it's possible? Lee Muhan scratched his head and sat up a little straighter. Only then did he notice that Xia Yu was still sleeping comfortably on top of him under the quilt. Looking at Xia Yu's cute sleeping face, Lee Muhan couldn't help but smile. As for Aunt Jiang, how can I let you treat us, Aunt Jiang? You and Uncle have come from afar, so we, the younger generation, should show off. So, Aunt, let me book a place to eat first, and I'll let you know when it's ready. Ah, Xiaoan is really sensible. Annie won't be polite to you anymore. Okay, Annie, if that's all right. So noisy. Suddenly, Xia Yu, who was still sleeping, muttered something. It seemed that the sound of my phone call disturbed her sleep. Xiaoan, do you have any guests? Aunt Jiang obviously heard Xia Yu's voice, and she asked with some confusion. Well, Aunt Jiang, I have something else to do here, so I won't talk to you for now. I'll contact you later. After saying that, Lee Muhan hung up the phone, then poked Xia Yu's face, who was still lying on him, with the corner of the phone. What? Xia Yu opened her eyes dissatisfiedly. Lee Muhan was surprised to find that she didn't seem to have just woken up, but had been eavesdropping on his phone call for a long time. So what she meant by suddenly saying that just now was to express her dissatisfaction. Guru Ashi's parents are in Tianhai City. They've taken good care of me since I was a child, so I'm going to have dinner with them tonight. You don't have to tell me. Xia Yu was still lying on Lee Muhan and didn't seem to want to move. Lee Muhan smiled and rubbed Xia Yu's hair with his hand and said, Then why don't you get up quickly? Aren't you going to have dinner tonight? Why are you getting up now? He knew that Xia Yu didn't want to go by herself, but she had no reason to stop him, so she used this shameless way to keep him on the sofa. I don't mind, but those two are like half my parents. Are you sure you want to meet them in those ill-fitting clothes of mine? Xia Yu was suddenly stunned, and then slowly lay on her back on Lee Muhan, her bright eyes looking up at Lee Muhan. What's the meaning? I just want you to go with me. What am I going to do? You're my guarantor. Our relationship is special now. I can't leave you for 24 hours. You believed Lin Zay's lies. Xiaoyu propped herself up slightly and sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Are you going? No. Xiaoyu turned her head slightly, then twirled her long hair, which was a little messy from just waking up, with her fingers, and spoke listlessly. What a shame. I was planning to book a very luxurious restaurant with unlimited high-end desserts. Xiaoyu's ears moved, and she seemed to be very interested in this. Of course, Li Muhan knew that Xiaoyu was a foodie. He could tell from the first time he brought her home from the park and saw her wolfing down fried dough sticks. This child has never eaten anything good. After that, I often bought her some desserts, chocolates, and the like, and she loved them very much. Which vampire likes desserts so much? Since you don't want to go, I can only go and eat by myself. It's a pity that place doesn't offer takeout. What a pity. You've said so much now. It seems I have no choice but to go. After all, I am your guardian, alas. It's okay. You don't have to go. It won't take more than 24 hours anyway. I'll be back in the evening. Shut up. I said I was going, so I'm going. There was almost no hesitation, but one couldn't tell how happy her tone was. However, Xiaoyu was just that kind of girl, a problematic girl who lacked common sense and was a little weird. A remote commercial district in the central urban area of Tianhai City. Ever since Tianhai City underwent a major renovation and a new commercial center was built, this place has slowly been forgotten by people. The old department store seems to have witnessed too many years of this city. Now, it was like a kind old man, silently looking up at the newly built and prosperous new commercial center a few blocks away. Xiaoyu is still wearing Li Muhan's clothes today. She was wearing a black turtleneck sweater that almost covered half of her face, and the jacket was an old jacket that Li Muhan had worn in high school. As for the jeans, Xiaoyu had to roll up the legs several times to prevent them from dragging on the ground. There was nothing we could do, because the girl's clothes were completely ruined after the heavy rain that day. It was said that her old clothes were still at the home of the elderly couple who adopted her. As to why she didn't take them, Xiaoyu seemed a little unable to explain, and Li Muhan didn't ask any more questions. Of course, today I came to take Xiaoyu out for dinner and to buy her some clothes. The most important thing is to buy some underwear for this girl. Ordinary clothes can be used, but underwear is absolutely not allowed. Li Muhan felt his face flush and his heart beat fast when he thought about the empty space in Xiaoyu's turtleneck sweater. Besides, this girl loved to crawl into his bed in the middle of the night. If this continued, even a saint would not be able to control himself. It was obvious that Xiaoyu had hardly ever been to shops. Even in this old commercial building that was almost obsolete, the things sold that were very novel to her. Little sister is so cute. Come and try this hairpin. Wow. So cute. This is perfect for you. I'll give it to you. Fresh octopus balls, delicious and inexpensive, ma'am. Would you like a box? How much is it? You're so pretty. Come spend some time in my shop. I'll treat you to as much food as you want for free. Hot coffee and hot milk tea. It's so cold. Come and drink something hot. Wow, the girl is so beautiful. This cup of milk tea is free for you. Please come more often in the future. Li Muhan had witnessed today that good-looking people can really do whatever they want. Without spending almost a penny, Xiaoyu already had a lot of things in her hands. Why don't they give it to you? Xiaoyu asked Li Muhan while eating candy. If Xiaoyu hadn't asked this question, Li Muhan would have thought that this person was showing off. Okay, stop shopping and go buy some clothes. Look at what you're wearing. It's so shabby, but these are your clothes. I'm unsophisticated, all right. Look at this outfit. An ill-fitting hooded sweatshirt, jeans with legs that are so flat they drag on the ground, and a pair of ill-fitting sneakers. It's really a waste of Xiaoyu's beautiful face to wear this outfit. But I still like these clothes. Xiaoyu bit the lollipop and said something in a very low voice. It smells like you. But Li Muhan obviously didn't hear this clearly, and pulled Xiaoyu toward the clothing store. Idiot! Xiaoyu looked at the straight man in front of her with great dissatisfaction, but still followed him towards the women's clothing store. Along the way, Xiaoyu was asked for her contact information many times, and these people completely ignored Li Muhan's existence. There was nothing they could do because Xiaoyu was just too beautiful. Man, I'm still here. Li Muhan finally couldn't help it, stopped a man who wanted WeChat, and said with a wry smile, "So what? This girl isn't wearing a ring, so she's not married. If she's not married, everyone has a chance." Lee Muhan was speechless. Fortunately, Xiaoyu ignored almost everyone except Lee Muhan. Whenever someone talks to her, she always has a cold expression and will never say a second word if she can. "Girl, can I have a WeChat?" "Can't." "Sister, can you please leave me your contact number? I'm a talent scout for a film and television company." Inconvenient. Just like that, although it was only a short distance, he was intercepted several times, and Lee Muhan felt like crying. I thought to myself, Xiaoyu might be a target of ridicule. Finally, after going through numerous hardships, the two finally arrived at the women's clothing store. In order to make it easier to change clothes later, Lee Muhan took Xiaoyu to buy underwear first. But when he arrived at the door of the lingerie store, Lee Muhan didn't want to go in. After all, this is a women's lingerie store, so it would be a bit inappropriate to go in by yourself. "Why aren't you going in?" Xiaoyu turned to look at Lee Muhan and asked. "Wait a moment, I'll prepare myself mentally." Lee Muhan's face turned slightly red. Although he and Guruashi were boyfriend and girlfriend before, he had only kissed Guruashi at most, and he had never stuck out his tongue with her. Not to mention looking at Guruashi's underwear. The first time I saw a naked girl was Xiaoyu. "Hello, how can I help you?" The clerk seemed to notice the two people standing at the door, and she came out with a smile. Lee Muhan was startled. His heart beat faster, and he couldn't utter a word of the prepared speech. "I want to buy underwear. This person will be unhappy if I don't wear underwear." Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu spoke first and pointed at Lee Muhan next to her. The female clerk was a little surprised, and then looked at Lee Muhan with a slightly strange look. No, that's not the case. This is my sister. She's from the countryside. A country girl. She doesn't have the habit of wearing underwear." "A village girl?" Xiaoyu looked at Lee Muhan with dissatisfaction, and at the same time squeezed Lee Muhan's hand with a little force. She was so strong that even a little bit of force hurt Lee Muhan. Yeah, that's the village girl. Now the little girl is in college. She can't go without underwear anymore." The clerk gave a wry smile. "Although I feel that these two people are a bit strange, this girl. It's really beautiful. How about this? The boys wait outside for a while. I'll take her to choose a style. Does the little sister know her size? Mine is huge." "Huh. Uh-huh." Seeing the clerk pulling Xiaoyu into the store, Lee Muhan finally felt relieved, his legs shaking so much that he almost sat down on the ground. So Lee Muhan played with his mobile phone outside, waiting for what would happen inside. Just as he was playing a game on his mobile phone, he suddenly heard the voice of the clerk behind him. "This brother." Lee Muhan turned around and saw that it was the clerk from before. She smiled bitterly and said to Lee Muhan, "Your sister must show you the effect on your body." What do I care about? As long as she likes it." But the clerk's face looked even more embarrassed. "In fact, she almost came out to show you just now, so you should go and take a look." Lee Muhan wanted to cry. Why couldn't he escape? Helplessly, he had to follow the clerk nervously to the fitting room of the lingerie store. It seems that this situation is not common, and the other shop assistants were also a little embarrassed. After all, they were wearing underwear directly for men to see. And this man said he was her brother, not her boyfriend. This is even stranger. Lee Muhan felt even more uncomfortable at this moment. He was being stared at by a group of female shop assistants, just like a pervert caught in the act. Just as he was daydreaming, the door of the fitting room opened. Xiaoyu, wearing white lace underwear, appeared in front of Lee Muhan. Lee Muhan swallowed his saliva, his face red to his ears. "Does it look good?" Xiaoyu didn't care at all. After taking off her clothes, her figure was even more exposed. Except for being relatively flat, her body curves could be said to be perfect. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as a baby's, which made the female shop assistants envious and amazed. "Good, it looks good." "Well, this one then." After receiving just one compliment from Lee Muhan, Xiaoyu's expression immediately relaxed. It seemed that Lee Muhan's advice was very important to her. Finally, Lee Muhan asked the clerk to pack up the sets that Xiaoyu had just tried on. After all, you can't just buy one piece of underwear You need to change it. 1,608, sir. Although Li Muhan had heard that women's underwear was very expensive, when it came time to pay, he still felt it was a bit outrageous. He couldn't help but think of his underwear, which cost him 20 yuan for 3 pairs. This may be the most intuitive difference between a beautiful girl and a rough guy. This brother, when paying and leaving, the clerk looked at Li Muhan with a strange smile. Huh, what's wrong? Since we're not sure of money, we should give our sister more good food. She should still be growing at her age. After saying that, the clerk looked at Xiaoyu's chest with a slightly pitiful look. Xiaoyu suddenly felt like she had received a huge blow. She opened her mouth slightly and was about to explain when Li Muhan grabbed her and quickly pulled her out of the lingerie store. Can I still grow? After walking a long way, Xiaoyu suddenly asked Li Muhan a question. How could Li Muhan possibly know the developmental age of the vampires? He could only perfunctorily say, yeah, sure, big, very big, while pulling Xiaoyu quickly to the women's clothing store. This time Li Muhan seemed much more natural. After all, he had accompanied Gu Ruashi to the women's clothing store before. Although he was just a bag carrier, Gu Ruashi would not ask for his opinion. Xiaoyu is different. Does it look good? What about this? Is this good looking? How do you like it? Xiaoyu would ask herself this question almost every time she saw every piece of clothing. During this process, Li Muhan discovered that Xiaoyu didn't seem to like looking at skirts. It would be a waste for such a beautiful lady not to wear a skirt. Look at this skirt. It's so beautiful. Do you want to try it on? Li Muhan said, pointing to a pink and white dress. It feels like something a child would wear. Xiaoyu said this lightly, and Li Muhan complained madly in his heart. Although your age is unknown, don't you look like a young girl? It suits you very well. Why don't you try it? Just think of it as doing it for me. Finally, after Li Muhan's constant persuasion, Xiaoyu finally decided to try the skirt. After a while, Xiaoyu appeared in front of Li Muhan wearing the pink and white dress. To match the skirt, the clerk also prepared a pair of white lace stockings and a pair of small leather shoes for Xiaoyu. She walked to Li Muhan awkwardly, as if she was not used to the outfit. Does it look good? Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan nervously, but Li Muhan didn't say anything at first because he was stunned. This is more than just beautiful. It's simply stunning. Stories and movies say that vampires are born succubi, the most beautiful girls. I'm not kidding. At this time, many customers around were also attracted by Xiaoyu's attention. Those boys who originally came to buy clothes with their girlfriends were now staring at her with their eyes wide open. A girl kicked her boyfriend on the butt and cursed. If you like watching it so much, then get lost. The man quickly apologized to his girlfriend, coaxing and persuading her, but his eyes still glanced at Xiaoyu from time to time. Is it good looking? Seeing that Li Muhan didn't speak, Xiaoyu's tone became a little anxious. Li Muhan raised his hand gently and touched her hair. She's as beautiful as a princess. After hearing what Li Muhan said, Xiaoyu showed a faint smile on her face. So, do you like it? Well, of course I do. Do you like clothes? Or do you like me? Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu suddenly hit a straight ball, catching Li Muhan off guard. I like them all. Finally, Li Muhan scratched his head and said with a wry smile. Xiaoyu puffed up her cheeks, seeming not very satisfied with the answer, but she didn't say much. Just when Li Muhan wanted to pull Xiaoyu to pay the bill, the girl said hesitantly, Well, let's change. What's wrong? You don't like it? Li Muhan was a little confused. Could it be that she really didn't like wearing skirts? No, I like it very much, but Xiaoyu seemed to be hesitant to speak. But after Li Muhan's repeated questioning, Xiaoyu finally spoke out. It's too expensive. Li Muhan understood instantly. He had told her last time that he could hardly pay the rent, so she was trying to save money for him in disguise. No wonder she was only looking at some very cheap and ordinary style pants. It's okay, buy it if you like. The salary at the Special Management Bureau is pretty good. Li Muhan said to Xiaoyu with a smile. Although Xiaoyu was still a little hesitant, Li Muhan finally took her to the checkout and bought the white stockings and shoes together. I also bought a few relatively cheap skirts and pants. The price is 5,000 too. This woman's stuff is really expensive. Lin Zhe donated 30,000 yuan to himself, but after deducting the rent, he now only has 20,000 yuan left. I have to say that people are very frugal as long as they have no money. Once you have money, you spend it faster than water. But when Li Muhan saw the slightly happy expression on Xia Yu's face when she wore this dress, he felt that all the money he spent was worth it. By the time I finished all this, it was almost time for lunch. Li Muhan looked at Xia Yu, who was sitting on a rocking car not far away, walked aside, and took out his cell phone. Hello, this is Tianhai Tongfei Hotel. How may I help you? Hello, I would like to reserve a table for tonight. Excuse me, do you have a VIP card? No. I'm very sorry, but this hotel only accepts VIPs. I hope to have the opportunity to serve you in the future. Beep, beep, beep. After the call was hung up, Li Muhan sighed helplessly, saying that sometimes in this world, even if you have money but no status, you can't get anything done. Li Muhan, sitting on the rocking car, Xia Yu suddenly shouted to Li Muhan. What? Wait a moment. Li Muhan was searching on Mate1 to see if there were any other high-end restaurants, but Xia Yu pointed at the rocking car and said, I want to play this. 5 minutes later, cheerful children's songs rang out from the children's area on the ground floor of the department store. The beautiful vampire girl who had lived for who knows how long was sitting in the rocking car with an expressionless face, and several children around 5 or 6 years old were watching beside her. Sister, is it fun? Yeah, that's interesting. Can we sit down for a while, too? No, this is mine. Seeing Xia Yu surrounded by a group of children, Li Muhan felt both amused and helpless. It seemed like he was taking an adult friend out with him. Just then, the phone rang. Li Muhan glanced at the phone screen and found that it was Lin Zhe. Director Lin? Got a mission. No, this isn't some illegal coal mine. Today is the weekend. I called to tell you that your appointment documents have been approved. From now on, you're the captain of Team 7. Li Muhan leaned on the armrest and couldn't help sighing as he watched Xia Yu fighting with the child for control of the rocking car. Thanks to Director Lin, now I feel very stressed. Pressure is a good thing. What's wrong? Are you worried about something else? You sound listless. Li Muhan originally didn't want to tell Lin Zhe about these things, but for some reason, he now wanted to find someone to talk to. We can no longer rely on that king of the kids on the rocking car. So Li Muhan told Lin Zhe that he wanted to invite important elders to dinner, but couldn't book a high-end restaurant in Tianhai City. I thought it was a big deal. Hearing Lin Zhe's tone, Li Muhan suddenly became excited. That's right. Lin Zhe is an official, a deputy director. Arranging a banquet for him in the most upscale hotel shouldn't be a piece of cake. Director Lin, are you going to book a table for me at the Tongfei Hotel? What are you thinking? I'm a public official, and I refuse to be extravagant. Please don't let me make a mistake. Lin Zhe's words were like a bucket of cold water that immediately extinguished the hope in Li Muhan's heart. But you just want to treat your adoptive parents to a meal, right? That's easy. I'll arrange it for you. Lin Zhe's words confused Li Muhan. You just said you couldn't arrange it, and now you say you can arrange it. Are you trying to hold me back? Well, thank you, Director Lin. I hope the dinner can be scheduled for 7 o'clock tonight. 7 o'clock. Lin Zhe was silent for a while, as if he was checking the time. Don't worry, it's 7 o'clock. There's still time. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Li Muhan looked at the hung-up phone, feeling a little confused. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was just a matter of booking a hotel. How could it be too late? Director Lin really had a great sense of humor. Soon, Li Muhan received a WeChat message from Lin Zhe, which contained an address. Meet here at 7 p.m. It also comes with a cute kitten emoticon. Li Muhan opened the map and looked at the address. Yuehua apartment, 32nd floor, room 5? Didn't we book a hotel? Why did we get an apartment? Is it some high-end private restaurant? Don't worry, I will definitely arrange a dinner for you that will satisfy your adoptive parents. Okay, since Lin Zhe said so. Li Muhan also felt a little relieved. It doesn't matter where he eats. What matters is that he can get together with his adoptive parents. They paid for his education in junior high school, and college. Although he can support himself now, he will never forget the kindness he feels towards his adoptive parents. At this moment, the children's song that had been lingering around me came to an abrupt end. Li Muhan. Xiaoyu's voice came from the direction of the nursery rhyme, just now. The difference from before was that this time, it was accompanied by some children's voices. Brother, big brother, big brother. What? Li Muhan looked at them and found that the group of children had regarded Xiaoyu as their leader. It seemed that only with her approval could they sit on the throne of the rocking car. Insert a coin. At the same time, in the city hospital, Guru Ashi had just finished a doctor's examination. She should be considered the luckiest among the more than 10 girls because the police intervened in time and she did not suffer any harm. Of course, it was impossible for Guru Ashi to know Li Muhan's role in this matter. So her gratitude to Li Muhan was not that great, but now there was a new problem. As she was about to be discharged from the hospital, her parents packed her things and asked her a question that Guru Ashi had no answer for. Xiaoxi, where do you live now? Guru Ashi originally lived in the luxurious villa that Zhao Qinquan bought for her. But now the villa has been taken back by Zhao Qinquan, and she can't even go back to get her luggage. All the cards in her body have been frozen. After all, it's all the Zhao family's money. As for her own money, Guru Ashi, who was used to spending lavishly, didn't care about money at all. She thought that she would have no worries about food and clothing after being with Zhao Qinquan. Now she only has 2,000 yuan in her card, so renting a house is no problem. But after that, if she is asked to work part-time to earn money, Guru Ashi will definitely not be able to bear the hardship now. Seeing her daughter's embarrassed look, Aunt Jiang thought that Li Muhan had kicked her daughter out of the house. Xiaohan, even if you're not boyfriend and girlfriend, you two are childhood sweethearts. How can you be so cruel? Ahem. But Uncle Gu coughed twice, interrupting what his lover was about to say next. We watched Xiaohan grow up. What kind of person do you think he is? Xiaoxi, are you hiding something from us? What exactly happened between you and Xiaohan? No, it's nothing, Dad. I just don't like him anymore. Well, I see you have nowhere to stay right now. How about this? After having dinner with Xiaohan tonight, we'll stay in a hotel first, and you can move back to school tomorrow. Guru Ashi felt uncomfortable when she thought of the 4-person dormitory in college. No, I don't want to go back to school. Although we have lost our financial backer, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Now Guru Ashi seemed to be dazzled by Zhao Qinquan's financial offensive and had no idea of her current situation. I'm still dreaming that if Zhao Qinquan changes his mind, he'll come and find me. Hey kid, your dad and I will help you rent a house near the school. You can live there first. What if you and Xiaohan still have room to maneuver? After hearing what Aunt Jiang said, Uncle Gu was obviously unhappy. Why haven't you heard yet? Their affairs are definitely not that simple. Dad, Mom, can you please stop asking? Li Muhan and our relationship is complicated, but I feel like he still loves me. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk his life to save me. That's great, Xiaoxi. It's best if you can reconcile with Xiaohan. Your father and I really like Xiaohan. Don't be so arrogant when we eat later. A man can't just keep people at a distance. You should loosen the ropes a little bit. Don't worry, Mom. He saved my life. I think I can start over with him. Besides, you all know Li Muhan. He has a weird personality since he was a child. Apart from his good looks, he has no special abilities. Who else would want him but me? I guarantee he will beg me to come back to him. You too. Uncle Gu obviously couldn't stand it anymore. He had actually guessed that it must be his daughter who had wronged Li Muhan. Otherwise, given Li Muhan's obedient nature towards his daughter, he would never do such a heartless thing. But then again, is Li Muhan really heartless? No, I can't just listen to my daughter's story. I must find a chance to ask Li Muhan for the truth when I have dinner with him tonight. As they were talking, Aunt John's cell phone suddenly rang. Look, the phone call came just as I was talking about this. When Aunt Jiang saw that it was Li Muhan calling, she immediately smiled, while Guru Ashi turned her head away with a slightly cold and arrogant look. Hey, Xiaohan. Aunt Jiang, I've already decided where to have dinner tonight. It's at room 5, 32nd floor, Yuehua apartment at 7 p.m. Li Muhan was a little hesitant when he said this address. It didn't sound like a place to eat at all. Oh, okay, Xiaohan. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Aunt Jiang felt relieved when she heard that the place they were having dinner was not a high-end restaurant. Lee Muhan had been stubborn since he was young. When he was just taken out of the orphanage, he was as silent as a mute, but he was very loyal and had always been protecting Guruwashi. If he insisted on booking a room at a high-end place just to save face, Aunt Jiang might be unhappy. Guruwashi also heard the address. She was a little confused. Why did Lee Muhan arrange to have dinner in an apartment? Did he move? Yuewa apartment doesn't seem to be a high-end apartment. Guruwashi's father also came forward and spoke to Lee Muhan on the phone. Xiaohan, you're so thoughtful. You know your Aunt Jiang, and I don't like noisy environments, so you specially arranged it at home. Uncle, that's not my home. Lee Muhan seemed a little embarrassed, but Uncle Gu's words reminded him. Why do we have to arrange to eat out? Wouldn't it be more enjoyable for the family to eat at home? But when he thought of his cramped and shabby little apartment, Lee Muhan felt something was not right. It's a private restaurant, Uncle. I asked a friend to book it for me. Oh. Okay, Xiaoan, that's it. You should make more friends. Have you made any new friends in college? Well, Uncle, besides Luo Yang, I also met some friends. Lee Muhan was not telling the truth. He had no friends in college except Luo Yang. Does Xiaoyu count? Hey, living in the same room, sleeping in the same bed, that's called a friend? That's called a girlfriend. That's good. Seeing that you are so sensible and cheerful now, your aunt and I are very happy. Xiaohan, you must learn more in college. If you have any difficulties, be sure to tell us two elders. Hey, old man, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it tonight. Aunt Jiang snatched the phone away. Then Xiaohan, let's go to that private restaurant you mentioned with Ruashi at 7 p.m. Hearing that Guruashi was coming, Lee Muhan wanted to say something, but considering the feelings of the two elders, he finally swallowed his words, but his tone became a little colder. Yeah, okay. Suddenly the atmosphere became a little awkward, and Guruashi also clearly felt Lee Muhan's displeasure. She didn't say anything because she knew she owed Lee Muhan, so she thought about not going. Then Xiaoyu's voice was heard again. This is delicious. I'll feed you. Open your mouth. Wait a minute, I'm on the phone. Open your mouth. Guruashi knew that the voice was Xiaoyu, so she suddenly felt very uncomfortable. The words, I won't go, were never uttered in the end. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Gu returned the phone to Aunt Jiang and looked at his daughter with a puzzled look. Ruashi, do you know the girl Xiaoan was with just now? Guruashi snorted coldly and said nothing. Uncle Gu instantly understood what was going on and stopped asking. But Aunt Jiang seemed to be unable to react for a moment, and she sighed and said, How come Xiaoan found another girl so quickly? Oh, this is too fast. That's enough. Uncle Gu interrupted Aunt Jiang directly. Although he didn't know what happened between his daughter and Lee Muhan, he could tell from Guruashi's reaction just now and his understanding of his daughter. She must have been the one who wronged Lee Muhan first. What are you yelling about? Aunt Jiang seemed to understand what her husband meant, but she had spoiled her daughter since she was a child. Although she knew that her daughter was in the wrong, she did not want to give in so easily. Young people, it's inevitable that we won't have some small quarrels. Didn't we quarrel every few days when we were young and dating? Can this even be a thing? Dad, Mom, why don't we book a place ourselves? Lee Muhan saved my life this time, so it's not a good idea to let him pay. Seeing that her parents were about to quarrel, Guruashi quickly changed the subject. Her feelings towards Lee Muhan were a bit complicated now. It was obviously she who betrayed Lee Muhan. But now, she feels abandoned by Lee Muhan. How much excess self-awareness must one have to have such thoughts? Alas, Xiaoan is so kind, we can't let him down. Let's listen to Xiaoan this time. Aunt Jiang also felt that her daughter was right, but Lee Muhan had already booked a place, and it would be a bit impolite for them to book again. She sighed and stood up. Xiaoxi, if you don't want to see Lee Muhan now, find a hotel and rest. Aye. Gu Ruashi gritted her teeth and finally made a secret decision in her heart. Just go. If Lee Muhan scolds you in front of your parents, there's nothing you can do about it. After all, you did something so excessive to him before. It's just that she really didn't want to see her parents being humiliated. At 6 p.m., Lee Muhan brought Xiaoyu to the location Lindsay sent him. Yuewa apartment. This is not a luxury apartment, just an ordinary high-rise apartment building in the city center. Lin Zay's text message said it was the 32nd floor, but when Li Muhan stood underneath, he didn't see any sign advertising a private restaurant. He had heard that those private restaurants hidden deep in the big cities, unknown to the public, were secret paradises for diners, often containing delicacies that gourmets would talk about and pass on endlessly. Even those seemingly inconspicuous old bungalows may hide a secret restaurant that only a few people know about and can shock your taste buds. It's becoming more and more exciting. Li Muhan came to the elevator door and pressed the button. While waiting for the elevator, he had already begun to imagine what kind of private restaurant it was. It's a secret palace with gorgeous decorations. Or is it antique and full of charm? Or maybe it's simply not decorated, but the chef is some legendary culinary figure who once rocked the culinary world and then quietly retired? Either way, Li Muhan's imagination runs wild. But what was strange was that Xiaoyu was standing at the door of another elevator at this time. It's faster to come down this way. Come quickly. Li Muhan reached out to pull Xiaoyu, but the girl in the beautiful skirt pulled her back to his side. The elevator over there can't reach the 32nd floor. Xiaoyu said this lightly, but Li Muhan didn't believe it. He walked to the elevator and took a look. Sure enough, there was a line of small words written next to the elevator, saying it only went to odd-numbered floors. You kid. Li Muhan pointed at Xiaoyu and said with a smile. That's pretty smart. Just at this moment, the elevator door in front of Xiaoyu opened. The two walked in, and after the elevator door closed, Xiaoyu said lightly, That's nothing, because I used to come here quite often. Ah! Li Muhan turned around and looked at Xiaoyu, feeling a little unbelievable, but soon he was relieved. Xiaoyu was originally picked up by Lin Zay and brought back to the Special Management Bureau. She was his guarantor, and Lin Zay was Xiaoyu's guarantor. Lin Zay must have brought her to this private restaurant for dinner. So how's the food at this restaurant? Li Muhan asked. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment and then nodded. She cooks all right. She? Who? Lin Zay. Li Muhan was swirling with questions. What was going on? Was this shop owned by Lin Zay? Wasn't she a public official? How dare she open a shop without permission? She opened a shop and even cooks for herself. She seems busy all the time, but I didn't expect she has such skills. She's a real craftsman. What kind of store is this? This is her home. Li Muhan was silent. His brain seemed to have crashed at this moment, and it took a long time for it to restart. This is Lin Zay's home, so it seems natural for Lin Zay to cook for him personally. But, haha, your joke just now was so funny. Li Muhan tried to hear Xiaoyu say, Yes, I was just kidding you. But Xiaoyu remained silent. She just slowly turned her head, looked at him, and then revealed a weird smile. A few minutes later, Li Muhan stood in front of the door, his hand hovering over the doorbell, but he didn't dare to press it. Was Xiaoyu kidding? She had to be. This was definitely a private restaurant. Lin Zay is so busy and is his leader. How could it be possible? Ding dong. Seeing that Li Muhan's hand was still hanging, Xiaoyu stood on tiptoe and pressed the doorbell for him. I'm ready. I'm not ready yet. In any case, the doorbell rang, and there were slippered footsteps inside. Snap! The door opened, and Li Muhan was ready to greet Lin Zay's face with an indifferent smile. I wonder what Lin Zay looks like in home clothes. I think I've only seen her in black suits. Suddenly, I'm a little excited. Welcome home, two masters. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu looked at the person who appeared in front of them with expressionless faces. It was not Lin Zay, but Su Shui. And the clothes Su Shui was wearing at this time were maid outfit. The black and white long maid outfit and white stockings are a perfect match, especially when worn by such a super cute pink-haired beauty. Clang! Li Muhan took the door handle and closed the door, then pointed at the door and said to Xiaoyu, Is this the Lin Zay home you mentioned? Xiaoyu also fell silent. She seemed not so sure anymore. The door was opened again. What are you doing? Brother Muhan, am I not doing well enough? When he saw Su Shui's face again, Li Muhan regained some composure. He held Su Shui's shoulders and asked seriously, Tell me, Taozi, is there any special mission? Su Shui looked at Li Muhan and nodded. Yes, Brother Muhan, there's indeed a very important mission, which is... Sister Shue, stop standing at the door and come help. Lin Ziyu's voice came from the room, and Li Muhan became even more confused. What was going on? Anyway, you two, get in here quick. Su Shue dragged both of them into the house without saying anything. After entering the room, Li Muhan found that although the apartment was not large, every corner was spotlessly clean. There are no complicated paintings or glittering decorations on the walls. The furniture is simple and bright, and there is not even a single extra pillow on the sofa. He seemed to be able to feel from these details the homeowner's almost obsessive pursuit of cleanliness. The entire space is dominated by white and light wood tones and appears warm and simple under the gentle light. There are several pots of carefully trimmed plants on the windowsill. They grow there quietly, adding a bit of vitality and elegance to the space. Coming. At this time, a familiar voice came from the kitchen. It was Lin Zhe. Li Muhan felt relieved when he heard Lin Zhe's voice, because Su Shue suddenly walked out in a maid outfit and really scared him. But when Lin Zhe appeared at the kitchen door, Li Muhan was completely confused. Is that girl wearing a short maid skirt, black stockings, and a maid hair accessory really the Lin Zhe I know? But the indifferent smile on her face was definitely her. Director Lin, you are? The word "inpa" did not come out of his mouth in the end. If he really said it, he was afraid that he would be thrown down directly from the 35th floor. Well, I don't quite understand the preferences of you young people, but according to Lin Ziyu's script, if I want to satisfy you, it seems that I have to wear this dress. Lin Zhe raised her hand slightly and looked at her maid skirt. It seemed that even she was trying this style of clothes for the first time. Director Lin, all I want is an ordinary dinner. Although Li Muhan was embarrassed to refuse the kindness of his leader and colleagues, the people who came were his adoptive parents, and it would be inappropriate for them to be dressed like that. Su Shue and Lin Zhe stood together, seemingly discussing something, and then Li Muhan discovered that Lin Ziyu had also come out of the kitchen. He was wearing an apron and holding a kitchen knife in his hand, and seemed to be helping Lin Zhe cook. Captain, are you okay? This is a man's highest pursuit. I know. I understand. I love watching it too. But it's inappropriate. Alas, you are still too restrained. If you ask me, we should shorten the maid's skirt a little more. Before Lin Ziyu could finish his words, Su Shue knocked him unconscious with a light blow of her hand. Alas, Brother Ziyu is still too unreliable. Su Shue picked up Lin Ziyu like a chicken and took the kitchen knife that slipped from his hand. Then, Director Lin, let's use my backup plan next. Su Shue carried Lin Ziyu and turned to look at Lin Zhe expectantly. Lin Zhe seemed to think about it for a moment and finally nodded. Li Muhan looked at these people and suddenly had a very bad premonition. 10 minutes later, Lin Zhe and Su Shue both changed out of their maid outfits and put on more casual clothes. Su Shue chose a white turtleneck sweater, simple yet warm. She paired it with a black pleated skirt, which maintained her usual elegant and dignified style while adding a touch of youthful energy. She wore the same white stockings as before, giving her the look of a girl next door. Lin Zhe changed into a loose, comfortable, soft-colored lavender sweater. Different from Su Shue's slightly playful student-like outfit, Lin Zhe exudes the gentleness and tranquility unique to mature women. She wore a pair of slim-fit jeans on the lower body, which reflected her simple and pragmatic style in home clothes and formed a soft transition with the sweater. The entire look demonstrates its low-key and restrained beauty in both color matching and style design. Okay, stop explaining. I can see it myself. Li Muhan interrupted Lin Ziyu, who was giving a detailed introduction to the two girls' attire. After waking up from the coma, he has been listless, as if he was a little disappointed because his plan was rejected. Captain, have you really never considered my plan? Lin Ziyu spoke again, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He imagined the scene. The two ladies put on maid costumes, respectfully called Li Muhan their master in front of his adoptive parents, and served him attentively. What a wonderful scene it would be. Xiaoyu glared at Lin Ziyu like a sharp ice knife. Lin Ziyu immediately shut up after sensing her almost tangible anger, but not long after, he whispered to Li Muhan secretly. I've also prepared a smaller set that's suitable for flat chests. Why don't you take it back? Maybe later. After being slapped by Xiaoyu, Lin Ziyu fainted again. Then Xiaoyu turned to Li Muhan with a slightly red face. Do you like this game? Li Muhan scratched his head awkwardly and replied, well, all men probably like it a little bit. There was a hint of helplessness and a wry smile in his voice, and he was not sure how he should answer this question. Lin Zhe and Su Shui went into the kitchen again, leaving Lin Ziyu, Li Muhan, and Xiaoyu in the room. At this time, Xiaoyu was curled up on the sofa, drinking Coke and watching TV, and seemed not to care about the conversation between Lin Ziyu and Li Muhan next to her. Well, Ziyu, I just want a normal dinner. I know, Captain, but when you told Director Lin about this, there was no turning back. What? You may not know this, but Director Lin is very keen on inviting people to her house for dinner. Holy shit, Lin Zhe has this hobby? She didn't originally, Lin Ziyu explained. A year ago, she seemed to have signed up for some leadership training course, how to be a good leader. After she came back from the training, she started having people over to her house for dinner every day. Li Muhan was a little stunned. So we are now being treated as experimental subjects? Don't worry. Lin Ziyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Director Lin's cooking skills are indeed very good. Smelling the aroma coming from the kitchen, Li Muhan felt a little more relaxed. He himself is also very knowledgeable about cooking, and the taste represented by this is indeed a delicacy that will make people feast on it. Although he felt quite embarrassed and helpless about being suddenly and somewhat strangely dragged to the leader's home for dinner, at least in terms of taste, it seemed to be a pleasant and worthwhile experience. But Li Muhan was not relieved yet. After all, Su Shui had just said backup plan. Although Su Shui looks more stable and reliable, there's a saying that goes, the pink ones turn black when cut open. Who knows if she has any other tricks up her sleeve waiting for me. So don't try to shirk your responsibility. From the moment you enter this room, you must eat your meal here tonight. Lin Ziyu patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Zhe and Su Shui had already prepared a table of food. Originally, Lin Ziyu was planning to stay, but he received a phone call and heard that someone was attacking the firewall he set up, so he left in a rage. Just a few minutes after Lin Ziyu left, Li Muhan received a call from Aunt Jiang. Xiaoan, we're already on the 35th floor. Where are you? Wait a moment. Annie, I'll come pick you up right away. Li Muhan covered the phone and said something to Lin Zhe, who had just come out of the kitchen. Director Lin, my adoptive parents are here. Then what are you still standing there for? Go and answer it. Lin Zhe brought out the last dish and waved to Li Muhan. Li Muhan gently pushed open the door. Winter nights always come quickly. Although it was only 7 o'clock, the sky became a little dark and the lights in the corridor came on. He looked towards the end of the corridor and caught sight of those familiar figures. Uncle Gu and Aunt Jiang were standing near the elevator discussing something. Beside them was the girl who looked familiar, yet unfamiliar, Guruashi. Li Muhan frowned slightly. She used to be the person on whom all his expectations and hopes were directed, but now she couldn't help but make him feel a little annoyed. Uncle Aunt. Li Muhan waved his arms, looking particularly friendly under the warm light. Here. Li Muhan waved to the three people and led them into the room. When the two elders and Guruashi stepped into this simple yet warm home, they couldn't help but be stunned. The air was filled with the subtle scent of incense and a hint of homemade cooking oil. This was completely different from the business style of a private restaurant they had expected. No matter how they looked at it, what they saw was just an ordinary living room with simple decoration, warm and comfortable. But just when the two elders were puzzled, a table full of delicious dishes, neatly arranged, attractive in color, and emitting a fragrant aroma of mixed meat and vegetables, attracted everyone's attention. Each dish seems to be the work of a skilled chef. The braised ribs are rich and oily in sauce. The steamed sea bass is white, tender and smooth with curling steam. The stir-fried seasonal vegetables are colorful, fresh, and delicious. All of them are mouth-watering. Only then did the two elders believe that this might really be a private restaurant. To be honest, when the first dish was served, Xiaoyu was already sitting at the dining table, looking at Lindsay with a begging look. But every time, Lindsay would stop her restless little hand that wanted to pick up the food with a smile full of kindness. Now seeing Li Muhan bringing people in, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Open, let's eat. The dishes are all here, everyone. Please take a seat." Lindsay looked at Uncle Gu and Aunt Jiang with a smile. Her temperament, indifferent smile, and beauty made the two elders feel a little at a loss. This doesn't look like the owner of a private restaurant at all. "Xiaoan, did you choose this place specifically? It feels like home. You really thought about it." Although Uncle Gu felt a little strange, he was a generous man after all. He smiled and patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. Little did they know that Li Muhan was already more embarrassed than both of them. As for Guruashi, she also felt quite uncomfortable. There are 4 girls in this room now. Xiaoyu, Lindsay, Su Shui, and her. She has always been the epitome of beauty in the eyes of her friends, but now, in front of these 3 girls, her appearance has become the most ordinary. Especially when compared with Xiaoyu, she even felt a little ashamed of herself. Xiaoyu's fingers exerted a slight pressure, holding her chopstick straight and in an orderly manner, like a warrior preparing for battle. Her gaze shifted to Li Muhan, his eyes clear as water, gleaming with excitement and anticipation. She softly asked the most pressing question in her mind. "Shall we have dinner?" "Dinner? Wait a minute, be good." Li Muhan responded with warmth and a bit of pampering. He quickly took out a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator and handed it to Xiaoyu with a hint of playfulness and affection, gently rubbing her hair, which was slightly disheveled. After temporarily calming Xiaoyu down, he turned to the 2 elders and said respectfully, "Uncle and Aunt, please sit here." He pointed to the comfortable and elegantly furnished chair next to him. At the same time, during the entire welcoming process, Li Muhan was as indifferent to Guruashi as if he were invisible. From beginning to end, he never paid any attention to the girl who once occupied a place in his heart, as if she didn't exist in this space at all. Only then did the 2 elders really take a look at Xiaoyu. Aunt Jiang was a meticulous person, and she recognized that Xiaoyu's voice was the same as the girl who had been talking next to Li Muhan on the phone just now. She found that the girl was petite and delicate. Even her daughter, of whom she had always been proud, was not 1/10 as beautiful as this child. But what made them even more curious was who this girl was and why she was acting so intimately with Li Muhan. After the 2 elders sat down, Lindsay and Su Shui also sat down. This made the 2 elders a little confused. In their opinion, Lindsay and Su Shui seemed to play the roles of chef and waiter respectively, preparing the banquet thoughtfully and low-key behind the scenes. But at this moment, the 2 of them were not standing in their preset positions and busy with something. Instead, they sat down and shared the dinner time with everyone else. Amidst the confusion, Uncle Gu smiled and broke the silence. "Are these 2 your friends, Xiaoan?" She, the 2 of them." Just when Li Muhan was about to say that this was her superior and colleague, Su Shui suddenly spoke with a smile. "Uncle, Aunt, hello. My name is Su Shui, and I'm Muhan Senior in college. Muhan has helped me a lot, so when I knew you 2 were coming today, I wanted to keep you company. I hope I won't disturb your fun." Su Shui spoke in a gentle and polite manner, and her every move and gesture had the demeanor of a young lady, making the 2 elders feel like they were in spring breeze when talking to her. Of course not. Sister, you're Muhan Senior, so you should also be our Ruashi Senior, right?" Aunt Jiang smiled and looked at her daughter beside her, wanting her daughter to join in the conversation as well. "Oh, sorry, I don't know your daughter." As a result, as soon as she mentioned Guruashi, Su Shui's gentle expression suddenly seemed a little distant, and her tone became much colder. Of course, Guruashi didn't know Su Shui either. She always chose friends who were uglier than herself and could bring out her own beauty. How could she possibly look for a beauty like Su Shui? Wouldn't she just be her supporting role then? "Hello, I'm Li Muhan's homeroom teacher." In order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, Lindsay took over the conversation. She held a cup of coffee in her hand, crossed her legs, and kept stirring the liquid in the cup. The smile on his face was still gentle, but it looked a little distant. Teacher, Uncle Gu was surprised, and he looked at Lim Muhan with some resentment. Xiaoan, how could you bring us to our teacher's house and let the teacher cook for us? Lim Muhan was speechless. Is this Su Shue's plan? Never mind. At least it's much better than having two maids. Please don't blame him, Uncle. Lin Zhe smiled and helped Lim Muhan out. Lim Muhan is an excellent student with excellent academic performance and good character in school. He is a rare good student. I like him very much, and I also want to meet the kind of adoptive parents who can raise such an outstanding child. So I really want to meet you two today. I hope you can understand if this is a bit presumptuous. As expected of a public servant, he spoke so many rhetoric that he soon fooled the two old men. But only Gu Ruashi was extremely disdainful and didn't believe it. How could she not know that Tianhai University had such a beautiful teacher? Li Muhan's homeroom teacher was a bald, middle-aged uncle who had nothing to do with the beautiful girl in front of her. Finally, the two elders' eyes fell on Xiaoyu, who was also the girl that Aunt Jiang paid the most attention to. Because some of the interactions between Li Muhan and her seemed so intimate, almost like a couple. Oh, this is Xiaoyu. Li Muhan noticed that the two elders' eyes were focused on Xiaoyu. He understood that Xiaoyu's situation was not so easy to explain, because Gu Ruashi saw that Xiaoyu lived in her house. So he acted decisively and raised his hand to hold Xiaoyu's delicate and gentle wrist as she was about to pick up some food. At that moment, Xiaoyu clearly felt her heart tighten. Her heart beat faster at the sudden movement, just like a thief who was caught off guard while stealing. She turned her head slightly to look at Li Muhan. Her eyes met his, and her affectionate and gentle eyes, like the warm sunshine in late autumn, were full of affection and comfort. Uncle, Auntie, Li Muhan began in a gentle but firm tone. Please take this opportunity to formally introduce you two. He took Xiaoyu's hand and stood up from the chair, but Xiaoyu still looked at the table of food reluctantly. This is my girlfriend, Xiaoyu. Everyone present reacted in their own way. Lin Zhe held his chin with his hand, smiling as he admired the scene, while Su Shui covered her mouth in feigned surprise. Aunt Jiang and Uncle Gu looked at each other, as if they didn't expect Li Muhan to be so direct. As for Gu Ruashi, she clenched the chopsticks tightly in her hands, and the emotions accumulated in her heart finally couldn't help but burst out at this moment.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.